The San Francisco Planning Commission regular hearing for Thursday, June 23rd, 2016. I'd like to remind members of the public that the Commission does not tolerate any disruption or outbursts of any kind. Please silence your mobile devices that may sound off during these proceedings. And when speaking before the Commission, if you care to, do state your name for the record. I'd like to take roll at this time. Commission President Fong.
Here.
Commission Vice President Richards.
Here.
Commissioner Antonini.
Present.
Commissioner Moore.
Here.
Commissioner Wu.
Here.
Commissioner Hellis stepped out, and we do expect Commissioner Johnson to arrive shortly. Commissioners, at time of issuance, there were no items proposed for continuance. However, we did receive a late request for continuance on items 14, 15A, and 15B for case numbers 2015-009141 CUA, OFA, and VAR 875 through 899 Howard Street. From the supervisor's office, and the project sponsor is amenable to a continuance to July 14th.
Okay, thank you. Is there any public comment on the items proposed for continuance? Not seeing any public comments closed. Commissioner Richards.
Move to continue items 14 and 15A to July 14th.
Second.
Thank you, Commissioners. On that motion, then, to continue items 14, 15A, and 15B to July 14th, Commissioner Antonini?
Aye.
Commissioner Hillis?
Aye.
Commissioner Moore?
Aye.
Commissioner Wu?
Aye.
Commissioner Richards?
Aye.
And Commission President Fong?
Aye.
So moved, Commissioners. The motion passes unanimously 6-0. And places.
Item
Excuse me, sorry.
B, continue that to July 14th. Thank you.
Thank you, Zoning Administrator. Commissioners, it'll place this under your consent calendar for items 1A and B. All matters listed here under constitute a consent calendar are considered to be routine by the Planning Commission and may be acted upon by a single roll call vote of the Commission. There will be no separate discussion of these items unless a member of the Commission, the public, or staff so requests, in which event the matter shall be removed from the consent calendar and considered as a separate item at this or a future hearing.
Is there any public comment on the items on the consent calendar? Not seeing any public comments closed. Commissioner Antonini.
Move to approve.
Second.
Thank you, Commissioners. On that motion, then, to approve items 1A and B under consent, Commissioner Antonini?
Aye.
Commissioner Hillis?
Aye.
Commissioner Moore?
Aye.
Commissioner Wu?
Aye.
Commissioner Richards?
Aye.
And Commission President Fong?
Aye.
So moved, Commissioners. That motion passes unanimously 6-0 and places under Commission matters. Item 2, consideration of adoption draft minutes for June 9th, 2016.
Any public comment on the draft minutes? Public comments closed. Commissioner Wu.
Move to approve.
Second.
Thank you, Commissioners. On that motion, then, to adopt the minutes for June 9th, 2016, Commissioner Antonini?
Aye.
Commissioner Hillis?
Aye.
Commissioner Moore?
Aye.
Commissioner Wu?
Aye.
Commissioner Richards?
Aye.
And Commission President Fong?
Aye.
So moved, Commissioners. That motion passes unanimously 6-0 and places us on item 3, Commission comments and questions.
Commissioner Antonini.
Thank you. All of the commissioners should have received some figures that I had requested, and I'm very grateful to Pedro Peterson of the staff for having put these together. And also, I did have forwarded to you the State Controller's comments from February 9th of 2016, Mac Taylor's comments, which have been around for a while, but I thought it was very important to have these available again as we consider the Mission Area Plan and any other projects in the eastern neighborhoods and Mission in particular. Anyway, short version of these figures is what I asked to do is to give us an accurate figure of how many housing units were analyzed in the eastern neighborhoods as the number of units that could be produced under the environmental impact report for eastern neighborhoods, and also the amount of square footage that could be allowed of PDR loss under the plan. So he gave me those figures for both the preferred option and for option C, which was the one that had the highest numbers of both. And then I asked for how many of, in terms of units, how many units were entitled, how many were under construction, and how many were completed. I didn't bother with somebody who's pulled environmental papers, which is a long ways from anything else. So what we're just looking at is ones that have a higher probability of being completed. And we found out those numbers were relatively low. The number of units that, when they added all three together, making the assumption that somebody has an entitlement is actually going to finish the project, which is not always the case, as we know, it was around 57%. And in the Mission, it was only 44%. And the numbers for PDR loss were even lower for the eastern neighborhoods. In full, it was only about 25%, and for the Mission, it was about 7%, using those figures. And the other caveat that, and this is a matter of the public has availability of this, when you read it, you have to realize this does include some projects that were entitled before the Mission neighborhoods approval was completed, and therefore or they were allowed to have legalization because they'd been entitled under the former 1M zoning that was in place. So some of the ones that are counted as being constructed had actually had their approvals before eastern neighborhoods. But in any case, the bottom line is it's relatively low, and also couple that with the report that you'll read from Mac Taylor that shows a strong correlation between the amount of market rate housing built in a neighborhood, particularly a low-income neighborhood, and the displacement. The more housing that's being built, market rate housing, the lower the rate of displacement. As much as like 47% displacement possibilities if there's no building of or very little market rate housing, as little as 26% if there's quite a bit of market rate housing. So I think why this is critical as we look at any changes we may be making, we have to be very careful to allow the actual housing that has been analyzed and is planned to have an effect, which very little of it has been built so far. So anyway, hopefully these will help us with future discussions when questions come up about how much has been built, how much hasn't been built, and how much is in the pipeline. So I think really very grateful to Mr. Peterson for putting together the work on this.
Commissioner Richards.
I just wanted one item to note. I read that the Small Business Commission last week, or this week, actually voted unanimously for the chain store formula retail ban on Polk Street. Thank you.
If there's nothing further, Commissioners, we can move on to department matters. Item 4, Director's announcements.
Commissioners, I have no new announcements this week, other than to tell you that this week there was no change of no revised version of the governor's legislation, but I'll let you know what happens next week.
Commissioner Richards.
I see my fellow commissioners to my right and my left are wearing pink shirts like I am, and just wanted to say Happy Gay Pride to all of the citizens of San Francisco in every shape, form of orientation sexually.
Item 5, review of past events at the Board of Supervisors, Board of Appeals. There was no Historic Preservation Commission hearing yesterday.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Aaron Starr, Planning Department staff, also wearing a pink shirt. On Monday, the Land Use Committee considered the rezoning of 1101 Connecticut Street, or Block X of the Potrero Hope SF project. The proposal would rezone one of two parcels from P to RM2 and will rezone two parcels from 40X to 50X. The Planning Commission heard this item on May 5th and voted unanimously to recommend approval to the full board. At the Land Use Committee, there was no public comment, and there were no questions or statements by the committee members. The committee moved to forward the item to the full board with a positive recommendation. Also on the land use agenda was the Planning Code Amendment waiving inclusionary housing requirements, exempting certain floor area from the calculation of gross floor area and TDR requirements, and authorizing land dedication at no cost for the project at 1066 Market. The Planning Commission heard this item on June 16th of this year and voted to recommend approval to the full board. During public comment, at the land use hearing, there was resounding support from those who had initially opposed the project, feeling that the land dedication was a huge win for the community. The committee then voted unanimously to recommend the item to the full board, with Chair Cohen stating that she wished all policy disagreements could be resolved as smoothly. At the full board this week, the supervisors considered the planning code and general plan amendments for the Affordable Housing Bonus Program. When the general plan amendment was called, Supervisor Peskin stated that he believes the language in the GPA is too broad and should be narrowed and tailored. He also believes that there should be input from the community stakeholders to determine appropriate language for the GPA. He then noted that he intended to vote no on the GPA, and 4 other board members would also be voting no. The question was then asked to the city attorney about what would happen if there was a 5-to-5 split, because Supervisor Marr was absent. The city attorney was not clear on whether a tied vote constituted a disapproval or a failure to act, but did state that if it was a failure to act, the GPA would come into effect after the 90-day deadline. This item was put on hold until the city attorney could make a determination. At the end of the hearing, the board took up the AHBP items again. The city attorney confirmed that a 5-to-5 vote would constitute disapproval. There was also questions about what steps would be needed for the planning code amendment to go forward if the GPA was disapproved. Supervisor Tang asked that both the GPA and the PCA be continued for 1 week. Supervisor Avalos then introduced the following amendments, which were accepted by the full board. 1, prohibit any project using the HBP from demolishing any existing residential unit on an adjacent parcel, and 2, urging the planning department to come up with stronger business relocation program. Supervisor Tang also introduced 3 amendments to the ordinance that she stated responded to the concepts in Supervisor Peskin and Marr's proposal and reflected discussions at the Land Use Committee as well. Those amendments include 1, adding 3 necessary findings to this Section 328 review process for 100% affordable housing project, also changing the appeals process to the Board of Supervisors, directing the city to research and review strategies to address neighborhood variations in income levels, particularly in relation to the mixed income HBP proposals, and 3, adding a requirement that 100% affordable projects include neighborhood serving uses on the ground floor, including but not limited to grocery stores, clinics, nonprofit space, community centers, and libraries. These amendments were also accepted. The board then voted to continue the item for 1 week on a 6-to-4 vote, with Supervisor Marr absent. Those that voted no on the continuance were Supervisors Kim, Peskin, Campos, and Avalos. Next, the board heard the CU appeal for 32 Ord Street. On this item, the board voted to rescind the Planning Commission's CU approval and modify it. The modifications include limiting the height of the planter boxes on the rear deck to 2 feet, requiring transparent railing at the rear deck, amending the front and rear setbacks, and adjusting the roof line. The board then voted unanimously to approve the CU. Finally, the board considered the amendments to the 1066 Market Street project, which the board passed on first read. And there were no introductions of note this week. That concludes my remarks.
Thank you.
And the Board of Appeals did meet last night. 3 items that may be of interest to the Commission. First, we had appeals by the Academy of Art University for 22 notices of violation and penalty that were issued to 22 different properties. In this, we did establish a deadline of July 1st for publication of the existing site's technical memorandum and response to comments for the draft EIR. At the hearing last night, the Board of Appeals unanimously upheld our notices of violation and penalty, and those deadlines remain. We are on track, I'm happy to say, to have those published by July 1st, and we're also on track to have the certification of the EIR brought to you on July 28th. Second item is 2414 Lombard Street. You heard this as a discretionary review. It's a mandatory discretionary review for a medical cannabis dispensary known as the Apothecarium. Was heard as a DR by you last November. So it was an appeal brought forward by the community groups in opposition to your approval of the project. At the hearing last night, the Board of Appeals voted 2-2 to deny the permit. 4 votes are needed to overturn any departmental action. Given that there were only 4 commissioners last night for this item, there weren't sufficient votes to take any action. So essentially, by act of law, your approval was upheld. The final item is the Van Ness corridor. Permits to remove street trees, or actually 1 permit to remove many street trees on the Van Ness corridor in furtherance of the Van Ness Bus Rapid Transit project. The appeal was of the removal of those trees, and the board voted to uphold the permit to remove those trees. And that's all the report.
Thank you.
If there are no questions, Commissioners, we can move on to general public comment. At this time, members of the public may address the Commission on items of interest to the public that are within the subject matter jurisdiction of the Commission except agenda items. With respect to agenda items, your opportunity to address the Commission will be afforded when the item is reached in the meeting. Each member of the public may address the Commission for up to 3 minutes, and this particular section should not exceed 15 minutes.
Okay, we have a number of speaker cards. Janet Fowler, Georgia Shudish, Ozzie Ram, Allison Heath, Eric Morrow, and Jessica Evans.
Hello, happy summer, happy Pride. The collective mid-block open space, the aggregate of private open space in each city block, usually divided up by 10-foot-tall wooden fence at property line, providing residents with light, air, visual relief, and a psychological comfort zone. The mid-block open space, if landscaped, can also provide habitat for birds and other animals, enriching the city's biodiversity and well-being. Those are your staff's words, not mine. I think the rear yard mid-block open space needs to be really examined closely when you redo the residential design guidelines for preservation and protection. Rear yards should not be flat-lotted or cemented over. They should not be fenced off from one another, but should remain part of the residential collective open space. The water from these yards should be allowed to percolate into the ground, not into the sewer. Due to a trend in hardscaping and having the yards become part of the exterior become part of the interior, this issue needs guidelines. For other residential design guidelines, no big boxes on the rear. Prevailing roof lines in the rear yards need consideration, particularly if they're peaked roofs. Distinction between homes on hills versus homes on flat streets must be made clearer. Roof decks and other decks often invade privacy, also stair penthouses. You need greater space in light wells, and setbacks are needed to ensure privacy in light and air than currently granted or considered. And there needs to be consideration of glazing reduction and design. On another matter, which is related, I want to talk about demolitions. Overhead, please. This was sent to me by a neighbor up in Dolores Heights. Can I have the overhead? Thank you. Okay, there it is. There it is. Dolores Heights. That's the facade. And this is the rear. This was supposedly tantamount to demolition, but it's not clear what was supposed to be tantamount to demolition. If it was just garages or what. But as you can see, this facade of this house, overhead again, please, is totally gone. So that's tantamount to demolition, supposedly. But then this is here, and I showed you these last week, alteration. That's an alteration, and that's an alteration. It's hard for me to discern the difference between those and these. So I just want to raise that question of that issue. And thank you, and have a nice weekend. Happy summer.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. I'd like actually just to place this on the overhead if I could, and just, we can't have both. I think we can kind of get both of them. I better put my glasses on first. I'd like to voice my opposition to allowing the demolition of structurally sound dwelling units in all residential neighborhoods, regardless of the amount of appraisal. Residential appraisers are still use the surrounding homes, and so the increasingly inflates the appraisal price. Increasingly, our market rate is a developer-driven rate. The idea is that prices will only go as high as the market will bear, but this is not so when the shoppers are developers. Prices will go as high as the speculative market will bear, and I think we see this happening, and it would probably be better not to have an affordable target price, because that's just going to keep going up as as speculators try to beat it. I brought this photo because I think it was an alteration around me, and it was shocking to me. I think that this beautiful facade that remained while the back was being torn down kept the neighbors from coming to the commission with a DR. But I went back a while later and found that facade, that beautiful facade that had remained the whole time, was gone. And this is what happens definitely in tantamount to demolition, because there's nothing that's going to keep it there. So I also want to say that it's the naturally occurring units that provide this affordable housing in areas, great residential neighborhoods. It's not the ones that are made to be expensive, but families have bought homes and have added units, and these units are rent controlled and affordable. And the more we allow these to leave and being added, I think we get into I still got a few seconds. We just get into this higher and higher and higher, and we don't save the possibility of those affordable smaller units in our nice, expensive neighborhoods. Thank you.
Next speaker, please.
Good afternoon. Ozzie Realm with Protect Noah's Charm. So back in February 24th of this year, there was a Board of Appeal hearing where two planners from the Planning Department, Mr. Winslow and Mr. Jocelyn, introduced the task at hand, which was updating the residential design guideline, which is in the process. So I'm here to request your support for having this particular unit to work with individual community and neighborhood organizations so that it's not going to be a total surprise. It's going to be a collaborative work, and it's going to be under the same model of what you are very familiar with, which is charrette, which has been used before by the planning department to get the buy-up from various organizations and communities and neighborhood associations. So it just makes sense to me to start the work now as opposed to waiting for the new revisions to be disclosed and brought up to the Planning Commission and then start having various groups coming to you and bringing up their feedback or opposition. Hopefully not much of an opposition. Optimistically. Also, another thing that Mr. Winslow brought up in that particular hearing was that the Planning Department has realized that the residential design guidelines should be neighborhood-based, which is reasonable. But at the same time, it does make sense that if the Planning Department is having a neighborhood-based residential design guideline, so let's work with each neighborhood and let's have a set of guidelines that are applicable to particular neighborhoods with the buy-off with activists and neighborhood groups. So I really appreciate it if you could put a plug for us, because we do want to work with the Planning Department, and we are actually in the process of contacting them and starting the work. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. Allison Heath. Following up on Commissioner Antonini's comments, I'm here to talk about the much-anticipated Eastern Neighborhoods Monitoring Report. As someone who's been on a near-constant quest for some objective analysis of development in the Showplace Square, Potrero Hill area, I'd been looking forward to the report coming to you this spring. Now the final report has been pushed to August, and at this week's CAC meeting, I heard that it might even be pushed to October. First of all, the monitoring report is a crucial document that serves as an evaluation of the successes and failures of the plan and is a necessity in informing decisions by you and other policymakers. This is a quote from the ordinance. The purpose of this monitoring program shall be to provide rigorous monitoring and review of the effectiveness of the Eastern Neighborhoods area plans to ensure rational growth in these neighborhoods and to ensure implementation of improvements to accompany this growth. Secondly, there is a legal requirement to present the report to the Board of Supervisors, Planning Commission, CAC, and the mayor by July 1st. By August, the Planning Department will be out of compliance. Many of us believe that there is nothing rational about the growth in our neighborhoods, nor can we wait months for the analysis to be published. We've seen the draft, and the data is even worse than we imagined. For example, in the Showplace Potrero area at the end of 2015, there are over 4,500 residential units that have been entitled or were in the pipeline, and pipeline numbers do matter. Exactly 2 affordable units were constructed over 5 years, while we lost over 500,000 square feet of PDR space, primarily the result of the failure of UMU zoning. Next month, we will be at the Board of Supervisors with the first of what we expect will be a string of appeals. This is because the piecemeal approval of individual projects without a clear view of the big picture simply isn't working. You need this information to do your jobs. Planning and the ENCAC need to pull out all the stops and get this report done and in your hands. Thank you.
Okay, is there any additional?
Hello, my name is Eric Morrow. I live on Guy Place.
Mike, please.
All right, let's try it this way then. Okay. So we have a mini park design that's going to go into number 4 Guy Place. I have some concerns about the design that was proposed that I got to look at on the fence. One of my main concerns is we have artesians on that hill, and despite the fact that we have 7 years into a drought, that lot is still quite wet. If we are going to put up a retaining wall that's going to sit about 34 feet height to make that park completely plain with the street level, I think the drainage issues that are going to go into the lots that are below it on Folsom are going to be significant. This is going to create a great deal of liability for the city. I don't think the park should be designed this way. What I'd like us to do is turn the lower portion of that lot into a basketball court. I'd like to raise it just high enough so we can get ADA compliance as far as accessibility in from Guy Place. The upper portion of the lot, I'd like to keep the trees that are there and turn the rest of it into a community garden. Now, speaking about those trees, going into the history of that hill, it used to be a farm. Back in the 1860s, it began being developed. And so we have the last fruit-bearing pieces of agricultural history sitting on that hill, possibly the last pieces of that heritage in the county. Maybe we should keep it. It would not cost us that much to maintain them, and changing the park design to what I propose would save the city a great deal of money, both in maintenance and original installation. I believe that's all I have for you. Oh, there is one other thing. The dynamic of our neighborhood is changing a great deal. We have a lot of new people coming in. And thankfully, the city has provided a bunch of low-income housing in our neighborhood. We now have children and dogs, but there's no place for those kids to learn to ride a bicycle. It might be a good idea to create an open space out of this that is usable for children and not just a meeting place for businessmen at lunch. Thanks.
Hi, my name is Jessica Evans. I'm fine with the position of this mic. I like the pink. Good thing, huh? Nice to see you all. I was here once before, 391st Street, and you guys did a great job. Shot them right down, said to go back to the drawing board because they were going to open up onto First Street with that traffic. Because I know some of you walk up that street and you see the traffic. So I live right there, 346 First Street. The Guy Place Park, I look right down on it. And so those trees are magnificent. But also just the plan that's there is not good, and it's all concrete. And then he brings up points I didn't even think about. As far as if they pour all concrete in there, it won't really work. But if you go look at those trees, I think they should be. There's 2 avocado trees. There's nothing left of the trees like that. But if you walk up the street, and I know some of you do when you walk up First Street as a daily exercise, and see all the traffic and see how the neighborhood is changing. In Guy Place Park, if you walk down Guy Place, those trees are amazing. But also that space. It's going to cost over $3-point-something million with Recon Parks to develop that space. It's back out for bid again. The RFPs are back out again because no one seems to want to take that job on for that amount of money. But also, it's just a bad idea. It's something we could use. He's got kids, and I have a bicycle and a Harley, but that's not the point. So I thought I'd mix it up a little bit because I can imagine something we can use, a barbecue thing, grass, green stuff, trees, swings, a park, a real park. What they propose is not a park, it's all concrete. And also that Boston ivy thing with toxic berries that'll poison animals and kids and humans. So that's not a good thing. I would have to watch raccoons dying, not in the mood. The carbon thing, save the green canopy, it's all words until I see action. Save those trees, they're magnificent, 80 feet tall, and they're 50, 60 years old. It takes one nomination to save them from the chopping block. Just revisit the design. That's all I ask. Revisit the design. Check it out. When you see the design, you'll think, wow, that might not work for this area. The neighborhoods, they've changed the needs. So get that, all I have on my screens is dirt from the traffic right there. Trees probably help me stay healthier, I don't know, in the neighborhood. But also, if Guy Place is ever repaved, which would be really nice, a speed bump would be awesome. That's all. Thanks a lot. But check out the trees. The design for the Guy Place Park, mini park, so small. You could have grass, a park, a real park. What a shock. It'd be awesome. But thank you again, and thank you for the 391st Street decision to send them back to that block. 42 seconds, huh? Like the guy that sings, joking. I'm so desperate, I want to get his name, make a song for the trees and the mini park. That's all I got to say. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Okay, any additional general public comment?
My name is Rick Hall, and I'm actually not prepared today. I've got so many things swimming around in my mind. But one thing I did want to bring up is the Eastern Neighborhoods Monitoring Report. There's some drafts of it are out now, and I encourage everybody to review it and get comments in so that we can hopefully have it be a very clear document. Somebody told me the other day, and I saw some reference to the statute that sort of says it's due July 1, and so I don't know how we're going to do it by July 1. And also that it requires, as part of it, the supervisors require that it contain recommendations for basically fixing issues that have come up in the Eastern Neighborhoods Plan. And that I was really, really heartened by that, if it's true, because right now we know that there are issues with the Eastern Neighborhoods EIR, with the Eastern Neighborhoods Plan itself as policy, and the work that should be done to properly do this report should really inform those decisions and help, because there's a lot of noise coming. And we're getting beyond fighting projects one by one, and sort of, we've got to look at the cumulative impacts, and they've got to include the socioeconomic impacts. This business of only looking at physical things and buildings doesn't work anymore for San Francisco. That's not where the damage is being done. We may have a housing crisis. Everybody tries to promote that. At least the developers do. What we now have is a gentrification crisis. And the socioeconomic side of evaluating projects needs to be addressed in all future versions of the Eastern Neighborhoods Plan. I thank you.
Any additional public comment? Okay, public comment is closed. Commissioner Moore.
I wanted to ask Ms. Schudish, please, to perhaps put your comments into an email and send them. I found them very informative and thought-provoking. If you don't mind sharing them, I would appreciate that. Would you mind doing that? That would be great. Thank you so much.
Commissioner Richards.
Several things. I guess, Ms. Fowler, I'm sure I'd be interested in knowing the address of the house that disappeared and reappeared. If you could send that to me, or if you have it. Can you speak in the mic, please? Can you speak in the mic?
Yes, that house is at 52 Homestead.
And who is the developer?
I know that the owner of the property was Mel Murphy, but I didn't investigate the whole background of it.
Thank you. On the Eastern Neighborhood Monitoring Report, potential delay, is there any, Director, any word on that? Or
Yeah, we're just a question of getting the data and staffing issues. I think the hope is to have it out in August, in early August.
Okay. If possible, public has, I guess, a draft copy. If the staff can send us one, I'd really appreciate it.
Sure.
I think, Mr. Hall, one of the things I'm looking here, as you were talking, I was scrolling on my phone, at the Board of Supervisors vacant seat listing on commissions and boards. There are vacant seats on the Eastern Neighborhood CAC for District 10 and District 9. You might want to get yourself on an application form and get your supervisor to sponsor you, because I think they've had an issue with quorum lately, and people who are really interested like you are showing up at the meetings and there's no meeting. So I would urge you to go to your supervisor to try to get a seat, especially if it's vacant. There are some that actually have expired a long time ago where they need to replace the individual. So if they have an attendance issue, you might want to bring that up. On the Guy Place Park, I did talk to Phil Ginsberg, who's the director of Park and Rec, and he would be happy to sit down with you folks and chat about your thoughts. So I would suggest, it's not the purview of this commission, but I would suggest that you talk to him, but I did have a conversation with him about it. Contact him. Okay?
If there's nothing further, Commissioners, we can move on to the regular calendar. Item 6, case number 2015-000988, CWP. This is the Mission Action Plan 2020 informational update.
Hey, good afternoon, Commissioners. Claudia Flores, Department staff. I'm joined by Deputy Kate Hartley and Kevin Kitchenham from Mayor's Office of Housing and Community Development. Diana Ponce de Leon is also here from the Office of Economic and Workforce Development. There are also a couple community members, Rick Hall, Peter Papadopoulos, and Dairo Romero from MERA, who will be co-presenting with me on behalf of the community participants who have engaged in MAP 2020. This is the order of the presentation. Last time I focused on the trends, the data, the goals and objectives of the plan, and the process. Today we're giving you an update on the solutions, and after that update I will turn it over to Dairo to give the community update and to talk about some targets that we are working on to monitor the progress of the plan. And then I will go over some next steps. Before we go into the updates, I thought it'd be helpful to have some working definitions for a shared understanding of the challenge. The change we see is not a natural the change that we see in the neighborhood is not a natural demographic change that we should just accept. The overall decline in the census data that we see of Latinos and low to moderate income households, it's not natural. It's indicative of a larger and deep history of ethnic, racial segregation, policies such as urban renewal and redlining, and income inequality. Even if some household moves are due to job relocations or other household decisions, what is happening here, based on all the data we've looked at, is a change that is disruptive, forceful, and often results in class tensions and what some refer to as the double insult. the disinvestment, neglect, and flight in the 1950s through the 1970s, and then the forces of gentrification and displacement in the 1980s through today. So by displacement, we're not only looking at direct displacement, which is formal evictions, buyouts, harassment, and rent increases on both commercial and residential tenants. It's also indirect displacement, being priced out of the neighborhood, being prevented from moving into the neighborhood, or by the loss of affordable goods, services, and amenities that serve these households. So we're looking at displacement as overall community displacement. In fact, San Francisco Department of Public Health considers displacement as a public health concern. When we talk about gentrification, this is generally understood as the influx of higher income residents into working class areas that most of the time result in their displacement. The literature also says that you can have displacement without gentrification, and you may be able to have gentrification without displacement if you stabilize the neighborhood. It is sometimes, in certain situations, it's hard to know which one comes first. But both present challenges for the stability and identity of a community, which is what MAP 2020 and many other cities are trying to grapple with. How to stem the loss of the socioeconomic diversity, as it is essential for the functioning of our city. As I recall from Commissioner Moore's last comments, if you have to commute from Tracy to do a job estimate, or as we heard from other examples, if a lot of businesses are closing because they can't find lower wage workers, what does that mean not just for that individual household, but for the city's economy? We will have more fleshed out definitions in our final report, but it's important context for understanding the community responses to the crisis, as well as the opposition to market rate projects that they often come forward, that they often express. I believe it's a reaction that comes from this loss, this suffering, and this concern for the community. On to the plan status. With the memo dated June 2nd, we forwarded the draft and very lengthy matrix of solutions to help address these complex issues we've been discussing. I brought copies today, which I believe you have now, but the slide has just a snapshot. There's a color key at the top, which shows some solutions that are highlighted green, and those are on the, I'm sorry, I'm trying to do this pointer. Actually, it doesn't work. On the left-hand side column, there's some highlights, a color coding. The green items means that these are items that we're moving forward with in the plan. They're also towards the last few pages of this matrix are some items that are highlighted yellow and red, and these are items that we discussed but that we're not moving forward with, either because of political, economic, or other challenges, but we wanted to acknowledge it's something that we discussed. So on this slide, it's a sample of the things that we have here, and as you can see, we have a lot of extensive details on each of these solutions. Who's leading the item? What's the timing of it? What's the magnitude of the cost? What's the status? And as your memo stated, there are some existing programs that the community has identified are needed to be expanded or focused more intensely in the mission, but also some are new issues such as SROs, the arts, and the fire issues, which are more specific concerns to this neighborhood compared to the rest of the city. As your memo also stated, we're implementing the urgent 6 to 12-month items that are critical to get on the ground, if they aren't already underway, to address the most immediate impacts of the housing crisis. These include tenant protections, business protections, enforcement, staffing, and other ready-to-go items. In the matrix I brought for you today, I bolded the short and medium-term items column to highlight these immediate solutions. There are also some ongoing and existing programs. So, for example, Mayor's Office of Housing and Community Development is continuing its efforts on site acquisition as well as its small sites program. And what we're continuing to do now is working on some items where no consensus has been reached or where there's more desire for details before the community feels comfortable with an endorsement action on the plan. In particular, we want to finalize some targets for tracking our progress, and Dido will say a little bit more about this in a minute. So tell me if I'm going too fast. So these are the items for which no consensus has been reached. So we're proposing that we're going to work on these in the next 1 to 2 months. As you can imagine, one of them is what are the pipeline recommendations out of MAP 2020. In the next between now and early September, you're going to have 5 projects in the mission that are about 400 units. That's about 20% of the pipeline out of around 2,000 units that are in the pipeline. So the community has been wanting us to, are there going to be any recommendations so that these projects are as beneficial as possible for the neighborhood? There are also some zoning ideas that are included right now at a high level on the plan. And what a lot of folks want to see, because as you know, for a lot of people, the devil's in the details, they want to see more detail about what this means. So we're starting to draft out what are some of these zoning ideas that we've been discussing. And so far, we are prioritizing the commercial measures that are listed at the top, but also some of the PDR-related ones. The other two are a little bit more medium-term because they will require environmental review, but we are starting on those issues as well. What is the sticking point, the biggest sticking point? As I said earlier, as it relates to the pipeline, there's a lot of discussion about what is the role of market rate housing. Is it positive or negative on affordability, on displacement, and gentrification? There's been a lot of research and a lot of studies. Just to kind of talk a little bit about some of the studies that are most talked about, the controllers report talked about how market rate helps affordability, and they did a study on how it lowers home sale prices, at least in the short term. They didn't study the long-term effects of market rate. The report also did not examine rents or commercial impacts. There was also a state report from the legislative analyst, which Commissioner Antonini just referred to. It also states that market rate helps through the filtering process, which is the process by which market rate becomes affordable to lower income households. However, some critiques of that is that it did not look at the protective effects of affordable housing and how when you couple market rate with affordable, the protective effects on displacement are much greater than if you have market rate alone. This report also did not examine commercial impacts. The latest UC Berkeley report and briefing also reinforced that market rate does help regionally, but that at the block level it depends on local conditions. It can sometimes hurt or it can help. They're contending that prices do not trickle or filter fast enough to lower income households. It can take anywhere from 15 to 50 years to reach those households. They believe that this is because the San Francisco market is too skewed, but this report also did not examine commercial impacts. So what is the role of market rate housing? We don't know, right? I think these research show that more research is needed. I think generally we can say that all of the reports agree that market rate helps regionally and that we shouldn't stop market rate development. And that it's especially helpful when it's accompanied by affordable housing. But they also, some of the studies also say that we need to do more than build, that we need to do a lot more to stabilize neighborhoods at risk, and that we need to do more research at the block level. Anecdotal evidence does confirm that some projects can catalyze change, that it just depends on many factors. So what are the recommendations? I think that we can spend a lot more time on research or we can wait for more research, but really I think the best would be to take a precaution and reduce any potential impacts by getting projects to be as beneficial as possible for the neighborhood and the city. And I think Commissioner Hilly spoke to that last week. And if I may use the climate change analysis, there's still discussions about whether climate change is real or not. But in the meantime, while people are still debating that, why not take precautions and protect people and kind of do the best that we can? I think we know that you're discussing these issues through the interim controls in your regular discretionary review process, and we know that even if more research is done, I don't think we're going to come to a specific result or a specific numeric impact. I think that it's just information to allow you to weigh these concerns and to make more informed decisions about whether projects are doing the best they can to contribute to the solutions and to the affordability crisis. Solving the affordability crisis. This slide just contains some recent housing production information as well as what's in the pipeline, since it's relevant to the discussion I just outlined. And Dido is going to refer to this in relation to the targets and the community report back. This particular piece of information was requested by Commissioner Antonini in light of this item and an item later on your calendar. I'm just including it so that everybody can see it for reference, and we can answer more questions about the eastern neighborhoods rezoning as well as what was studied by by the environmental impact report. So now I'm going to turn it over to Dairo.
Good afternoon, Commissioner. Dairo Romero, Mission resident. I'm working for the Mission Economic Development Agency, MEDA. Thank you, Claudia, and Planning Department and the city official for these working definitions. It has been almost 18 months of intense, challenging, but also very learning conversation with the city and understanding what are the points from the community and understanding what are the constraints, the legal, political, and economic constraints for protect the Mission District. I just want to talk about the goal, and I think that it's a big responsibility for me to represent the community, but also I just want to recognize in the audience the people from the Cultural Action Network who have been advocating for the PDR and the artists that have been displaced too. But we have been consistent in the goal that this plan is policies and programs that retain the working class people and the Latino community in the Mission District, one of the neighborhoods that have been more affected for displacement. At the same time, we want to continue to protect the small business, the arts, and the PDR and non-profit that serve this community. We want, if San Francisco is proud of the diversity and has some neighborhoods like the Getaway for immigrants to come, we really want to continue having the Mission District as a Latino working class neighborhood that has been for years. From the beginning, we wanted to establish goals, and MEDA was leading the conversation, and our number based on the displacement and the lack of investment in the last 15 years was 2,400. Other people in the community wanted more, but we understand what are the challenges. But the 2,400 are production of new units, and this has been back and forth conversation with the city. We understand where they are coming from. They don't want to commit for something that they cannot accomplish, but I think that we need to push the envelope and having this goal, maybe not in the 5 years, but in a longer time. But what we wanted from the beginning is having a goal that then when we were implementing and monitoring the report, we will see if we are making progress or not and what are the corrections that we had to do. It took us like more than 3 months just discussing the methodology to get to the number. And finally, this is what we want. We understand that the city cannot only pay for that. We recognize all the investment that is already put in place, and we had 750 units that we are telling people what are those projects. We had the list, and now we are telling the community we have been accomplishing in working with the city and all the community organizing efforts. You see the next slide. This is the affordable housing pipeline that we have, and based on that, we had 750 now. But for the 2,400, and if we count only the inclusionary housing that is very low, the community is very disappointed about how low is the inclusionary housing for the market rate development. We know that the Board of Supervisors grandfather all the projects, but I think that they are offering too little for that. Still, we had a gap of like 1,400 units to get this goal. And there is a conversation with Kate and Mayor Office of Housing how we can get to this money, and the community is willing to work in alliance with the city to advocate at the state level, at the federal level, with foundation, with tech companies about getting money for affordable housing. We know how expensive it is, and we recognize that we already had 750 units. We also want to be clear about the tenants protections programs and policies that we are putting in place, how we are going to do what the target that we want for the future years. We expect that if nothing happens, still people are going to be displaced, and we value all the recommendations for the for the tenants groups with the leadership of Brian Chu, all the ideas that we had in the matrix, and now we know that there are some money and fundings allocated for that, and this is very important for us. We haven't agreed on the role of market rate. I think that we are not stopping the projects. Actually, based on the numbers, there were 500 market rate units in the mission from the years is 2010, 2014, and there was a little inclusionary. And I know that we need more research to base our arguments about the need for more affordable housing and asking for more inclusionary. But there is a very good evidence, all the Valencia Street corridor. There is like a dozen of finalized projects that have been completely changed the whole street. We don't need to go that far to see the changes. And that are the changes that have been violent with the community and are displacing our community. We need to set up the targets for PDR. We know that this is important. The UMU implementation that have been just destroying all these jobs for our communities, just for luxury housing. We need to change that, and if we want to continue keeping this city as a artist rich, we need to do something to protect the displacement of the artists and cultural organization. And all the non-profits who serve the low-income people should be also preserved to be here in the city, because this is the network that supports this city. This is, I just want to finalize my presentation with the comment that we have been pushing further, and we will continue if we don't see the changes. That we had seen some results, but still we are far away from that, from getting our neighborhood stabilized. And it's a question to really push forward. I think that San Francisco has been doing that. Now that we are close to the Pride weekend, San Francisco was able to challenge the core for the marriage equality. We can also challenge the courts and don't be afraid of lawsuits, just to provide housing for low-income people. Like the housing has to be a right, like my friend Chirag always mentioned in the meetings. Thank you very much, and we will be here continue pushing for more community benefits for our community.
Thank you very much.
Thanks, Dido. So these are our next steps. The community meeting has been postponed until we make more progress on the items we just went over. We will announce a new date when we have it. We hope to come back to you ideally before the fall recess with a published final plan that contains the targets and monitoring mechanisms, as well as more detail on the draft zoning proposals, so you can take an endorsement action on the plan at the time, as well as give us some direction on the zoning. We'd ideally like to initiate the shorter-term zoning proposals, but that might have to wait. That might have to follow later. That might have to wait until the fall, because it's a very fast time frame. In the meantime, a MAP 2020 budget has been approved by the mayor and the board, and we will start any hiring, consultant work, and development, I just have one more slide, of new programs that are not already on the ground, so the urgent items that we talked about can be proceed. I won't go over this, but this is just the additional MAP 2020 request, and if I added the totals right, this is almost $3 million in additional resources. For our department, this means moving forward with the zoning work, and it augments other positions that we had already requested for enforcement, as well as additional outreach. This concludes our presentation, and we're available for questions.
Okay, thank you. Okay, opening up to public comment.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Peter Papadopoulos, Cultural Action Network. I just want to make a few quick comments here. First of all, I thank the department for their work on these measures and for bearing with us as we push forward on working to the next round of items under discussion, which I'll mention in a minute. I think that I just want to highlight a few points of what the previous presentation talked about. I mean, I think we all acknowledge at this point we're in a crisis here. And ground zero for this crisis is the mission, and certainly the rest of the city is hurting as well. We do, on the community side, believe that certainly on a block-by-block basis, and we would very much like to, and working on seeing some research done, and we would encourage, again, the city itself to take charge of doing more research on block-by-block displacement, because I think that can't kind of fall on community groups to fund studies. We will attempt to, if nothing else is done, but I would like to see a study come out of the city itself. I think that block-by-block displacement is a given as a business person myself, because anytime you move in 250 more wealthy people, and I'm a business person across the street, or I'm the owner of that property, I automatically say, that's who I'm going to sell to. That's where the money is. It's like, why do I rob banks? That's where the money is. I don't sell to the dollar store shoppers anymore, and that's why the dollar stores disappear. So automatically you start to gentrify out. It creates a cycle of changed business leases, pressure to move out tenants, et cetera. So that is a strong belief of the community, and we believe studies, when completed, will confirm that. Anyway, to what you have in front of you, I want to say that many of us do believe this is a strong set of good, quick protections to get on the ground in the area of tenants protections, small business protections, and such, and that this will help to buffer what's going on right now. We would encourage a rapid rollout of the next round of things we're discussing, whatever those might be. And again, I thank the Planning Department for, I think, some constructive, intense discussions as of late about what those might be. We really would like to see the Latino Cultural District, first and foremost, shored up with very strong protections, such as zoning changes. PDR retention throughout the entire district, I think, needs to really be looked at, and I will get back to that today as we look at a project that's a good example of it. It's critical to the maintaining the mission's blue-collar, working-class culture, and the tradition of arts in the district as well. So those and a few more things we would encourage the rapid resolution to and rolling out. Thank you.
Rick Hall again. And I mostly just want to reinforce and then say how important I see this, and thank planning, John Ram, and particularly Claudia. It's been a long process, and it's not over, but it's making significant steps toward recognizing the issues and trying to find some solutions. And this is a really big deal. This is happening all over the United States and all over the world with the concentration of people into cities. And you know, you can look at it and just say, well, it's happening everywhere, and it's happening here. So live with it. But the peoples that are getting displaced through development, if San Francisco, the city that always says, we're going to be the leaders, we're going to find something good. If we, and the mission in particular, is the hot spot. So, you know, this is sort of ground zero. And for planning to be open enough to try to consider how a neighborhood, a city, can do development without displacement. And I'm not just talking about displacing, you know, I'm not just talking about affordable housing. I'm talking about all the kinds of displacement of the businesses and the culture, et cetera. But to have San Francisco be open to trying that, to trying to see that, you know, I applaud city planning for that. And I applaud Claudia Flores, because at my best, and I'm not at my best anymore, but at my best, I would have been highly challenged to take on the job of herding cats and doing a good job at it, an excellent job at it. I mean, there's city cats she's got to herd, there's community cats, and there's a lot of us, and we scatter in all directions. So thank you, Claudia, for the work you've done, and thank you, John, for supporting it.
Thank you. Any additional public comment? Okay, not seeing any public comment is closed. Director Ram?
Thank you. I just also want to add my thanks to everyone involved, the members of the community, some of whom are here, of course, been most active members, but certainly many others along the way. And my thanks to MOHCD staff who are here, who have been a great partner in this, and OEWD as well. And, of course, to Claudia and Gil and Anne Marie and others in this department who have been so involved. As we have developed this list of strategies that you see on this spreadsheet, many of them, of course, are not directly related to planning to implement. They are other measures that have to do with tenant protections, small business protections. And as maybe no surprise to you, the issues that are becoming the most thorniest and the most challenging have to do with new development and the role of market rate development and how we can manage that growth without displacement, as is being discussed. We are making progress in that direction. We think, I think it's fair to say that the work that we're doing in the mission is somewhat experimental. I think it's fair to say that we are trying to determine a set of strategies that would allow development and stabilize the neighborhood at the same time. And we have to test some things out, and that's what we're trying to do here. I applaud everyone for being experimental here. I think it's the right thing to do. Some of these will work, some of them probably won't. But I do think it's the right thing to do, and I'm personally committed to it, to continuing it. I should have mentioned earlier in my report that the Board Budget Committee did approve our budget largely as you approved it, with a few cuts to consultant things. And ironically, there had been the proposal by the Board's budget analysts to eliminate the position that would implement MAP 2020. And we luckily were able to save that position in negotiations and discussions with the Board. So we did, all of the positions that were proposed in the budget were approved by the Budget Committee. Including this one, and including also related to MAP 2020, an additional enforcement position, a portion of, which will be devoted largely to the whole PDR enforcement issue, which is also a big point that you see on the spreadsheet as well. So as Claudia mentioned, what we'd like to do in our next report to you, probably in August, is bring forward in more detail some of the planning code changes that we've been discussing with the community, in particular those related to 24th Street and the Latino Cultural District, and possibly also the PDR measures, and then flesh those out in more detail and potentially have you formally initiate those in the early fall. We think that set of changes is the next one to move forward on and has a higher priority. And there are several other areas in the planning code that will take more time to consider. So that will be the next round of changes that we'll bring to you in the late summer and early fall. Thank you all.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Antonini.
Thank you. I think this shows a lot of promise, and in connection with this issue, I've been doing a lot of reading. I've read Making the Mission, which is a very good book that takes the history of the Mission District back to the 1900s. So you learn about how the mission was over the years, and it hasn't always been as it was from 1970 to 1990. And also the new Geography of Jobs by Enrico Moretti, who is actually a resident of the mission. And while that doesn't directly talk to this, it does talk about how new jobs are being created. And I think this is very important to know that as we're trying to save jobs, we may not be able to only save older PDR jobs, but to retrain and retool to be able to employ people in some of the newer jobs that are being created. So I think those are a couple things. And, we have to do this very carefully because we want to make the changes that protect present residents and present businesses and artists and those sorts of things, but we also don't and should not freeze a neighborhood from change. First thing I'd like to say is I think it's very important that no changes in any kind of affordability requirements be passed or proposed until we see the feasibility study, which is forthcoming after Prop C was passed, because you want to see if these levels of affordability are actually even functional, because by driving it too high, what you do is eliminate one of the leading sources of affordable units, the inclusionary units. If no market rate units get built or no money goes into the mayor's fund from in lieu fees, then you're going to have a lot less money to build all the sites that you are hoping to build affordable housing on. And then we also have to really look at the the situation here. Actually, I did a lot of reading. One of the things I read was Fred Broslin, Budget and Legislative Analyst's Office, requested by Supervisor Campos, dated October 27, 2015. And among the statistics that were in there, it kind of analyzed the income levels in the mission and the ethnic makeup and contrasted that with like 20 years ago. And we find that in 2014, or whenever the statistics were, it had more balanced income levels. About a third of the people making under 40,000, a third making 40 to 100,000, and a third making over 100,000. Contrast that to 20 years before, when it was tilted heavily to just lower income. And also the ethnic breakdown in the neighborhood became more balanced. It wasn't just one ethnic group or one ethnic group with about 60% of the population. So, I mean, I think these are all things that we should not be trying to control. I mean, diversity is a good thing, and I think that more diverse neighborhoods are important. A couple of things also. 51% of the units built in the mission from 2000 to 2013 were affordable. There weren't a lot of units built, but the majority of them were affordable. Now, the market rate units have jumped ahead, as we see from some of the statistics, that now there have been, in 2010 to 2015, more market rate than affordable. But, you know, still the number of units built is relatively small. So any ill effects that might come from building market rate units have not even had an effect yet, because we haven't built that large a number of them. And many studies show that, including the Ted Egan study, you talk about block by block. Ted Egan says that within 250 feet from market rate housing being built, there's a 5.7 up to 5.7% drop in the housing prices of units within 250 feet within 2 years, and after 3 years it does not exceed 4.1%. So there's evidence that in close proximity to market rate housing, the prices of adjoining structures actually lose value rather than gain them. So really some interesting things. In regards to cultural districts, I think that property ownership is very important. You know, in North Beach, which was predominantly Italian many years ago, and now the residential makeup is not as heavily Italian, but the culture has remained. And I think one of the reasons is that probably many of the properties are owned by Italians or those who are sympathetic to keeping this culture alive. So, you know, where it's possible for those involved with the cultural, keeping the cultural nature of the 24th Street in particular, wherever they can acquire the property is probably the best way to ensure that's going to stay. So those are my main comments at this particular time. Looking forward to what goes forward, and there's a lot of individual detail that's within this plan, but having studied it carefully, and I hope that the receipt of the things that I've provided that shows where we are in terms of number of units built and PDR displacement. The other thing with PDR, I think it's very important that we don't consider it displacement if the PDR is relocated to somewhere else in San Francisco. This only makes sense. Many businesses don't want to be in an area where they're constricted, where they're not close to freeways, where they need more square footage, where they can get it at lower prices. And if a worker there has to go a mile or 2 miles rather than 1 mile, doesn't really make too much difference. In fact, it's better to keep the business, and we'll see later on a business that's, you know, the tenant is being relocated within the city with a bigger footprint, a bigger PDR footprint. So in terms of artists, the same thing is true. As long as we can keep the artists somewhere in San Francisco. The other thing that was put forward in the report that nobody brought up was the idea of changing some zoning in the PDR districts to allow some affordable housing above PDR uses. And that sounds like it makes a lot of sense because, you know, it would be less expensive land, it would be probably less expensive to build, and it would put residents close to these PDR uses. So that might not be in the middle of the Mission District, but it would be somewhere where there's PDR zones within San Francisco. So there's some good ideas in here.
Commissioner Moore.
Thank you. I congratulate you for maintaining the strength and energy, giving us this update. I was admiring of it the first time around, and I continue to be speechless, particularly because, as Director Williams said, it spans such a wide breadth of topics and involves more than just the planning department. That is, I think, in itself a remarkable achievement. And there are certain words which definitely resonate with me, and I'm going to just say the words, and then I'll add a couple of thoughts to it. The word of pace, balance, set target, monitor, protect, and act. All of those things are not wanting to overturn, but constructively doing and layering, tweaking, negotiating, and finding a middle ground where something is possible rather than getting stuck in a conversation which basically yells up against the impossible and undoable. And I think I am admiring of that as a strategy. When you are telling me that you're looking to pace market rate housing so that it creates a better balance with the production of affordable housing, I am very interested in seeing how that can be done. When you talk about setting targets for PDR, I am very interested in seeing that that is being done. Monitoring progress, minimizing displacement, all very, very important things, particularly when you start to hear them together, because they all are interdependent things when you look at the consequences. Spelling out the protection of the Latino Cultural District as the main goal, reflecting back on all the others, I think is significant. And then lastly, talking about PDR protection with specific targets, as well as requiring rapid resolution, and then talking about potentially looking at zoning. I think you have laid out a game board which is tangible, which I think is focused, and the next thing is to inch into action. Congratulations.
Commissioner Richards.
I echo what Commissioner Moore said. She used the word speechless. I'm going to use the word blown away. This is an incredible body of work, honestly, and I congratulate staff for this and the community for being persistent. Several thoughts I have here. On page 7 of the presentation, the thing that blew me away, and this coming from the mission, is market rate projects contribute to the inclusionary housing, and they actually are a part of the solution. That, to me, is a huge shift in philosophy. And I have to congratulate the community for, I think, getting their minds wrapped around that. I agree with the director. We don't want to kill the golden goose that's laying some golden eggs in terms of the role that market rate housing will play, and we'll have to figure out where that is and what the balance is. But just seeing that in the presentation, to me, was huge. Maybe some higher level things before I get into a couple of smaller level things. There's an awful lot here, and I used to manage projects for large tech companies. You're going to have to prioritize what it is you need to do first, second, third, fourth, obviously, and it's going to need to be based on the importance or impact and the effort. So obviously, your low efforts but high impacts come first, and your high efforts and low impacts come later. So there's a whole string of things that you're going to need to do there. I also think that you're going to need to group it by activity. Legislation is its own work stream. Zoning is its own work stream. MOHCD is its own, whatever it is. But you've got a lot of different work streams, and you're going to have strategies to carry out each one of those. And I think under each one of these numbers on your Excel sheet, you'll need to have a real detailed strategy, dates, et cetera, who owns it, right, and assign them to people, because if you don't have that, these things tend to drift. The other thing, to make this a lot clearer for people to get their mind wrapped around, is creating what I call a common currency of measures. So your gap is now the 2,400 units minus the 750, so you need X number of units, whatever that is, 17 1650. Your common currency on units is number of units. Your common currency on PDR or businesses is relocated businesses, PDR square footage, whatever it is, and agree on a small set of measures, I think, that everybody can get their mind wrapped around on, and it gets people moving in the same direction. Otherwise, it's just so much to take on. I think at some point, a presentation to the Board of Supervisors, to the Small Business Commission, to all the other commissions that would be involved in this, it would be a great idea to get everybody understanding what's going on and what role they play and what they need to do. I agree as well with Director Ram. This is not a plan that's frozen in time. We're testing things out. We need to be able to, I hate to say the tech word, pivot if things don't work out, but we need a contingency plan if they don't work out. If we have a goal with a number of units assigned and we're not going to get it with the strategy, we have to understand what's going to take its place to get those number of units. So a contingency plan is good, especially on riskier activities. I can see the persistence here. You're going to need a lot of persistence because there's a lot here to do, and I really take a step back and kind of gasp it. This is all-encompassing, and it's a good plan. And potentially, this is something that once you get it in place, we could leverage citywide. So I look at the ADU legislation in the Castro District 3, District 8. Now we're talking city. This is where I see this could go. A couple of specific things I wanted to make you aware of. On your item 6T, I'm working with Supervisor Peskin's office to create an enforcement mechanism for bad faith, no fault evictions. So I would suggest that you talk to Lee Hepner. That's already started. On item 3S, we have 1979 mission coming before us, and I did ask staff to produce a stabilized housing map of a quarter of a mile within 1979 mission. That really gives you an idea of what you're starting with in terms of the housing stock, what's stabilized, you know where you can go. So that's one small item on one project that I know that the staff wants to map all the rent-controlled housing and stabilized housing, and we started, I guess, with 5M. You can start, filling in these gaps in this plan, and that would help it. But Dan Sider has already agreed to start on that. And that's it. I'm just incredibly impressed, and I really love to see regular progress updates on this. If you have any questions or thoughts, I know you have process people coming and project managers coming or whatever, and use them.
Commissioner Wu.
Thanks. Want to echo the congratulations and the sense that this is really pushing the boundaries of what planning departments do, and I think that we should really be a model for the state and for the nation in that regards. I think there's both the process and the content, so I would encourage this kind of process to be replicated in other neighborhoods with other neighborhood groups, but also, as Commissioner Richards just said, much of the content that comes out may be able to also be replicated, right? So you don't necessarily have to go through the process to find some of these legislative pieces or policy or programmatic pieces. Maybe those could, after a time of pilot, really just be directly applied citywide, but that the process and the way the planning department has worked is really one that I am very supportive of.
Commissioner Hillis.
So, great progress on all this. I think what we're seeing and doing in the mission could lead to, obviously, to changes elsewhere in the city. I think things that have happened in the mission and the advocacy around affordable housing have led to things like the inclusionary being increased, which I think is great. And kind of we'll see how that unfolds. But I think things are already happening because of the work that's being done here. Just on a couple of the specifics, I guess one topic I always like to see is the small sites program, and that kind of continuing to be thought about and implemented, and even, I hate calling it small sites because I think it actually could be utilized on a larger scale. But the issue of having development satisfy their inclusionary by acquiring a site, we see projects downtown that tend to fee out because fees are high. Is that a viable alternative, that they purchase a building in priority neighborhoods like the Mission and what's the status of that? I know we've talked about it over time.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Kate Hartley, Mayor's Office of Housing. We had a small sites inclusionary option when we were looking at not wholesale, but multiple changes to the inclusionary program before Prop C. Right. So we were working with the smaller builders and others so that we could do exactly what you suggested. Now that we have Prop C, we're in it's a whole new ballgame with inclusionary, so we'll see where that shakes out. But that is something that we support and we think is a great idea. So stay tuned for that.
Yeah, and I think it's a great idea, and one we should move to implement, because we do see those projects that aren't great for inclusionary, and they tend to fee out. And I know you need those fees to build affordable housing, but I think that the small sites or acquisition program can get things online quicker, and it helps prevent displacement because you're actually buying sites that people live in now.
Right.
And come online quick. So thank you.
And if I could, I just want to update the Commission that our small sites program is really active right now. I just signed off on a new acquisition by Meta, and there are multiple buildings in the pipeline. And something we've talked to you about before, the Housing Accelerator Fund, is underway. We hope to be launching this summer, and that is something that we think can get more money out there for the bigger buildings. So it won't be small sites anymore. It will be small, medium, and large sites acquisition.
Great.
So.
And then funding affordable housing, is not necessarily, it's a topic that's talked about here to some extent, but a couple meetings ago, I think it was Rob Poole from the HAC brought up how Seattle funds affordable housing. Again, it's on a broader scale. We tend to do it by development through inclusionary or fees. And I just think we all contribute to, potentially the crisis around affordable housing, not just new development. And they've got a parcel tax, which I think a fairly modest parcel tax could raise significantly more funding than fees, on new development. And they tend to be lumpy. They only come in when we're actually building, and actually when we should be buying sites or building affordable housing probably is when the economy is at a lower point, when sites are cheaper. So I would encourage kind of adding that to the mix of issues in solutions is looking at kind of how we fund affordable housing and broadening that. I know people are always nervous about going to a citywide fee because you got to get the voters to vote on it, but now to me would seem like a ripe time to do that. And then on the arts PDR, I struggle with this. I know there's a couple initiatives being kicked around about, new development would have to replace the PDR, but all PDR isn't necessarily equivalent. New development is going to have probably more expensive rents, and they're going to cater to a different type of PDR client than what was there. So, I think we can learn a lot from affordable housing development, and there seems to be creeping up kind of nonprofits that would have the ability to manage and own PDR space or art space. CAST is one we've seen before. So I would encourage, I know Brian from MOHCD is here and is working on that, but building up that infrastructure of kind of entities and organizations that can run PDR space, because I think if we leave it up to kind of new PDR space to accommodate those needs, we might not necessarily get there. So, but I think this is great progress. Thank you.
Commissioner Johnson.
Thank you very much. Just real quick, I agree with what many of my fellow commissioners have said, and I really appreciate the work of the staff on all of this. You guys have done a fantastic job. I know that I personally was nervous the first time I started hearing about MAP 2020 last year, that it was just going to be a quagmire of stakeholder engagement with 50 people sitting around a table looking at each other, once a week for a year.
And do that too.
Well, we do that too? Can I get the invite? I want to join in on that. But I appreciate that there's been actual deliverables and actual change. And I also appreciate getting the spreadsheet here. I'd love to get this electronically. This is something that we didn't have. We had sort of a summary of many of these items in the last memo, but we didn't have the detail that we have here. So it'd be great to have this, because paper, babies spit up on paper. Won't be able to keep that. Just real quick on sort of the public finance topic, following off of Commissioner Hillis, one thing that I noticed, I totally agree with, adding potential other public finance tools, maybe a parcel tax, maybe some sort of other bond measure to the list of things to look at is great. We have a precedent. Santa Clara County, like today or yesterday, their Board of Supervisors passed a measure to add a bond measure to their ballot in November to raise a parcel tax for affordable housing, specifically for homeless, formerly homeless, but we could expand that definition. And we have a lot of measures on the November ballot that are tax and sort of, money related, but might be something to look forward to in the future. The only other thing I would add is on that similar topic, there was an idea to explore an infrastructure financing district or an IFD or an enhanced IFD. I believe we have one for Treasure Island that's been set up. So it's not that we don't have any. It's just that it's new and it's still kind of in flux how they would work. I think there's the state law passed a couple of years ago, but there's still some work being done around implementation. Personally, I think that an IFD, those sorts of tools and form and what was in its place before, like tax increment, really only works when you have large developments like Treasure Island, Hunters Point, Mission Bay, Trans Bay. You got to have a lot of parcels sort of all together so you can sort of look at a larger area and group together the increment from the increased value of the property tax there to be able to bond against it or do anything with that. So I'm not sure how far I would take that idea for the mission. But I appreciate all the work that's gone into it, all the detail, and obviously looking forward to the future. I know we have some other upcoming meetings over the summer where we'll be talking more about what you guys are doing. So excited for the progress.
Thank you. Director Ram.
Thank you. I feel like I need to clarify, just for the record, a couple of things related to slide number 13 on page 7, and that is about the affordable targets. What that slide is trying to show is that we acknowledge that the community's target is indeed 2,400 units of affordable housing, as Dairo mentioned. It also tries to acknowledge that the city is still trying to work that through. I would be remiss if I didn't channel my colleagues across the building in the budget office who are concerned about committing to that number at this point in time. It is a big number. Which is why you see some of those tools that are listed under there. We don't really know at this point what that involves in terms of dollars, what it involves in terms of whether it's new units only or a combination of units and stabilized units. We are working that through, but I just want to make it clear that that's the discussion we're having right now, and I just want to be honest about that. That's still a point of some discussion between us and the community. But having said that, I do want to just a huge shout out to the Mayor's Office of Housing and Community Development for the 750 units. Those projects are fully funded, and that's a huge achievement from where we were just a year ago on this. So that's a very important number, and it's a lot of units coming to the mission. So thank you all to everyone for that.
Thank you, Commissioner Johnson.
Thank you. And again, thank you for MoCD for pointing that out as well, Director Ram. Just really quick, on terms of solutions, there were a couple of items on here that pointed out looking at child care facilities, looking at larger units and having in-home child care. And I would want staff to point back to the Commission's discussion on Supervisor Yee's formerly proposed legislation around essentially in-home child care units and our discussion around that, because I believe that there were some really important points that us and staff and others in public comment brought up about how that would potentially work and some of the potential pitfalls. And then the other thing is I had asked a few weeks ago for a memo or some sort of summary of how our planning and building and administrative code does or does not allow or does not support the development of child care spaces. And I think that that's something that, obviously that's a separate track because it's something I specifically asked for, but I think it would be helpful because there are 3 or 4 items on here that do specifically relate to child care, and that's the kind of information that we would need to have.
Okay, thank you, everyone. Commissioners, we do have not an extraordinary calendar, we just have a full calendar. May I suggest that we take a short, medium break here and then continue, maybe we take another second break in the afternoon. Okay, so the Commission will take a short break.
SF Gov TV, San Francisco Government Television.
I hate America. Hey, how are you?
Good afternoon and welcome back to the San Francisco Planning Commission regular hearing. For Thursday, June 23rd, 2016, I'd like to remind members of the public that the Commission does not tolerate any disruption or outbursts of any kind, and to please silence your mobile devices. Commissioners, we left off under your regular calendar on item 7 for no case number, for the 2015 Downtown Plan Monitoring Report informational presentation.
That's right. Hi, good afternoon, Commissioners. I'm Paolo Ikezoe, Department staff, and today I'm just going to present a few highlights from the 2015 Downtown Plan Annual Monitoring Report and answer any questions that you might have. So if we could get the computer. Great. So as I mentioned, this is the annual update that we do. It gathers data from a variety of sources, and it mostly pertains to the Downtown C3 district, which is here in red. So although the plan covers many topics, a primary theme is ensuring downtown remains a healthy center for employment. And so one of the main indicators that we track is the demand for commercial space. So here you can see that office and retail vacancy rates have all fallen from the previous year. And the average office rent continues to rise, so it's currently at about $68 per square foot. That's at the end of 2015. And just for context, 2 years prior to that, it was about $54 per square foot. Our hotels are also seeing record occupancy and average room rates. Employment continues to grow. At roughly the same pace as it did in the previous year, about 6% year on year. And so now we're at almost 670,000 jobs in San Francisco, which is a new record. Keep in mind that these numbers, which are the latest that we get from the state, are actually still a couple of quarters behind, so there's likely even more jobs currently in the city. More than a third of our city's jobs are located in the downtown C3 districts. And you can see that downtown jobs grew slightly faster than the city overall, so by about 7%. And we think that's likely due to strong growth in the office sectors. Both office jobs and hotel jobs are heavily concentrated in our downtown C3 district. If we look towards the future, we have about 5.1 million square feet of office development in the pipeline for the downtown C3. And this represents just over a quarter of all office space in our current pipeline. Roughly 3.1 million square feet of that office space in the pipeline is actually currently under construction. So we should see several large projects come online in the coming year. Just again, for some context, I just recently read in the Seattle Times that downtown Seattle currently has 5.7 million square feet of office space under construction right now. So shifting gears a little bit, the downtown plan calls for the city to produce 1,000 units citywide per year, 1,000 units of housing, to meet demand for housing that results from the new jobs that are created in new office buildings downtown. As you can see, we not only exceeded it last year in 2015 with citywide production of almost 3,000 units, we actually exceeded it just in and around downtown. So over 40% of all the housing units that came online in 2015 were located either in the C3 or in the adjacent downtown residential districts. And so while this growth in housing downtown wasn't fully anticipated by the downtown plan, it appears that the trend will continue at least for the next several years. A significant portion of the housing units in the pipeline are located in the C3 or DTR districts. So the 12,300 units that are in the pipeline downtown represent the largest number of units kind of in any area of the city that's not in a master plan or a kind of development agreement area. One of the places where the impacts of all this housing in and around downtown reveal themselves are in commuting patterns. So this slide compares the way downtown residents get to work to the way a typical San Francisco resident gets to work. I think the most interesting statistic here is that 35% of downtown residents walk to work, which is a pretty high mode share. Downtown residents are also far less likely to commute by car. When we look at those who work in downtown San Francisco, the best available data is a bit older. It's from 2010. But when you compare it to citywide, the average downtown worker is still more likely to take transit and less likely to drive than your typical person who's employed in San Francisco. So this trend shows up in transit ridership, and especially when you look at stations that serve downtown San Francisco. So once again, in 2015, BART and Caltrain are both seeing record ridership with particularly strong growth at downtown stations. And I'm happy to report the opening of a new Popos at 535 Mission Street in 2015. So this is the one Popos that opened in 2015 downtown. Nice. So just as a little preview, I always feel like I'm giving you day-old news here. So a preview to this year, to now, I received an email earlier this week from the state's employment department, and San Francisco's current unemployment rate is estimated at 2.9%. So this is a pretty low unemployment rate. I think 4% is considered full employment, so we're below 3 at this point. I'm also happy to introduce Brooks Staten, is it Staten? Staten, who is, she's going to be joining us as an intern this summer. She comes to us from UC Berkeley, where she's doing a joint master's in city planning and public health. So this summer, Brooke is going to be helping us with doing sort of a preliminary assessment of the downtown plan, which is 30 years old this year. So we'll be doing a series of stakeholder interviews and focus groups, and we, of course, welcome any feedback that you all have today. And then if your calendar allows, we'd like to come back either at the end of the summer or in the fall to give you an update on our effort as well. So as always, the report is available on the Planning Department's website, and we publish the raw data tables as well, both on our website and at datasf.org. So that concludes my presentation, and I'm happy to take any comments or questions after public comment. Thank you.
Great. Thank you very much. Opening it up to public comment. Not seeing any. Public comment is closed. And Commissioner Antonini.
Thank you for an excellent report. Some real important items in it. First of all, the 2.9% unemployment is really good news, of course. And the residential units being created in the downtown area, impressive, with the 1,200 that you reported and another 12,000 in the pipeline. So I think that's speaks a lot to our plan to have people live and work in the downtown area. And another thing that's quite impressive and unique, as you pointed out, as opposed to the 7% that walked to work in 2010, we now have 35% that walked to work in 2015. So for all those people who say that the new residents in San Francisco all work in the South Bay, I don't think too many of them walk to the South Bay and back, so or walk from somewhere that far. They're obviously people who both live and work in San Francisco, which we want to see. And then the hotel occupancy 87%, and the employment up to 668,000, which is very encouraging, and we can probably accommodate a lot more. And with the 1.5 million in the pipeline, I guess that includes some under construction. Is that
the 1.5 million
square feet of office space in the pipeline, or was that more under construction? You
there's
that.
I believe there's 5.1 million square feet of office in the pipeline. And about 3 million of that is currently under construction.
Okay.
Downtown.
So one would assume that obviously is entitled, and I don't know how much of that 5.1 million is entitled, but probably a fairly significant amount of it, because it looks like there is a continuing demand, and it leads us to the need to make sure we address the Prop M issues regarding the annual cap and not discourage business from doing what they want to do and locating in San Francisco. So encouraging. Thank you for the report.
Thanks.
Commissioner Wu.
Thanks. It's great to hear that there'll be some more research done about downtown plan. I'm often reminded that the neighborhood planning efforts came right on the heels of downtown plan. So Chinatown, Tenderloin, all of that was very much related to the downtown plan being done first. So I'd love to sort of see that either history unveiled more, or for that to be reflected in the interviews.
Yeah, absolutely. All right, Commissioners, that'll place us on items 8A and B for case numbers 2014.1201 SHD and ENX at 2435 through 2445 16th Street for shadow findings and a large project authorization. Commissioners, please note that on July 16th, after hearing and closing public comment, the Planning Commission
June 16th.
June 16th, thank you. The Planning Commission continued this matter to this date by a vote of 6-0. Commissioner Fong, you were absent on that hearing, and in order to participate, you need to acknowledge that you've reviewed the video of that hearing.
I have reviewed it and ready to participate, and thank you for sending me that link.
Thank you very much, Commissioners.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. I'm Anne-Marie Rogers, Planning Department staff. Before the staff person for this project, Kimberly Durante, begins her presentation, I wanted to spend a moment to thank you for taking these deliberations to heart, Commissioners. This is the very first project advancing under the Mission Interim Controls, and as we've expected, there is a learning curve. Staff appreciates the dialogue that the Commission and the community had last week, and we do appreciate the continuance. This has given staff additional time to respond to the conversation and add more information to our review. Last week, we heard your request to spot check some of the facts and to add more balance to the information that was provided to you. It is this additional balance and testing for accuracy that we've been developing over the past week. Our staff, of course, are not economists, and as such, we don't expect that staff will conduct research on the validity of the conclusions of the reference studies. Rather, we ask that staff spot check the accuracy of the project sponsor submission against the published reports. Ms. Durante conducted further checks and will describe what she found related to accuracy of the project sponsor submission. But it is really the delivery of this balanced perspective to the Commission that requires the most work by staff. This requires professional assessment of the conclusions submitted about the project in the context of the city's policy goals. Towards this end, our current planners gathered with our policy planners, including the esteemed Claudia Flores of the MAP 2020 project, to discuss the project sponsor submittal. We look to see what may be relevant that was not included and should be added by staff. Ms. Durante will discuss the additional information about production, distribution, and repair, and housing demand that has been studied and that should be part of your deliberation. After reviewing this information, staff will recommend some additional conditions of approval for your consideration. Again, we appreciate the seriousness of which you are taking the application of these controls, and this is mirrored by the department's efforts from the director through all levels of staff. We appreciate your patience with us as we learn how to best address the issues that are critical to the future of the neighborhood.
Thank you, Anne-Marie, and thank you, Commissioners. Kimberly Durande, Planning Department staff. Current planning staff has appreciated the additional time to hear the feedback from the community on the implementation of the Mission Interim Controls, and would like to acknowledge that their concerns and state that we are further refining our strategy moving forward that will be reflected in future projects and case reports. Excuse me. That said, in response to comments related to this project, the project sponsor provided a summary of compliance with the Mission Interim Controls, which staff reviewed and determined that the facts cited from the selected studies from the Controller's Office and the Board of Supervisors Budget and Legislative Analyst report on displacement in the mission, the facts stated in the project sponsor submittal were in fact accurate. As to the point the community raised of offering a balanced perspective, the most relevant topic in the mission interim controls as it relates to this project for the Commission's consideration is the removal of PDR space and the displacement of 2 auto repair businesses. The Department would like to clarify and offer more precise language on this matter. Even though PDR replacement is offered for 2,000 square feet of space, the existing PDR space is technically being displaced through removal as demolition of the buildings. In evaluating the literature, the only study referenced in the mission interim controls that address commercial displacement is the UC Berkeley case study for the mission, and this only pertains to retail. However, the Planning Department data points to a more rapid pace of conversion of PDR in the urban mixed-use district than previously anticipated, which has indicated the need for a greater response from the city to assist with business retention and relocation within San Francisco. Thus, the Planning Department, in reviewing this project application, had asked for some PDR space to be retained, and the project sponsor has agreed to provide 2,000 square feet of PDR space on the ground floor. Therefore, the Planning Department is requesting that the Commission add an additional condition of approval to the previously issued draft motion requiring ongoing retention of this 2,000 square feet of PDR space. Additionally, the project is not displacing any current residential uses or residential tenants. Since it is a new residential project, the project sponsor included a discussion of 2 different studies cited in the mission interim controls, the Controller's Report and the Budget and Legislative Analyst Report. These studies discuss the need for alleviating the shortage of housing and the role that market rate housing has in affecting price and displacement. Based on these reports, the project sponsor's analysis concluded that the project will be contributing to the supply of housing and would likely have no impact on displacement because the market rate units would put less upward pressure on the price of existing, more affordable units. Now, as Claudia had outlined in the MAP 2020 discussion on the literature in her presentation, staff's analysis concludes that it is important to note that other studies reach different conclusions. This could be due to the fact that the local level San Francisco housing market is skewed due to an extreme mismatch between demand and supply. The UC Berkeley studies do agree that while market rate development does help affordability at the regional level, at a more localized block level, certain projects may exacerbate displacement pressures and not result in the protective effects that market rate as well as affordable housing have on the aggregate of displacement. While more analysis is needed and is being conducted by outside researchers to provide us with more information and conclusive results, the purpose of the interim controls is not for each project to resolve the questions or to calculate its specific effects, but rather to provide information for the Commissioner's consideration and for balancing the contributions as well as the effects, whether direct or potential, of this specific project while making its final decision and adding conditions of approval. So in evaluating this project's pros and cons, the Department found that this project, which includes some replacement PDR space as well as new market rate and below market rate housing on site, on balance complies with objectives and policies of the general plan. For the housing element, the proposed project is maximizing the allowable buildable height to provide 53 dwelling units with a dwelling unit mix of 30 studio or one-bedroom units, 18 two-bedroom units, and 5 three-bedroom units. The project also provides, the project provides a range of housing types. Also, it will provide on-site affordable, bringing new affordable housing into the area. With compliance in the Mission Area Plan, the existing tenants of the auto body repair shop and the auto glass shop are going to be, the auto body repair shop is going to be, the owners are retiring, so they are have accepted compensation and have terminated their lease. The auto glass shop is a Safe Light, which is a Formula Retail national chain, and we're, according to the project sponsors, looking for another location anyway, and are not seeking their assistance. So although the project will displace existing PDR, those tenants are fine with the relocation or retirement. Although also the new building will include new space for PDR, and furthermore, there are other types of similar uses within the area. Lastly, Commissioners, at our last meeting, the Commission and neighbors expressed concern regarding the proposed design. The project sponsor has worked on an alternative direction for the project and will come up to present that to you shortly. At this time, the department recommends a condition of approval to further work on the design with the project sponsor. Thank you, Commissioners. That concludes my presentation.
Commissioners, this is the second hearing for this matter, so 5 minutes for the project sponsor and 2 minutes for public comment.
Yes, thank you. Project sponsor.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Good afternoon, Planning Director Rame. It is a pleasure to be here again. My name is Juancho C. Sidor Jr. I'm with D-Scheme Studio Architects. I was here last week with Youngmin Jun, the project designer. In light of last week's hearing, we welcome the Commissioner's initial comments and have taken the next steps of re-examining and redesigning the building's exterior facade, bay windows, and exterior materials. In front of you are drawings and renderings showing the latest changes we've made.
I'm sorry to interrupt you. SF Gov, can you go to the computer, please?
In front of you are drawings and renderings showing the latest changes we've made. We have modified the bay window configuration on both 16th and Florida Street facades, as shown on the partial plan outlines. We have also eliminated the various colored panels that are in parallel and facing the street frontages. These are evident on the corresponding exterior elevations shown below the floor plans. We then reintroduce back some hint of color only along the sides of each bay window, making them less visible but just as effective and distinct. While making these modifications, we wanted to remain true to the original concept as we have presented it before. Last week, I said one could take a leisurely walk on any of the streets and alleys and sense the significance of these colorful artworks. Well, I can now add that one could take a leisurely walk and turn to any street corner or alley, sense these colorful artwork, just as you would when you walk around this new building and get a glimpse, a hint of the colors of this new facade. We welcome your further comments on working with us on the building design. We'll be happy to answer any questions you may have. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioners. Steve Vettel for Lebrona Martel, also on behalf of the project sponsor. I just wanted to let you know that we're available to answer questions, respond to the issues you may have. Appreciate very much the staff's presentation on the mission interim controls and their analysis of the interim controls. We're in agreement that this project does satisfy the objectives and requirements of the mission interim controls. And just finally point out that, as Kimberly stated, we are doing on-site inclusionary units at a very high percentage. Under the trailing legislation, this project is at a 17.5% on-site requirement. So we are at a quite high ratio. That's 9 units of additional family affordable housing in the Mission District, and including 3-bedroom units. Thank you.
Okay, if that concludes Project Spencer's comments, opening up to public comment. I don't know if we have any cards or not, Jonas.
Nope.
Sorry, I forgot to submit a card.
It's okay.
Okay. Hi, my name is Sonia Traus. I'm here to speak in favor of this project. I think the developer kind of undersold his displacement mitigation impact, because if this is 53 housing units, then it reduces displacement by 53 housing units. You don't really need a study for that. It's like musical chairs, you know. Compared to what's there now, nobody can live there. And then, yeah, so that's really that's the thing. Thank you so much. I hope this project is satisfactory to everybody.
Hi, my name is Francis Metrosano. I'm a resident of San Francisco. I'm going to piggyback on what you just said. Basically, I know it's not a huge development project as compared to a lot of other ones out there, but we need more residential housing. And I really hope you guys approve this. Thank you.
Next speaker.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Mary Eliza here. I'm sorry for my badly constructed letter, but I was up until 2 o'clock last night here, so I'm just going to read the 2 paragraphs that nobody's really covered too much. One of the issues that really gets mentioned is the need for parking and loading for PDR units. Florida Street is a wide street with little cross traffic. It is well positioned to allow for more parking and loading needs for PDR units. And also, we hope you will take advantage of the situation to keep the ground floor 100% PDR to help mitigate the loss elsewhere. This area has long housed a strong creative community, and many studios and galleries are moving into this area to escape the downtown rents. This neighborhood has a strong draw during open studios and other art events. There are a number of live theaters as well. Preserving the arts and galleries in this area is crucial to preserve and promote the arts in San Francisco. So rather than put in more commercial units, because there's actually a few empties in that neighborhood, particularly in the Safeway Center, there's a lot of empties there. We feel that there's less need for more commercial units and more need for PDRs, and this is a really good place to keep the PDRs, to keep the artwork walks flowing, and keep the draw coming to that neighborhood for that purpose. And like I said, the whole situation with the cross traffic not really being there, it's sort of an off street, it's a very wide street. I didn't catch anything about what the colors consist of. Are they glass? Are they, I don't know what kind of materials they're using. Also, I didn't catch anything about what the amount of PDR is in the building. I assume it's the same as it was before, so we just request that you retain all PDR on the bottom floor. Thank you.
Additional public comment?
First question I need to have asked is what time does the Pacific Heights district will be discussed? Because I didn't get one of the venues of your date, the meeting today.
Ma'am, we're on item 8.
Yeah, that's in
So
the
this
Mission
is
District. 8 is Mission.
This is 16th Street, that's right.
That's Mission District.
I'm sorry, I thought you said Pacific Heights.
The Pacific Heights is by Japantown, by that Sacramento, Fillmore Street.
I think there's agenda right there on the table there for you.
Okay,
It might be
thank
helpful.
you. That's what I was asking for.
Is there additional public comment on this item, 16th Street?
Overhead, please. Okay, so this is just one little project. Gee, little projects like this ought to be easy just to rubber stamp. But the cumulative impact of little projects like this throughout the mission essentially, in my mind, results in the death of the mission by 1,000 cuts. And, I'm sure that anybody up here that does medical things sort of knows that first, do no harm is a principal tenet, at least in the medical profession. I guess I'd also like to state that, the term hasn't been used, but it sort of underlies a lot of the current thinking of the developers, and that's the term highest and best use. I'd really like highest and best use to eliminate itself from our vocabulary because it points to simply a highest economic use and really not the best use. So basically, the CPE exemption for this project cannot be approved because of the cumulative impact of all of these little and big projects in the mission, and because the Eastern Neighborhoods Plan, EIR, is obsolete based on significant changes on the ground subsequent to its expression or its conclusion, and essentially the Eastern Neighborhoods Plan as a policy is also totally inadequate at this point and will need to be reexamined. So, all right, thank you for letting me put that into the record. These are things that Mary Eliza delivered.
Good afternoon again, Commissioners. Excuse me. Peter Papadopoulos, Cultural Action Network. I wanted to touch on a few things, starting with the interim controls and Kimberly from Planning's update to them, what's in front of you. I appreciate that there was some work done responsive to the community to update some of what you saw in terms of studies and planning and potential impacts that we're looking at here. I wanted to touch on a few things and clarify some things as well. Just to go back to the Ted Egan report, which I think is still being described as accurate, it's currently inaccurately cited, 100% inaccurately in the report, from what I know. It says that, it quotes from the developer's submission, which says that the Ted Egan report shows that essentially gentrification does not occur due to market rate housing because the study looked at home prices and they did not rise. In fact, they fell by 5%, which many of you will know is irrelevant. What we really want to know is what happens to rental prices. And I checked with heads of real estate agencies, and they are in fact not directly correlated. So, and it's incorrectly cited. I believe there's still the loss of PDR businesses here, two of which I was happy to hear that they were, discussed that we are losing them, and that it is apparently voluntary under some deal. But it's still two more neighborhood-serving businesses lost to the community, which is significant. On a housing level, this level of minimum affordable housing, we know, I just discussed it previously, is gentrifying. 53 units do not create 53 units of relief in the neighborhood. They create neighborhood block by block gentrification. Perhaps regionally, they make a drop in the bucket. Yes. So I think that thinking about the PDR, and remember that we're at 213% pace, so we want to see this project have significantly more housing, affordable housing, and PDR. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Again, Dairo Romero, Mission resident working from the Mission Economic Development Agency. I want to appreciate the effort from the staff report, including the things that we have been working with the department to analyze better the projects, to get a better sense of what is the impact of the project. I want to highlight again my Valencia Street corridor. There were like more than a dozen of the smaller than this one projects where there was gas station and out-of-body repair. There is none right now. And when we are talking about these single projects, is that you can make decisions and shaping this project, because where we are going to get our cars repaired to Daly City, South San Francisco, Bayview, this is what we are thinking about. That cannot just in San Francisco. This is one thing that happened. It's 53. There is not really. We talk about the 2,400 affordable housing, and we want that the developers help us to close the gap. And just by saying that this is 17.5% inclusionary housing is only half of the unit, because it's a UMU and requires 16, like 17.5 is just a half of the unit. I think that we will need more, and still we need the replacement of PDR. They were vital businesses. They were not under the water. They were serving the city and the community, and we are not going to have those businesses later. And for the design, I think that there still are things that we can improve. I don't know if the neighbors that they are going to block the sunlight are here, but I think that it will be good to have a community process to a better design of this building. Thank you.
Is there additional public comment? Any additional public comment? Okay, public comment is closed. Commissioner Antonini.
Yeah, I think this is a very good project, and I spent about 10 hours this week requesting and reading studies because there was talk about not enough documentation. So they said the same things they've said in the past, and so I also made an effort to have staff produce some figures that showed how much PDR was analyzed for the eastern neighborhoods, the Mission in particular, and how many housing units were analyzed, and for the Mission in particular. So I'm not quite sure why staff is saying that there seems to be this acceleration of the PDR loss, but according to the statistics that the staff gave me, even under the preferred option, which allowed for a lower amount of PDR loss, it's only 25% of that analyzed, and under the option C, it's only 6.5%. So, I don't really see that this, something is right, and I assume that what staff has analyzed and given to us today is correct. So, and similar things exist in terms of housing units. And one of the reasons why we have displacement is we haven't built enough in the Mission. The Mission hasn't built a lot of units relative to what's been analyzed, and we won't really know what effect it has on displacement until we actually start building and occupying some units. So this is a very good project. In regards to the PDR so-called displacement, okay, one business is going out of business. They're not going to be anyplace else. The other guys have provided a letter that they plan to relocate in San Francisco, taking up 10,000 square feet instead of 5,000 square feet, and employing 8 more employees. So that looks to me like an addition of additional square feet of PDR in San Francisco than what was there now. We had 10,000 square feet. We're putting 2 on site. We're getting another 10, or from this Safe Light Auto Glass, which is moving to another location. So that makes 12,000 square feet of PDR. And can't all be exactly in the same site, and it's not reasonable to expect it to be. It doesn't make any sense economically. These guys were going to move anyway. They needed more space. So those are the main things. The other good thing about this, a lot of people have sent letters of support that actually live and work in the area, and I have those letters, and I can read them all, but I'm not going into it now. So that's important, except for the few people who come and object to it. A lot of people have sent letters in support of the project. And, I have some concerns with the design. I think it's getting better. I think staff can work it out with the project sponsor and come up with something that is appropriate. And, those are the main things about this. So I'm very much in support of the project. And as far as affordability, they are doing what they were asked to do under the trailing legislation with Prop C. And until we have a feasibility study that says more can be done, I really don't think it's appropriate to ask them to do any more in a small project like this. So I think it's an excellent project. We need more.
Commissioner Hillis.
So first on the design, I think it's going in the right direction. I agree with Commissioner Antonini. I think it could be worked on a bit more with staff. I'm not quite sold on the kind of the color strips, but I think it's vastly improved from what we saw last week. Can I just ask for clarification on the ground level and what's there, how much PDR versus retail or circulation space, and what's changed since last week?
It always was 2,000 square feet.
Commissioner Steve Vettel again. On the ground floor, there's 2 PDR spaces, each about 1,000 square feet. There's a retail space of about 1,600 square feet. And then there's residential lobby, rear yard, garage entrance, the rest of the site.
So total PDR is 2,000 square feet?
Correct.
And those spaces could be put together or divided?
They could be, yeah.
And can the retail space be used for PDR, or are we kind of...
It could be, absolutely. The PDR is a principally permitted use on the ground floor, so there's nothing prohibiting that space from being a PDR use, like an art gallery or something like that, as the one commenter described.
And there were requests to kind of maximize the level of PDR and perhaps have that 1,600 also PDR. I mean, what's your sense on... It seems like an odd location. I mean, it's not a terribly strong retail corridor. What types of retail might work there?
Jonas, can we get the screen up?
Sure, SF TV, can you get the computer?
So you can see that on the upper right is the 2,000 square foot PDR spaces. It could be combined or divided. Then on the corner is the retail space. It's sort of got a double height space at the corner and then a lower height space next to the lobby. One possibility would be that the space next to the lobby could also be PDR, but retain some flexibility to have a cafe or other small neighborhood serving retail at the corner.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
I mean, I'm generally supportive of the project. I think, I like that there's PDR space on the ground floor and a replacement of some of the PDR space. It would be great to see more affordable housing on this, but I think we don't have the power to necessarily require that. I think they're meeting the grandfathering provisions of the new inclusionary rules. So, I mean, I think it's a good site for housing, and I think it works. I would like to see more work done on the design with staff.
Commissioner Moore.
The fact that we would be able to interpret the space dedicated to retail potentially as PDR, I think helps open up the discussion about PDR displacement. And I think I am personally more interested in marketing it towards arts PDR space than towards another cafe. I think every project we hear here treats their coffee addiction as an island unto itself. And I would rather look at an attitude by which a space is targeted to what is being displaced and what the neighborhood needs more than another coffee shop. If one is so addicted to coffee, one can either put an espresso machine in one's own unit or go down the block where the kind of critical way of forming a new neighborhood creates really the synergy to come together in a slightly more remote place and having small business compete or kill each other. Not to talk about the Starbucks phenomenon here. Having said that, is what is of concern to me on this project is the high amount of car provision. For 53 units to ask for 40 cars is for me not quite within the spirit of both the eastern neighborhoods as well as the Market Octavia plan. While I know that the infrastructure for transportation is in the process of being further strengthened, I would like to look ahead and see fewer cars being provided on site. That is a big concern to me, and I think we need to really act more on the larger policy issues. And I remind ourselves that we have been introduced to the new way of parking impacts that we are looking at, particularly with these types of buildings. I appreciate that in 1 week somebody tried to move the project from being a glass lamp, as it was described last week, to a new description of facade. I believe, from my own perspective, that this project needs a lot more work with the department. And as I said last week, and I will repeat, I believe that this building is a background building where the emphasis is more on understanding where you are rather than creating an image which tries to attract attention for its own sake. I think the use of glass and the way it's presented last week was described as appliqué architecture, and I don't think, and that sounds a little bit critical, it has moved much beyond it. I'm really interested in a residential expression, one which somehow captured the industrial nature of where it is in the larger context, including the transformation of where it comes from. Having said that, I would look for a blend with the existing setting and expressing a residential use. I would, from a materials and scale expression, like to see a building which is not designed with dimensions which come out of window systems and wall systems that are already in the suites catalog. But I like to see a particular attention to the measures and the metrics of the neighborhood, and that is not pre-manufactured and cheap, and I can order it in mass quantity. And I'm putting a very strong emphasis on that because for me, personally, a background building with emphasis on background is far more important because it is well detailed but understated. And I think that is what this neighborhood deserves, and everything else is, I think, something the department, should this project move forward to be approved, quite capable of handling in a discussion with the developer.
Commissioner Antonini.
Yeah, Mr. Vettel, I just want to ask you a question about that retail space, and that you mentioned that there was some retail space that might be usable for PDR, and how much of that would be available for that use.
Jonas, can we get the screen back up? I was suggesting that the area adjacent to the lobby, which is it's about 800, probably 800 square feet.
Mr. Bell, can you point to it so that the people who don't see the detail of the plan?
Got the cursor on it there. Oh, that's the lobby. This area here.
Okay, so you've got that additional 800 square feet, and it's not contiguous with the other PDR
Correct.
areas.
That would have to be a separate space.
Separate space. But would that be realistically big enough for a PDR business? Maybe an arts
certainly
business.
For an arts, yes,
yeah,
certainly,
yeah.
absolutely. For a studio or a gallery.
Yeah, I would probably like to see something in our motion that might make that, something that would be restricted to an arts or some sort of use rather than just general retail. And that would add us, between the PDR already and the arts, we'd have a total of 2,800 square feet. And that might be something that I will move in a few minutes as soon as I make a motion to approve this.
If I could point one thing out, is that we're not seeking any exception for parking. We're at the principally permitted amount. There's no additional parking we're seeking.
Right. I understand that. It only makes sense to me. And it's on its own separate level.
Commissioner Johnson.
Thank you very much. Thank you for bringing this project back to us. Just a couple of things. So back on the sort of retail commercial space that's labeled, and we were talking about that could be PDR. Which type of PDR space is that? We had this discussion earlier when we had a project that labeled trade shop as PDR, and we had this whole discussion about whether or not it was actually PDR space or not. And so I asked the same question about this space. Which zoning, like which part of the planning code is retail commercial? Is that under PDR? Is that under retail? Yeah.
Commissioner, the retail section is defined under, in this case, Planning Code Section 843 for the UMU. So it would basically be a use category. So we distinguish retail separate than PDR uses, basically in that zoning category. So like general retail, like coffee shops or corner market, things like that would be considered retail. Trade shop as its own distinct use, as we discussed previously, like a contractor's office or a carpenter or tailor would be something that's considered a trade shop.
Okay. Okay. So I don't know that I want to make a particular argument for it right at this moment, but I just want to, in my own mind, retail commercial, it's not PDR. There's a restriction on uses. Yes, you may be able to have some sort of show space for work that is developed in other spaces where you could have more typical PDR uses and the categories of uses that are un-PDR, but retail commercial is not PDR. So just making that very clear. I would just say a couple other things. So to that effect, we've had a lot of public comment in letters and also a couple people today talking about why is the entire first floor not PDR. Now, I won't advocate that far. I won't go that far. But I will say that I'm not convinced, other than of the policy where we want to pay attention to unit count and getting as many units as possible, I'm not convinced of the 2 ground floor units. They have private terraces that the back of the terraces face the property line wall of an adjacent building. And otherwise, that is your only access to light open space. The other enclosed parts of those units are backing the retail and or the PDR spaces. And so those are units that, could potentially be on the block to convert to additional PDR square footage. And so I might ask this project sponsor, was that a consideration? And, I'm prepared for answer either way.
If we can get the screen back up. Yes, there are 2 residential units facing the courtyard on the ground floor. They are somewhat lower than the PDR space on the 16th Street because of their ground level is lower. So you'd end up actually having to take out 2 floors of residential to make that PDR larger, because the PDR, at the 14-foot floor to floor is going to take out is double height. You take out 2 sets of units. So you'd probably lose as many as 4 units to get a little bit of additional PDR. So we did look at it, and that was the problem. And that's why we think it's a better use of space to use the commercial space on the corner. If you feel it's important to have more than the 2,800 and the corner, if all the corner retail needs to be PDR, we could live with that as well.
I could go either way on it. It wasn't clear from the schematic what you'd be giving up, right, to have those 2 ground floor units become more PDR retail, and that's why I asked the question. That was really an actual open question.
And I have a section, if you want to see the section to show that we'd lose 2 stacks of units, I can bring that up.
Sure, if you have that.
Section, yeah. to the next one. Next one. Yeah. Yeah. We're going to have the screen back.
Okay, there we go.
You can see in this location, you'd be losing 2 stacks of units to
Right.
make that double height PDR space deeper.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
And then additional question. So this one's a little bit, a little bit more detailed. I don't know if people care about this other than me, but your bike parking that you have in your basement level. I would like, post whatever decision we make today, assuming that this project goes forward in some manner, for you to continue to look at the design of that. Right now, your bike parking for 60 spots is accessible by 2 90-degree turns, which really doesn't make it very usable, and it's difficult. Yeah. Maybe you have a little light road bike where you're just putting it on your shoulder, that's fine. But if you have an actual commuter bike with panniers and whatnot, coming out of the elevator, right turn, another right turn into the parking is a little bit challenging. And I'm sure that's an easy fix somehow. Thanks.
Commissioner Richards.
Yes, excuse me. First question, I didn't see in the packet under the admin code your anti-discrimination in housing statement. Mr. Vettel, is it filed?
Yes, we did file it. Joe remembers signing it. Yeah.
Okay. Do you recall what the details were?
Pardon?
Do you recall what the details were?
It asks you if you have, if you as the developer operate rental units outside the state of California, and if you mark no, that's it.
And it's a no.
We marked no. Yeah,
it's a no.
And signed it. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
I guess several things. We're dealing with other projects recently. I look at the parking. I look at the location here. And somebody just mentioned vacancies at the Safeway Center, which is, I think, literally a long block away, kitty corner. You go up the hill, and there you are at the corner of the big center with a clothing store and a grocery store and a gym and all kinds of things that you could use. So I understand from a family point of view, the 2 and 3 bedrooms where you have a family, give it granted you need a car. So I'd say that's 23 spaces. Then you have the studios in the 1 bedrooms getting the additional 17 spaces, and you get 1 car share space. So I think the parking's too much. I also think, as we were dealing with other projects, and I guess I'd ask staff on that parking issue, you're 3 long blocks from a BART station, Barton Muni, what lines run up and down 16th Street? I know they're supposed to be a more kind of a rapid 55 bus is going to be serving. Can you give me something on what the transportation modes are like, the ability of public transportation besides the BART station?
So we're down at Bryant Street and Florida. So if you give me just a moment to pull up the.
Yeah, Commissioner, I might add that it's likely a far walk to the closest BART or Muni stop, but I do know there is a couple of bus lines that run down 16th Street in proximity to the site.
I mean, I recall the other projects that we were talking about in Potrero Hill and how underserved they were by buses, and we met with the mayor's office and the community members, and the MTA talked about the new lines that they're putting in.
Correct.
And this project's going to be surviving many, many years beyond the implementation of these lines. And I recall one of the lines was the 55.
Okay. Yeah, as far as I know 16th Street is subject to some of the MTA review for basically improved transit service. So
16th is designed, is intended to become a, for lack of a better term, kind of a BRT light.
Okay.
It was identified in the Eastern Neighborhoods Plan. It's largely funded or mostly funded at this point.
Okay. So it's good. Enhanced transportation is going to happen.
Yeah, I did want to point out that many of my clients that have UMU projects, they ask for an exception to do more than the principally permitted amount of parking, and we sort of negotiate the more than the principal amount. In this case, we didn't do that. We came in with a no exception, a principally permitted 0.75 parking ratio. We didn't ask for 1-to-1 for the two-bedroom units. So I think to be consistent, I would ask the Commission to consider that we didn't come in asking for more parking than principally permitted. We're at 0.75. We're not at 1-to-1 for the 2- and 3-bedroom units. So we're at a pretty low parking ratio already.
I think, Mr. Vettel, I would prefer, as I look at studios and one-bedrooms, I get where you're coming from, but car ownership rates for studios and one-bedrooms probably going to be less than we think, and I don't have the census tract to say whether it's 0.5 or 0.25, but we know that car ownership among younger Americans is much less than older Americans. And I see one car share space. Now, the other question I wanted to ask was, if I want to move into one of the units, where would I pull my moving van up, and how would I get my furniture up the elevator and into my unit?
You'd park on Florida Street and go in through the lobby or through the garage. For residential buildings of less than 100,000 square feet, there's no off-street loading required.
Okay. So I think there could be more around the parking, especially around car share for the people that don't own cars, and I imagine it's going to be more than we think. I do like the idea of more PDR. I do get the need potentially for a meeting spot to enliven the streetscape with another cafe. I don't want to get on Commissioner Moore's bad side, but I get the idea of some retail. So I would support some retail, but at a reduced rate in exchange for some PDR. And obviously, I would ask staff to continue to work with the project sponsor on the design.
Commissioner Hillis.
So on the, so I'm going to try to make a motion to approve with the conditions that staff approve with conditions, with a further condition that the larger retail space be converted to PDR use or limited to PDR use. And I get kind of, Commissioner, what's that?
All of it.
That's 1,600 square feet
Okay.
retail space. I mean, I understand Commissioner Richards' concern about parking, but I think this site, given where it is, and kind of, I mean, if you walk around these blocks, especially to the north of this site where Safeway is, this is not the most kind of walkable neighborhood. I think the walk to the BART is not, I mean, it's not like walking down a commercial corridor where there's kind of fine-grained spaces. So given the fact that they're in stackers, we've got a significant number of 2 to 3 bedroom units, I mean, I'm comfortable with the parking as is. So that would be the motion, convert the 1,600 square feet to PDR, and then continue to work on the design of the facade with staff.
Second.
Commissioner Antonini.
Yeah, I just wanted to, I did second the motion, but I just want to do the math. So we've included in PDR, which could include art space, I guess, under the definition of PDR. Okay. We've got our original 2,000, we've got 800, and then how much of the retail, how much is that retail space?
1,600.
So 16, so you're ending up with
3,600 square feet of PDR space.
3,600 of PDR, okay. All right, yeah, that's fine. Sounds good, and I'm supportive of all the other things and continue to work with staff on design and work with the bike and park parking issue that was brought up by Commissioner Johnson to see that the access could be a little easier to get bikes in and out of there.
Commissioner Johnson.
Thank you. Yeah, just real quick, Commissioner Richards, maybe remember a point that I did want to bring up. I don't remember seeing anything in the packet, and this might just be me, about transportation demand management. So I know there's one car share parking space, but are there other measures? And this could totally have been me just missing this.
Commissioner, the TDM ordinance isn't active right now, and so the car share is the only, I guess,
Okay.
TDM-esque portion of the project,
okay.
plus the bike parking.
I see where Commissioner Richards is coming from. A lot of neighborhoods aren't walkable till you make them walkable. So hopefully we'll see that in the future. And like I've said before, I'm supportive of the parking here because it's within permitted parking. And I think that neighborhood right now, within the next number of years, could use those spaces to make these units more usable and sort of livable for people. But certainly in the future, we're going to need to look at conversion of space and adaptive reuse, because that whole area is going to shift. And in 10 to 15 years from now, we'll be having a completely different discussion about how people get around that area.
Commissioner Richards.
I guess a couple of points. Staff, you were mentioning the issue with the gentrification and its indirect displacement effects on a block-by-block basis, and I kind of missed what was being said around it's being studied now, it needs further study. Can you come back up and let us know, if you can recall what you said, I'd appreciate it, just so we can understand from the community's point of view.
Yeah, I can speak to that a little bit.
Thanks.
I think what we're trying to say is that the reports cited that the project wouldn't result in displacement and gentrification, but I think we're just trying to provide that there is more studying being done to determine whether at the block level, at the local level, there is some displacement and gentrification pressures, and so just trying to provide a little bit more balance on what was reported by the project sponsor and giving you that information so that you know that there is more research being done.
Okay, thank you. I think to some of the speakers' points, especially given the last presentation, 2 presentations ago, in the gap of affordable units, you're going to get 9 more to fill. Honestly, that there is indirect displacement, and it probably would be the Nexus study calls for higher than 17%, at probably double that rate. This is what we got to work with now. I also think that another speaker said if somebody has a choice to move in this unit or buy a flat, I've just read in the Mission Local 2 evictions occurring this morning, one of a teacher and one of an artist. I encourage you to take a look at it. They're exactly what I was talking about in terms of rent ordinance enforcement. They're sham evictions and they're harassment. I think that somebody has a choice to live in a different unit that's new and vacant. They might not be evicting people. So I think that would mitigate direct displacement. And I think we do need further study on the indirect. My one last point would be I would definitely support an additional car share space instead of one residential parking space. And I don't know what the project sponsor feels about that. Make it 2 car share spaces. I do support the PDR, all PDR, which is about a 50% replacement. I'm asking what you feel about it.
One for the other.
We have 2 handicap, and that's an additional X. You're going to bring up the screen again, Jonas. Looks like there is one independently accessible space that's not a handicap space, so that could become a second car share space.
Would that be acceptable? Okay. I'd like to amend the motion to include an additional car share space in lieu of an unbundled parking space, and I could support this.
Yep. And as a seconder, I'm okay with the 2 car share.
Okay, good. Commissioner Moore.
We have given this project a hard time. I think it is fair to say that overall this project produces good units. I believe that the use of the L shape is indeed balanced, that the ground floor units indeed contribute towards the quality of the units above because they create just the right depths of courtyard with the right dimensions, emphasis on correct dimensions for light and air. We do not have any unit exposure variances or nested bedrooms. So overall, that project in its just infrastructure as a building is a well-designed building. It just needs more work on some really rethinking of the facade and how the residential building expresses itself. And I like to ask that the department considers asking in an informal fashion some commissioners to participate. Those discussions have really added just to open it up in a very positive way, and I suggest that we do that here too. That's acceptable.
If
There's nothing further. There is a motion that has been seconded to approve this project with conditions as amended to include the larger retail space of approximately 1,600 square feet to be limited to PDR, to continue working with staff on the design, and to replace one off-street parking space with a second car share space. On that motion, Commissioner Antonini.
Aye.
Commissioner Hillis.
Aye.
Commissioner Johnson.
Aye.
Commissioner Moore.
Aye.
Commissioner Wu.
Aye.
Commissioner Richards.
Aye.
And Commission President Fong.
Aye.
So moved, Commissioners. That motion passes unanimously 7-0. Commissioners, that'll place us on items 9A and B and C. That was all included.
Okay.
Commissioner Hillis.
So I need to ask to be recused on these items. When I worked for the city, I was the Octavia Boulevard project manager and began negotiating the sale of these parcels.
Move to recluse Commissioner Hillis.
Second.
Thank you, Commissioners. On that motion, then to recuse Commissioner Hillis, Commissioner Antonini.
Aye.
Commissioner Hillis.
Aye.
Commissioner Johnson.
Aye.
Commissioner Moore.
Aye.
Commissioner Wu.
Step down.
Commissioner Richards.
Aye.
And Commission President Fong. So moved, Commissioners. That motion passes 6-0.
Commissioner Antonini?
Yes.
Did you have a comment? Did you have a comment?
Oh, no, I'm sorry. My name's still up there. I didn't really know why. Okay, sorry.
All right. Very good, Commissioners. And this is for case numbers 2008.0428K at 350 Octavia Street for the shadow findings, 2014-002330 CUA, and the zoning administrator will consider the VAR at 300 and 350 Octavia Streets. Please note that on May 5th, Commissioners, after hearing and closing public comment, you continued this matter to today's date by a vote of 6-0. Commissioner Hillis happened to be absent that day.
Good afternoon, President Fong and members of the Commission. Carly Grobe, Planning Department staff. The project at 300 and 350 Octavia Street, also known as Central Freeway Parcels M and N, proposes the new construction of two 5-story mixed-use buildings with a total of 24 new dwelling units and approximately 1,800 square feet of ground floor retail. The project does not propose any off-street parking. The project site is located on the east side of Octavia Street between Fell and Oak Street in the Hayes Valley neighborhood. The northern parcel, Parcel M, is bounded by Fell Street to the north and Hickory Street to the south. Parcel N is bounded by Hickory to the north and Oak to the south. The subject lots are located within the Hayes-Goff NCT zoning district and the 50X Height and Bolt district. This project was presented to the Commission on May 5th, 2016. The Commissioners continued the item, requesting that the project sponsor redesign the project to activate the rear building walls. The Commission also requested additional information on the adjacent property located at 333 Fell Street. After meeting with owners and residents of the properties adjacent to both parcels M and N, the project sponsor has incorporated several changes into the project to incorporate more light and activate the rear building walls. The following modifications will be incorporated into the project on both parcels M and N. The eastern corners of the buildings have been pulled back and angled away from the property line, which allows the property line windows at 333 Fell to remain. The parapet and stair enclosure have been angled away from the adjacent buildings on the eastern edge. The top 12 inches of solid parapet wall has been replaced with glazing. The rear windows have been enlarged to bring in western light through the stair cores. Sun-reflecting mirrors will be installed to increase the reflection of light, and a mural has been proposed for the rear wall. The subject and color palette of the mural on each building will be determined through further outreach with adjacent property owners and residents. On Parcel M, the northern parcel, the 18-inch gap has been removed at the ground floor to prevent debris from collecting at the ground floor. A green wall will be incorporated onto the rear wall, and rear glazing will be translucent or textured to alleviate privacy concerns. On Parcel N, the southern parcel, an 18-inch setback has been incorporated at all levels adjacent to the neighboring rear yard and light well. The walkway on the eastern edge of the roof deck will be pulled away from the property line to the minimum width required by building code. A glass windscreen will be added between the project's two elevator cores to the allowable 10 feet in height. A creeping ivy green wall will be installed with automatic irrigation system on the subject property. The sponsor will paint the interior of the stairwells a gloss white to reflect the light, and the glazing on the rear building wall will be installed at all 5 stories, starting at the lowest story possible. This rear glazing will also be textured to alleviate privacy concerns. I'm going to distribute some information to you, if you wouldn't mind. Included in the information that I'm handing out right now is additional information on the property adjacent to Parcel M at 333 Fell, which looks like this, which is the colored diagram. We confirm that the breezeways are not considered usable open space for the project, and they are set back from the property line. There are no windows from units facing the breezeways. The windows of all of the units along these breezeways are located within a shared internal courtyard and facing Fell and Hickory Streets. I also reviewed the notification documents to confirm that notice was correctly distributed before the May 5th hearing. So in order to proceed, the project requires the following actions. First, the project requires that the Commission adopt findings that the net new shadow cast on Patricia's Green by the proposed project would not be adverse to the use of the park. The proposed project would increase the square foot hours of shadows by less than 0.5%. On the day of maximum shading, new shadow would appear on the southern third of the park and would recede shortly before 10:30 a.m. The Rec and Park Commission has recommended that the Planning Commission find the shadows cast by the project would not be adverse to the use of Patricia's Green. Thank you. Second, the project requires that conditional use authorization to allow a dwelling unit mix with fewer than 40% two-bedroom units. 8 of the proposed 24 units are 2 bedrooms, which is equal to 33% of the total number of units. Finally, the project sponsor is requesting a variance from active ground floor, permitted obstructions, and lot size requirements of the Planning Code. Since the hearing on May 5th, the department has received 8 additional letters of support and 1 additional letter of opposition. I have provided copies of those letters in the packet that looks like this. This packet also includes revised findings and conditions of approval describing the affordable housing requirements in greater detail. The conditions included in this packet will supersede those included in the published packet. They're non-substantive changes but reflect the most recent proposition and trailing legislation. In conclusion, the department supports the project because, on balance, it meets the goals and objectives of the Market and Octavia Plan. The project provides housing and active ground floor uses on a parcel identified for infill development and incorporates high-quality materials and a unique design element to enliven the Octavia Street wall. The sponsor will provide additional detail on their outreach efforts since the previous hearing and the resulting modifications to the project. And I'd like to introduce Dave Winslow, our staff architect, to provide a brief overview of the Market Octavia Plan. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. David Winslow, staff architect. As Carly mentioned, I'm going to provide a brief background on Octavia Boulevard and the Market Octavia Plan efforts in relation to the former freeway parcels. In 1989, the Loma Prieta earthquake rendered the double-deck Central Freeway deficient and in need of reconstruction. The proposed freeway redesign would bring a double-decker freeway, a new side-by-side freeway within inches of existing buildings. An alternative was proposed to construct a multi-lane boulevard in its place. In 1998, a voter initiative, one of 3, passed to remove the freeway and build Octavia Boulevard, which opened in 2005. In doing so, 22 freeway parcels were transferred to the city from the state for sale and for development of affordable and market rate housing. You can see here on the map. The proceeds from the sale of the land and impact fees from development were intended to fund the construction of the boulevard and community transportation benefits. To build on that initiative, the Planning Department, supported by the Hayes Valley Neighborhood Association, started working on the Market Octavia Plan in 2000. Adopted in 2008, the Market Octavia Plan was a comprehensive plan to enhance and provide substantial growth in this central city neighborhood that is well served by transit. HVNA continues to be actively involved in the oversight of this plan. Core to the Market Octavia principles are to create whole, vibrant, and livable neighborhoods. To repair the urban fabric, and to promote a density and range of housing types within the transportation choices and livability of a high-quality public realm, and to invest public improvements with considerable citizen involvement. In 2005, the Hayes Valley Neighborhood Association, in collaboration with the city, initiated and sponsored an ideas design competition for the freeway parcels fronting Octavia Boulevard to set a high expectation for contemporary, high-quality design to complement the civic grandeur of the new boulevard. The intent was that the scale and density and uses enhance and complement the civic investment of the boulevard and the area plan. OEWD, in its disposition of parcels M and N, P and V, embraced the aspiration of world-class architecture on these sites to set it apart and set it as part of the criteria in the disposition through the RFP process. The proposed building in front of you won both the ideas competition and the subsequent RFP from the Office of Economic and Workforce Development. It supports the Market Octavia vision with exceptional design, and of the parcels disposed at the time, P, V, M, and N, P and V have been built, and these are the two remaining from that period of disposition. Parcels R, S, and T are currently also under review in our department for completing the vision of Octavia Boulevard. And that concludes my presentation. I'd like to turn it over to the project sponsor. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Project sponsor, please.
Good afternoon, President Fong and commissioners. Could I have the overhead projector, please? The main question brought up by the commission in the last hearing were clarifications regarding the existing conditions at the Bridge Housing Building at 333 Fell. Of concern were whether there were any windows that provide light to the units that access their units from the west-facing exterior breezeway. Circulation to the units in the building are typically through a double-loaded interior corridor with no windows providing light from those corridors. There are no windows giving light to the units that access their units from the west-facing exterior breezeway. The west-facing exterior breezeway is not part of the required open space of the building per the permit submittal. And the required open space for the building is provided via an internal south-facing courtyard at the podium level. We also researched the property line windows and confirmed that they were permitted as fixed fire-rated property line windows. We also confirmed that a declaration of use limitation was submitted, stating that these openings would be closed should a building be built on the adjacent property. Note that even though this document exists, we are proposing changes to our project to allow these windows to remain. Since the hearing on May 5th, we have met with David Higuera, the manager of 333 Fell, and toured the building with him. We have met with the residents of 333 Fell to discuss our proposed design changes and to hear their ideas and feedback in an evening community meeting at 333 Fell on May 31st. We've also been meeting with Raul Ariaza, the owner of 276 Oak Street behind the 300 Octavia building, or Lot N, and we have come to an agreement on 7 additional items which are in the memo that you were issued and drawings that you were issued today. And so that memo is here in your packet. We've listened carefully to the neighbors' comments and concerns, and we've come up with a set of several proposed design changes to the building. The changes proposed are to both buildings with minor exceptions. The first is to pull back the building ends at the northeast and southeast corners of the property line so that all of the existing west-facing fixed fire-rated property line windows on 333 Fell can remain. This change creates light slots facing north and south. The second is to fold back the parapet wall at the roof level and the roof stair volumes on our building to decrease the perceived building height from below. The third is to enlarge the property line windows of our building at the stair cores and elevator landing. Also, to change the stairwell wall at the corridor to fire-rated glass and to make the stairwell door also to have fire-rated glass. The goal of this is to bring light through the thin depth of the building and into the 333 Fell breezeway. Per the request of neighbors, this glass will be translucent or obscured to protect privacy. And per the request of Mr. Ariaza, we will lower the stair window to the landing level of the lobby stair. The fourth change is to either paint the building or to provide a mural that will be negotiated and worked through with the neighbors. The fifth item is to create this is the existing court previously, and the fifth item is to create a living wall of climbing vines on the property line wall of 333 Fell, and also for the backyard of 276 Oak. Plants would climb on stainless steel cables and wall-mounted fittings mounted to our property line wall. Plants would be in planters and would be irrigated from our property. The sixth is to purchase trees for the existing 333 Fell breezeway planters and to pay to have these planters move closer to the property line, creating a vertical green screen to the property line wall, especially from the podium level. This change would only occur at 350 Octavia, or Lot M. The seventh is to add reflective elements to the rear stairwell wall, which would reflect the sky into the light court. All of these changes, this change is also happening in both buildings. Some additional items are noted in the memo agreement with Mr. Ariaza and the revised drawings that are in front of you, and I'm happy to answer any questions about that. In addition to these 8 proposed changes, we've made an additional modification to the ground level restroom per the comments made by Commissioner Moore. We have enlarged those restrooms and have added a solid valance panel so that the toilet cannot be seen from the street, even with the door open. And all of these changes meet accessibility requirements. With these proposed changes, it is my hope that you will vote to approve our project. We have been an active and engaged partner with the neighborhood in the creation of this design, and we have met the goals of the Market Octavia Plan and have endeavored to create a real work of architecture. I'm happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Okay, thank you. Opening it up to public comment, Geraldine Van der Bosch, Alexander Groffen, Leila Korfich, Gail Baugh, Aaron Hume, Charles Blues, Matt Hume, and Lauren Ditfeld.
For the record, it's Jordy Van der Bosch.
Thank you.
And just so people are aware, this is the second hearing. You'll be afforded a 2-minute comment period.
Hi, my name's Jordy Van der Bosch. I've been a resident of this area for 7 years, and I'm a professional practicing architect in San Francisco with over 10 years of practice. I compiled the packet here and sent it to each one of the commissioners. I have additional copies for your use here. This project is located within the Octavia Market Plan. However, it does not conform to several of the policies written out within the Octavia Market Plan. First, policy 1.2.3, which limits heights along the alleys in order to provide ample sunlight. The proposed project does not meet this policy. Policy 2.1.1, which asks for mixed use and mixed income. The last I was aware of this project, it is all market rate. Market Octavia Plan Urban Form from page 3, some of the design principles is specifically against, says I've underlined on page 4, the rhythm of individual stoops and bay windows creates visual interest as opposed to blank walls, when indeed, you can see in the picture there, if all the louvers are closed, it does appear as if the building is nothing but a blank wall. Policy 2.3.2, discourage dwelling unit mergers. From the language of the project itself, it appears that somebody buying units there would have the ability to buy more than one unit and to combine them vertically or horizontally, creating less dwelling units than proposed. As I go on, two more specifics. Market Octavia Design Principles number 3. If a project differs by one or more high stories from the prevailing adjacent buildings, to step the project back. And lastly, to avoid creating walls next to adjacent buildings.
Your time is up.
From page 7. Thank you very much.
Thank you. We called Alexander Goffman, Leila Karowski, Gail Bach, Aaron Hulme, Charles Billays, Matt Hulme, and Lauren Ditfield. Please.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Alexander Goffman. I am a tenant of 333 Fell Street Apartments for 22 years. I have written already my complaints and objections against this project to the members of the Commission through Mrs. Carter Grove. And summarizing it, I would like just remind that in '93, when the Fell Street apartment building was conceived and built, they designed it with the facade on Octavia, on West. And they invested money. It's obviously more expensive to construct a building with balconies, windows, than just the building with a blind wall. But they invested money in the windows and verandas, so it was presumed that the West will be the facade of the building. Later, in 2002, 2003, when Octavia Boulevard was designed, again, I recall the pictures of the Octavia Boulevard, and our house still stood as facade building looking onto Octavia Boulevard. So what did change since 2002? As we see in this history, our house was supposed to be facade house. And so this project incurs great harm to my apartment and still 16 more apartments of this house. And I do ask you, please, consider canceling this construction at all. That would be the only change which really makes some difference. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Goffman.
Hi, my name is Leila Khosrovi. I'm a neighbor, and I'm reading on behalf of Jim Chappell, who is the former director of SPUR. His letter reads, I am strongly in favor of the approval of the above noted items, what is being discussed today, as submitted by the project proponent. I have no financial or other special interests in this project, nor do I represent any organization, and am writing to you as a private citizen. As president and executive director of SPUR from 1994 to 2009, I, in 2000, was the instigator of and continuously active in the planning department's establishment of the Better Neighborhoods program that produced the very successful Market Octavia plan. I was co-sponsor of the San Francisco Prize International Design Competition for housing along Octavia Boulevard. The first prize in that competition was won by Envelope A&D, Douglas Burnham Architect, the architect of the 300 and 350 Octavia proposal now before you. I was not a member of the jury that selected the winner. I urge the Commission to approve the proposal as submitted. The proposal meets all of the goals of the City and County of San Francisco and the San Francisco Prize sponsors in holding that competition. This is a superb design, which is, of course, why Envelope A&D was the competition winner. It solves the challenges of the unconventional site. It conforms to the Market Octavia plan. It has no parking. It successfully engages the beautiful new Octavia Boulevard. It provides badly needed new housing. It is supported by the Hayes Valley Neighborhood Association, Please do not be swayed by those individuals with special interests who seek to prevent necessary change to the city. Note that the city and the adjoining buildings always anticipated the development of this lot, and the owner of the building filed the required declaration of use limitation required to them to close their lot line windows. It is the appropriate duty of the Commission to follow the rule of law and authorize this project. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Karkarovi.
I'm Gail Baugh, President of the Hayes Valley Neighborhood Association, and I come to support the development of the project as submitted with the changes to accommodate concerns. I follow a succession of presidents who have been leaders in the neighborhood in advocating for the approval of the Market Octavia plan. This plan process included community outreach to all residents and property owners for over 10 years before final approval before the Board of Supervisors. Another nearly 10 years followed to develop the property with multiple noticing of the residents. The membership of HVNA helped create the Market Octavia plan with the intention to make this neighborhood active and safe. Through street-level commercial activation, there are eyes on the street. Interesting commercial spaces have been created, leading to more jobs and, frankly, just meeting the neighbors. Parcels M&N Development will have a unique sensibility because the developer has had over 10 years' experience experimenting with interesting temporary community spaces at Proxy and with its tenants, the Beer Garden, Smitten, San Francisco Bike Rental, Ritual Coffee, and Aether. In addition, the architect and his team have shown compassion to all residents, offering free use of the site, free movies, concerts, and local artist galleries. The new development will provide not only a unique set of homes for new residents, but also a street scene that reflects our community as it grows and changes. The open-air approach of the commercial space at the sidewalk and potential living alley on Hickory Street will continue the vision of the Market Octavia plan to help create a safe and active neighborhood. We encourage you to approve the development as is proposed with its amendments. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Bach.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. I've spoken in support of this project in the past. Today, I'd like to read a letter from Paul Olson, who could not attend. So, President Fong and Commissioners, I'm writing to express my strong support for the proposed buildings at 300 and 350 Octavia Boulevard. As a longtime neighbor and past president of Hayes Valley Neighborhood Association, I'm very familiar with the planning behind construction on these lots. The design competition a decade ago, the promise of development on these specific parcels, the Market Octavia plan, which, when I became involved, was called Better Neighborhoods 2000, the ballot measure resulting in their teardown of the freeway, as well as legislating housing to be built on the parcels recovered. Envelope A&D has done a terrific job in designing housing for these parcels, which should have been expected after winning the design competition for the parcels so long ago. I am also very pleased that although there is no requirement for them to do so, the project sponsor has adjusted their design to accommodate the people living in the adjoining buildings. Since the parcels were legislated to receive housing and the adjacent building was constructed with the understanding that the windows placed on the lot line would be removed when the parcels were developed, the project sponsor is going above and beyond to be a good neighbor. Envelope A&D has been just that, a good neighbor, for quite some time now. After winning the design competition, Envelope A&D also received a lease for the parcels opposite Patricia's Green, now known as Proxy, as they have worked closely with the neighbors to activate those parcels in a way that brings positive energy to the neighborhood. Their design for 300 and 350 Octavia is also designed to activate the street while providing much-needed two-bedroom units and much-desired on-site affordable housing in an area where this has become an anomaly. Well-designed, well-thought-out buildings on long vacant parcels with neighborhoods serving businesses on the ground floor, on-site affordable housing, a good unit mix, and no parking is a great benefit to the neighborhood and to the city whose voters so long ago required those freeway parcels to be used for housing in a city that struggles to accommodate all those who wish to live here. The project deserves to move forward. Excuse me.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Matthew Hume. I'm a managing partner of the Beer Garden on the corner of Octavia and Fell. And I'm here just to show my support for this project. I think Envelope A&D and Douglas as architect has brought great stuff to Hayes Valley. I've lived there for over 20 years, and it's really given a boost to the renaissance of our little neighborhood. And I'd like to see that continue with this project. I think is a great choice. That's really all. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Hume. Next speaker, please. I'll call some more names. Robin Levitt, Rob Poole, Craig Hamburg, Jim Morshell, Ryan Patterson.
Hi, my name is Lauren Ditfeld. I'm the owner of Propeller, which is a retail furniture store on Hayes Street. I've been on the street for 13 and a half years, well before the freeway was taken down. I had the pleasure of witnessing the competition and was really impressed with, that which was proposed, certainly. And the beauty of it so far has been that much of which has been proposed, a high level of design integrity has been built. And, this is one of the projects that stood out for me back then, along with the proposal and what has become of Proxy. And I think that there's an opportunity here to build a building that that has integrity, that brings a level of respect for the architecture, not only of San Francisco, but certainly Hayes Valley specifically. And it seems that the issues at hand, a lot of it has to do with we'd actually really just rather not have a building there at all. And I don't think that that's sensible. It doesn't make sense for the neighborhood. And the reality is, as people have mentioned, this project speaks to all of the issues that have been raised and goes beyond them in accommodating those needs and desires of the tenants of that building. And there are a lot of buildings that go up all over the place that are, pretty mediocre, and here's the opportunity to have something that's special and really considers, the needs and usage desires of the neighbors, and I support it wholeheartedly. And Doug Burnham and the whole Envelope firm have really, shown that they are for, building a better Hayes Valley.
Thank you, sir. Your time is up.
Mr. Detfeld. Next speaker, please.
Afternoon, Commissioners. Robin Levitt here. I enthusiastically support this project. I have lived in the neighborhood for more than a quarter century. I'm a founding and active member of HVNA, a member of the Market Octavia CAC, spearheaded the effort to replace the Central Freeway with Octavia Boulevard, and worked with numerous community groups to organize the SF Prize design competition in 2005. That competition awarded Doug Burnham's design for parcels M&M first prize among hundreds of entries from throughout the world because it's an elegant, innovative design for two very restricted and complex sites. Based on this, the city subsequently invited Mr. Burnham to purchase and develop parcels M and N. Except for changes to address planning staff and neighbors' concerns, the design before you is pretty much the winning entry from 2005. It meets all the criteria of the Market Octavia plan. It offers a variety of unit sizes, engages the street with ground floor retail and an improved pedestrian realm, has no parking, and would provide BMR units on site. This project is the poster child for the vision of the Market Octavia plan. As someone who has worked for over 2 decades on the realization of Octavia Boulevard, it's my deepest hope that this and other housing will soon be built on the few remaining parcels lining the boulevard as mandated by Prop I that passed in 1999. It's also my dream to see the fulfillment of the vision of Octavia Boulevard. That is to knit back together a neighborhood scarred by an elevated freeway decades ago. The development of parcels M and N is critical to the completion of Octavia Boulevard. For all these reasons, I urge you to approve this project. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Levitt.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Rob Poole, just speaking as someone who lives nearby. I'm on Hayden Webster. I ride my bike down Octavia all the time. I hang out in Hayes Valley quite often. I work nearby too. And I'm supportive of the project just to bring more people to this corridor that I think this could be activated to add more life to the street and just make the neighborhood even a better place to live. What's interesting about this area is that you could probably just kind of, you know what to expect. You've known this project is going to be coming here for about 15 years. You know there's going to be housing there. I'm not an architect, but I imagine it's probably one of the most challenging sites in the city to design. It's probably the most narrow. And the project team has done a terrific job working with the community, trying to make amendments to a site that I imagine doesn't offer much flexibility. And I think it's just a great use of the space. And you can say this about any other site in that neighborhood. All those fenced-off lots, there's going to be housing there one day. We're prepared. We plan for it. And you just got to design the best project you possibly can. I'm not sure what you could possibly build here that wouldn't restrict some sunlight to adjacent neighbors, but I think this project team has done a great job trying to work with the community, not just the Hayes Valley Neighborhood Association, but the adjacent neighbors and the people that don't support the project. And I hope we don't set a precedent for things by trying to delay something that we know was going to be here for 12 or 15 years. So I really hope you support it today, and thanks for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Pohl. Next speaker, please.
Good afternoon, President Fong, Commissioners. My name is Craig Hamburg. I'm here today to express my strong support for the proposed projects at parcels M and N. As a longtime Hayes Valley resident and the current Vice President of the Hayes Valley Neighborhood Association and a local real estate developer currently working on Central Freeway parcels H, J, V, and T, I'm intimately familiar with the Market Octavia neighborhood plan, the neighborhood dynamics, and the realities of building complicated mixed-use projects on constrained infill locations. Parcels M and M are difficult sites to develop. However, Envelope A+D has embraced the challenge to propose two exciting and thoughtfully designed new projects. In the spirit of the Market Octavia plan, the projects contain a mix of 40% two-bedroom units, zero parking, bold designs, active ground floor uses, and on-site inclusionary housing. Parcels M and N are wonderful examples of affordable by design development. The 16-foot wide parcels result in small and efficient residential spaces, allowing for lower monthly housing costs. Zero parking lowers construction costs, reducing the required revenue to make the projects work financially, as well as to promote the Market Octavia's pedestrian and transit-first goals. M and N are exactly the types of projects we need to embrace as our city grows. Over the last several years, our neighborhood has seen an influx of vandalism, crime, and encampments along the Octavia Boulevard. The free lots are littered with needles, the cherry trees are constantly harassed, and we struggle with theft and property damage. The proposed projects will activate two empty lots and better connect Market and Hayes Streets. The ground floor retail spaces and new residents
Thank you, sir. Your time is up.
will help to... Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, Commissioners, President Fong. Ryan Patterson on behalf of Raul Ariasa, the owner of 246 to 276 Oak Street and 277 to 279 Hickory Street. These are the two properties immediately behind or adjacent to parcel N, as in November, and probably the most affected here. Due to a lack of notice, we were not able to engage in the planning and hearing process here, but I'm very happy to report that we were able to come to an agreement with the developer on pretty condensed time frame, and they have been sensitive to our requests and made some accommodations. I'd like to thank Carly Grobe and Douglas Burnham for working with us very hard to come to this point. Mr. Burnham had a site meeting with us, as well as coming down to my office, and a number of phone calls and emails, all to get to this point. Our list of 7 accommodations is included in your packet today under an email from me to Mr. Burnham. Most of these items have already been read into the record, which we ask you to include as conditions of approval. There are 3 items that will be done by private agreement between the parties.
These include nighttime noise restrictions, bilateral maintenance access between the properties, and relocating a lot line window to skylights. So again, thank you to the Commission and the planning staff and Mr. Burnham for getting us to this point.
Thank you.
Commissioners, I'm Jim Warshall, long-term resident in Hayes Valley as well. Jim Chappelle, Paul Olson, and the HVNA official letter that you have received really express most of the salient points, and I couldn't agree with them more. Rather than just repeat any of all of that, I'd just like to point back to a couple of things. You know, one of the first issues is, you know, these lots were created by Prop I, the voter initiative. They were designated as viable sites for building in 2005. And all of the work that's been done through the design process and competitions and community engagement are really getting us to the point where you now have a proposal for some pretty outstanding architecture, providing 24 homes, 8 of which are 2 bedrooms, with 12.5% affordables. David Winslow, in his presentation, spoke about repairing the urban fabric, and that's what Octavia Boulevard was really all about. When you look at the building of 333 Fell, and I go by it every day actually, you know, you see 3 very finished sides and you see one side that doesn't look anything like the others. Here you have an opportunity to really repair the fabric, and this lot was meant to be built on. This is an excellent project, and especially with the extraordinary A changes to accommodate neighbors, I think you have a proposal in front of you that is absolutely flawless, and I hope you can support it. I'm sure you will. Thank you very much.
Okay, any additional public comment? Okay, not seeing any public comments closed. Commissioner Moore.
An extraordinary event created an unconventional site together with an unconventional mechanism called a competition, which is rare, if ever done, to produce architecture of high integrity and setting the bar higher than what we normally get to work with here. It was not for that reason why the project was sent back. The project was primarily sent back to answer those questions which we as a commission have to have answered and be perfectly clear about. The idea of property line windows, what is behind those windows, and how a building affects the other one relative to how the actual building that is affected is being used. That was more than sufficiently explained in the extensive coverage that we received prior and again heard presented today. So I am completely comfortable with all of those aspects that we had asked you last time. What I found very interesting is that beyond that, the architect has engaged with the adjoining property owner and residents in a manner that in the 5 weeks between meeting last time and today, the building has indeed shaped itself to even more address a dialogue between the 2 buildings. And that is very high on my list of positive comments, because it is not just sticking what you did and say, I did it right, so what else do you want, but really listening and making those little tweaks which in the realization of the building matter so much. It's just that extra attention to detail, which I think we often ask about but often have to fight for very hard to get it. Today we're getting it. I do appreciate your thoughtfulness regarding reconsidering my concern about the aspect of restrooms opening directly to the public street, and I'm sure when you thought about it, it was a reasonable challenge. I don't think any of us want to go in there in the fashion that it was done. I'm chuckling here. I am in full support of all of the thoughtful responses to the questions we have raised for you, and I would move to approve with conditions.
Second.
there's nothing further, Commissioners, there's a motion to approve this matter with conditions. On that motion, Commissioner.
We have another motion which precedes that, and that is the acceptance of the small impact of shadow.
Your motion would include that.
Okay, thanks.
Commissioner Antonini.
Aye.
Commissioner Hillis. Excuse me. Commissioner Johnson.
Aye.
Commissioner Moore.
Aye.
Commissioner Wu.
Aye.
Commissioner Richards.
Aye.
And Commissioner President Fong.
Aye.
So moved, Commissioners. That motion passes unanimously 6-0. Zoning Administrator, what say you?
Closed public hearing, inclined to grant the requested variances.
Thank you. Commissioners, we can move on to item 10. For case number 2016-002830 CUA at 1266 9th Avenue. And if those persons departing can do so quietly, we would appreciate it.
It's freezing in here. There's a way to.
Yeah, it's cold.
Yeah?
It's like an Arctic blast, and it's colder than I've ever experienced.
It's really freezing in here.
It's freezing.
Okay.
I am not properly attired for this hearing.
Duly noted.
Are you going to do anything about it, or is it just noted?
If you had a dark shirt, it might be different.
What's colder than
And he's wearing a jacket. I'm like improperly attired.
Let's go show hands if people are cold. We do show hands.
Is staff here?
Oh, they're on their way.
Oh.
Staff is
all
cold,
right.
too.
Very good.
Oh, they're not here.
They refuse to come in.
There we go.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Wayne Farns, Planning Department staff. Excuse me. The item before you is a request for conditional use authorization to establish a formula retail restaurant use doing business as Lemonade at 1266 9th Avenue at Irving Street in the Inner Sunset NCD and the Inner Sunset neighborhood. The site is currently vacant. It was previously a formula retail restaurant doing business as La Boulange, which closed in 2015. Lemonade is a casual restaurant specializing in healthy California-style cuisine, which currently operates 22 locations, and this will be the third in San Francisco. There's currently one on Mission Street in Soma, and a second location which was approved by the Commission in April in West Portal. Since the time that the packet was published, we have received additional public comment. We now have a total of 7 letters of support, including letters from the Inner Sunset Merchants Association, the Golden Gate Heights Neighborhood Association, the Sunset Heights Association of Responsible People, and the Inner Sunset Park Neighbors. We've also received 4 letters in opposition to the project, primarily concerned with the fact that it is a formula retail use. The formula retail concentration in the neighborhood does not change because the proposed use replaces a previous formula retail use. Department staff recommends approval as the project complies with zoning and the general plan, is supported by the merchant and neighborhood groups, and is overall compatible with the neighborhood. This concludes my presentation. I am available for any questions. Thank you.
Project sponsor? Project sponsor?
Good afternoon, Commissioners. I'm Alan Jackson. I'm the founder, the chef, and the CEO of Lemonade. And I'm here to tell you just a little bit about our brand and our concept. It's built as a cafeteria. And my main focus was to create a restaurant that you could go to and basically peek inside a chef's refrigerator if your refrigerator looked that good. And the menu is predominantly focused on seasonal vegetables. The barrier to entry when you go to Lemonade is $2.75. So I really wanted to focus on democratizing fine food. and serving fine food quickly. So we really don't fall under fast food in that we're serving things like watermelon radish with seared tuna or chioga beets with melon or miso beef. It's a very variable experience. You can go there and eat many different items. We have up to 20 different kinds of marketplace items, 10 different kinds of pot roasts, tossed salads, sandwiches. It really is what I consider a California smorgasbord. We're now at 22 restaurants. I'm still the founder, still the chef, and still the CEO of the company. Really excited to join the Sunset neighborhood. Give you a little visual on the brand. As you can see, we talk about seasonality because we change the menu 8 times a year, really rolling around the season. Gives us buying leverage, but it also gives us the ability to change our menu, to have and use the most current vegetables. We really talk about ourselves as being a comfortable place, and we found that in every neighborhood that we're in, we become part of the fabric of that neighborhood, whether it's a small suburban street like Manhattan Beach or Hillcrest in San Diego. We really become the fabric of that community. And ultimately, we think our success really comes down to food and being a food-centric company. I'm going to introduce Huntley Kastner, who is our CFO, who has joined the company in the last couple of years, and he can take it from here. Thank you.
Afternoon, Commissioners and President Fong. I'm going to speak a little bit more about the company and then the specific premises at 1266 9th Avenue. There are 22 lemonades at present. Yerba Buena at 781 Mission is our most recent opening. We expect to open Palo Alto soon in the next couple days, and then we're looking to open stores in Burlingame, Walnut Creek, and West Portal also in the next year. We're very excited about coming to the Bay Area. We believe that San Franciscans, specifically Northern Californians, will really understand and enjoy and appreciate our food and the look and feel of our stores. As for 1266 9th Avenue, we really love that block. We really love that neighborhood. 9th Ave and that area has some excellent restaurants. We love the access to the park. We like being a part of that neighborhood, and we're really looking forward to becoming a community gathering spot, just as La Boulange was before. Here's some facts about the site. It's 3,140 square feet, the same as the prior restaurant La Boulange. 75 to 80 seats, the same as the prior La Boulange. We'll start opening at 11 a.m. and then go till 9 p.m. We will later open for breakfast. It is just a beer and wine operation, no hard liquor. We expect to open this store, if all goes according to plan, around the first of the year. Let me show you some pictures. So this is the current design of the store. We're not changing very much from the La Boulange. Those 3 bays were already there. The gate was already there, and we're basically just putting up signage. Here's a look at the inside of the store. It's designed for communal eating. It's designed to be comfortable. People can hang out at Lemonade. There's a lot of different items you can drop in for lemonade. You can drop in for desserts. Lunch and dinner are both appropriate. It's really a place that you can come all day. I believe that's it. We're really excited about being part of the community. We've had a lot of discussions with all the different community groups, and they have been very supportive, and we welcome all of their support and their involvement in shaping the project. That's it for me. I'm going to have one other representative come up and share a couple other factoids with you. Thank you for your support.
Good afternoon, President Fong, members of the Commission. I'm Taylor Jordan with Lighthouse Public Affairs, and I just submitting some of the support letters from the neighborhood organizations that did not make it into your packet. So these, again, are from the 4 neighborhood organizations we presented to was the Inner Sunset Park Neighbors, Inner Sunset Merchants Association, Sunset Heights Association of Responsible People, and the Golden Gate Heights Neighborhood Association, all 4 of which have presented support letters. And I'd like to give this to you for your perusal. And that's all I have. Thank you very much, and we're available for questions.
Okay, thank you. Do you have one speaker card here? Lawrence Rosenfeld?
Good afternoon, President Fong, Commissioners. I'm Lawrence Rosenfeld, Secretary and Treasurer of Inner Sunset Park Neighbors, and I'm here not only because of the letter that the Board of ISPN wrote to you, but also because I've been involved in all the neighborhood outreach activities as a recipient from the Lemonade team. And I wanted to give you an idea from the standpoint of a person who lives in the neighborhood, what it's felt like to be a recipient of this amount of outreach. Over the 7 years that I've actually been actively involved in the neighborhood, we've had a number of businesses come into the neighborhood. Most of them do the minimum amount of outreach, check the box that says we did what planning required us to do, and go away. 3 have actually engaged with the neighborhood and made a point of using the neighborhood associations, SHARP, GGHNA, ISMA, and ISPN, to reach out to our members and to get them involved. Lemonade is the first restaurant to do it. When they did their initial outreach to the neighborhood and opened the space and showed us the offerings that they have from a food basis and talked to us about the what the interior was going to look like and what their plans were, Hoodline did an article on that outreach event, and the comments to the Hoodline article and some comments that were on Nextdoor, where I happened to be a lead, were extremely positive. You know, you always get a couple of people that say, well, I didn't like it, and that's well and good. There have been further attempts on Nextdoor by curmudgeonly people in the neighborhood to say, look at what's coming in here and we don't like it. And the comments that other members of Nextdoor have posted run about 14-3 in favor of Lemonade. So I can safely say that even though ISPN didn't do a real live outreach to our members and to the 1,000 people who are subscribers to our monthly newsletter, that I believe that if you walk down the street, you'll find that out of every 20 people, 3 of them won't know what you're talking about, 2 of them will be opposed to the project, and the other 15 will be very much in favor of the project. So as a resident of the neighborhood for over 20 years, I urge you to approve this project and get this restaurant into our neighborhood. Thanks very much.
Okay, is there any other public comment on this item? Not seeing any public comments closed. Commissioner Richards.
Thank you very much. We heard the Lemonade story in the West Portal site about 6 weeks ago, 8 weeks ago, I can't remember. I met with the project sponsor. I think it's a great business. It's under 20 locations. The concentration at this location is only 9%, as you read from the report. I think it's very complimentary. It's got neighborhood merchant support, so I move to approve.
Second. Commissioner Moore.
We spend a lot of time when La Boulange moved in there. I think this is a like exchange.
Yes. There is a motion that has been seconded to approve this matter with conditions on that motion. Commissioner Antonini?
Aye.
Commissioner Hillis?
Aye.
Commissioner Johnson?
Aye.
Commissioner Moore? Aye. Commissioner Wu?
Aye.
Commissioner Richards?
Aye.
And Commissioner President Fong?
Aye, and good luck to you.
So moved, Commissioners. The motion passes unanimously. Commissioners, it'll place us on item 11 for case number 2016-000332 COA at 2675 Gary Boulevard. This is also a conditional use authorization.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Wayne Farnes again with Planning Department staff.
The item before you is also conditional use, requesting to establish a Formula Retail limited restaurant use doing business as Starbucks. The proposed location is at 2675 Geary Boulevard, which you'll know as the City Center Shopping Center, which is bounded by Geary Boulevard, Masonic Avenue, O'Farrell Street, and Lyon Street. The subject property is within NC3 zoning district and is part of the Western Addition neighborhood. The subject tenant space has been vacant since an extensive remodel of the City Center Shopping Center in 2013. We have not received any public comment on this project, and the subject tenant space does not have any street frontage, so regardless of the action you take today, there would be no change to the Formula Retail concentration in terms of the way that it's currently measured. Department staff is recommending approval with conditions as the project complies with zoning, the general plan, and is compatible with the existing neighborhood context. This concludes my presentation. I am available for any questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Project sponsor, please.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Mark Loper, Ruben Junius, and Rose on behalf of Starbucks. Just to provide a little bit more context and background, Starbucks is proposing to move into the last vacant retail space in the City Center shopping complex, which is on Geary, O'Farrell, Masonic. And the City Center Shopping Center covers the entire street block. It was built in the 1960s to house Sears Roebuck. Since then, it has housed Mervyn's, The Good Guys, Toys R Us, and Office Depot. It has historically been a site for formula retailers, and that continued with a project that was approved in 2011 to bring City Target in as the anchor tenant. In 2013, the comprehensive renovation of City Center was complete, and back in May of 2014, a number of smaller formula retail tenants appeared before this commission for authorization to open. There was one remaining retail space, and that is Starbucks, and so we are here today to seek your conditional use authorization and culminate the completion of the project that was approved in 2011. The project designer is here to answer any questions, and so is a representative of Starbucks, but I wanted to just briefly run through a few photos to put in context where the project, where the tenant space is, and also the entire project site, because I think it's fairly informative. One moment. Okay, so this is a map of the city center looking north. You can see the arrow that I have right there. That is pointing into where the Starbucks space is. We're going to orient it now to face west. You can see that there is a wall of, there's a line of retailers right there, and Starbucks is going in right next to a Panera Bread, a Chipotle, a Subway, a GNC, and I believe a Best Buy auto place where you can get cool speakers put into your cars. This is an up-close image, so you can kind of see what the orientation is like. The space actually faces away from O'Farrell Street, which means that when you're looking at it from O'Farrell Street, it's kind of hard to see some of the tenants that are in there. You can see the vacancy if you look closely. This is just a view further down. This is the entrance to get into the space. This is a panoramic that I took a few days ago from the parking lot, so you can see where all the tenants are. Starbucks is going right in there, and that is a proposed rendering. So I'm available to answer any questions. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Opening up to public comment if there's any. Okay, not seeing any public comment is closed. I have a question, and you might have actually answered it already. What location, what suite is this replacing, and who was there before?
Nobody was there before. This is the last remaining vacant space from that comprehensive upgrade that happened in 2011. The parking lot is called Parking Lot E.
Is it the lower one or the upper one?
It's this is Target's parking lot right here. This is also Target's. This is Best Buy's. Down here is a parking lot for Ulta Beauty, and then this is what we call the small tenants. So it's parking lot E, and it's accessible on the downslope of.
So there's like
Farrell.
a tanning salon.
There's
Edible Delight.
Yeah, there's a bunch of fun stuff. I'll leave this image up so you can see.
Thank you.
Thank you,
Commissioner Moore.
I believe that this location is really predestined to have Formula Retail. It always was Formula Retail. The time we spent on street improvements, parking lot improvements, alignment of the new building elements, including the repositioning of the large facade of this building, all speak for this as a good tenant mix, given that there are Formula Foods nearby which do not serve coffee, and in the complement of these things, I think this is the right choice. I'm normally not a great fan of more Starbucks. However, I'm sorry to say that. I have to just tell you what I said earlier is not an offense, but in this particular location, I think it is just basically the right combination, and I'm in support and move to approve.
Second. There's nothing further, Commissioners. There's a motion that has been seconded to approve this matter with conditions on that motion. Commissioner Antonini?
Aye.
Commissioner Hillis? Aye. Commissioner Johnson?
Aye.
Commissioner Moore?
Aye.
Commissioner Wu?
Aye.
Commissioner Richards?
Aye.
And Commission President Fong?
Aye.
So moved, Commissioners. That motion passes unanimously 7-0. Commissioners, I will place this on item 12, case number 2014.1007 CUA at 2178 Pine Street. This is also a conditional use authorization.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Mary Woods of Department Staff. The applicant is seeking a conditional use authorization to allow the de facto demolition of a single-family house and reconstruction as a single-family house. In 2013, a majority of the building was illegally demolished. There were permits taken out to insert a garage and insert another second floor level. The previous house had about 4,100 square feet and contained 4 bedrooms. The replacement house will have approximately 5,100 square feet with 5 bedrooms. The CU is required for the removal of a residential unit in a residential district per Planning Code Section 303 and 317. Staff has received 6 letters in support and none in opposition to the project. The Department's recommendation is to approve with conditions. This concludes my presentation. I'm available for any questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Project sponsor, please.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Yaku Askew, Principal with YA Studio and Architect for the replacement structure. We were hired for the design of the replacement structure before you. We were tasked with ensuring that this single-family home be designed so that it's both respectful to the remaining building facade and appropriate to the immediate neighborhood context. As you can see from the photos that were provided in your package, the surrounding properties vary from single-family to 4 units. They're all about 40 feet tall from the street. It's a pretty good steep site, so most of the rear yards are about 15 to 20 feet above the street face. So typically they're 2 to 3 stories, but with basements and garages in most cases, as is typical or as is consistent with what we are proposing as a replacement structure. The proposed single-family residence incorporates the same design strategies, restoring the original facade and creating our harmonious street presence. The proposed structure is about the same square footage of the previous residence, with the exception of the new garage, which is about 865 square feet, and then an additional 100 square feet or so on the first floor, which was previously conditioned and is now going to be considered conditioned space. As can be seen on the front elevation, the project is designed in terms of it's consistent with the heights of the surrounding properties. We're looking at a flat roof and sculpted stair penthouse, again, to minimize the overall height of the structure. And is there a way to zoom out on this a little bit?
Yeah, on the top there.
And the garage structure, which is slightly proud of the main building face, reduces the apparent face of the residence and partially masks the first floor in the perspective, and helps soften the pedestrian experience. There's a nice, generous, welcoming stair to the right of the garage. And when looking at the proposal and plan, the proposed structure is approximately, is a little bit, about 4 feet shorter than the previously existing structure, allowing for a more generous rear yard. It's also set back 3 feet off of the western property face, which is helpful in minimizing the impact on the adjacent rear yards to all the properties along Webster Street. It also helps with the property directly to the north, which is also a Webster Street address. We've worked closely with the Planning Department staff and with the RDT to finesse the proposal before you. I believe this proposal is at once respectful to the original structure, fits well with the neighborhood context, and minimizes the potential for impact on the adjacent rear yards. This conclusion is supported by the numerous signatures of support the Planning Department has received for this project, and I am joined by the project sponsor here, and we are both available for any questions you may have about the proposal. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Is there any public comment on this item? Okay, not seeing any public comments closed. Commissioner Richards?
Yes, one question for the project sponsor belies when I look at this. I might have been one of the people that actually filed a complaint because I drove by this site every week and I saw the building come down piece by piece, and all of a sudden there's nothing left but the front. You're part of the LLC?
Yes.
What possessed you to knock a building down without a permit?
So the building, when we purchased it, was in complete disrepair. And throughout the course of construction, after obtaining permits to add the garage and convert the existing storage space to habitable space, the contractor ended up deciding to take down the building as a safety precaution. We were, with limited experience, his belief and understanding was that as long as the front of the building was maintained or the facade was preserved, that it would not trigger a demolition. When the notice of violation was filed and we were made aware of the issue, we immediately hired the structural engineer and the architect who you just heard from to help remedy the situation. They filed for an emergency stabilization permit to support the facade. And once that work was complete, we actually fired the contractor and have since worked very closely with the Planning Department and staff to get this project back to the point where it meets approval and restores essentially the building that was previously there.
Sure. One other question I have is the building itself, as I recall, was like a light blue or like gray color, and it was stuccoed over. Are you going to take the stucco off and put the wood, restore the wood siding underneath?
Yes. So the proposed drawings, and I think there is a rendition. I don't know if you have that.
Go ahead.
So as you can see from the renditions on page A30, the proposal is to restore the wood siding that was more traditional of what was originally there versus the stucco that you referred to.
I think that's a great thing to do. If you uncover other trim shadow under the stucco, will you replace that as well in like kind?
So yes, there was. So there are some cornices and details that were saved and preserved with the hope of being able to restore them in like kind.
Okay. I could support this if that was a condition that you put those back.
Okay.
Thank you.
Commissioner Moore.
For the Commission, page A1.1, I called Mrs. Woods because the 1914 Webster Street building sits a little close to the proposed restoration of this building. And Ms. Wood assured me that there is a letter to file by which that short distance is not impacting any livable space, or there are no objections to the two buildings being as close as they are. If that would not be the case, I would ask that that would be explained in detail, but since there is a letter, Ms. Wood, if you want to perhaps explain that, then we can not consider it, but I just want the Commission to be aware of that pinching in that situation there. Explain that that letter is there.
Mary Woods of Department Staff. Yes, Commissioner Moore. The owner of 1914 Webster did support, did send in a support letter, Mr. Joe Tata. He lives at 1914 Webster.
We just need to acknowledge that, and I assume this acknowledgement will be in the record so that there is no future dispute between any owners here. Thanks.
Yes, I will include this as part of the docket file.
Thank you. I'm in support of the project.
Commissioner Antonini.
Yeah, I read the historical resource evaluation, and it gives the history, and it's very nice to see that this house is being restored in the fashion that was originally constructed in 1882 in the Italianate style. So I think that's going to be a very nice restoration of what was originally there before it was stuccoed, I guess, in the 40s. So I appreciate this project, and I move to approve.
Second.
Commissioner Richards.
I just want to add as a condition of approval that what's underneath the stucco gets documented and that the shadow gets reproduced with the like-kind material. It's going to add the value to your project and actually enhance the beauty.
What would that documentation be? Is that photographs or?
Yeah, I would. I imagine you'd have to submit it to planning staff and show that. I mean, Mr. Lindsay, you can help me here.
Yeah, typically, Commissioner David Lindsay, Department Staff, typically we'd ask for photo documentation, which, and I imagine that we have some photo documentation within our...
Once the stucco is removed. Yeah.
My understanding is most of the stucco has been removed.
Okay, so you already
the
have...
details that are there we can photograph. And
okay, perfect. I think that's a grand idea. Would the motion maker and seconder allow that?
Sure.
Okay, thank you. When I go by there every week, I can't wait to see what it looks like. Thanks. I appreciate that.
Commissioners, there's a motion that has been seconded to approve this matter with conditions as amended to include a condition to document the details as revealed on that motion. Commissioner.
And replace them.
And replace them. On that motion, Commissioner Antonini?
Aye.
Commissioner Hillis?
Aye.
Commissioner Johnson?
Aye.
Commissioner Moore?
Aye.
Commissioner Wu?
Aye.
Commissioner Richards?
Aye.
And Commission President Fong?
Aye.
So moved, Commissioners. That motion passes unanimously 7-0. Commissioners, I will place this on item 13 for case number 2014-001343 CUA 3639 Taravel Street.
Good afternoon, President Fong and Commissioners. Andrew Perry of Department Staff. The case before you is a request for conditional use authorization to establish an other entertainment use with electronic amplification and hours of operation until 2 a.m., 7 days a week, within an existing bar, doing business as Riptide, located at 3639 Taravel Street between 46th and 47th Avenues and within an NC1 district. The existing bar is permitted to operate until 2 a.m. as a continuation of an existing nonconforming use. The subject project was placed on hold last August when a fire at the adjacent building destroyed much of the subject bar. The project sponsor has sought permits to restore the bar to its previous configuration, and during this reconstruction period has also installed additional insulation and other soundproofing materials into the walls and ceiling of the bar in order to be better suited to accommodate live entertainment on the premises. The department is aware that prior to the fire, the Riptide offered entertainment at the bar since their opening in 2003, and that this request for conditional use authorization seeks to legalize that entertainment use. Prior to the current bar's operation in 2003, the previous bar tenants also had a history of providing entertainment without acquiring the necessary permits or approvals. A calendar of typical events that occurred at the Riptide can be found in the case packet and shows that events would run until midnight most days of the week, with events on Tuesdays, Thursdays, and Fridays often going until 1 or 2 a.m. The authorization of entertainment at the bar will result in a more viable, independent, and locally owned small business, and it will also provide a necessary and desirable use for the neighborhood, as there are very few places of entertainment located within the Sunset and Parkside neighborhoods. And it helps the city maintain a viable, small-scale entertainment venue that has hosted numerous local and up-and-coming artists. The department has received an outpouring of support for the proposed entertainment use through approximately 400 individual letters or emails and a signed petition of support with more than 600 signatures. The case packet only contains a small representative sample of the letters received in support. In addition, the department has also received 9 communications in opposition to the project, one coming after publishing of the staff report, which will be distributed now. These letters of opposition do not seem to be entirely opposed to entertainment at the location, but do want to see the permitted hours of operation reduced from 2 a.m., particularly on weekdays. Concerned neighbors find that the bar generates an array of common nuisances, including noise and smoke from people gathering out front, trash being left in front of the bar and in the street, and incidents of public intoxication. Based on the level of support for the proposed use and some of the concerns that have been identified, the department recommends limiting the hours of operation for entertainment until 11 p.m. on Sunday through Thursday nights, as the subject zoning district allows for hours until 11 p.m. by right. For Friday and Saturday, the department recommends a 1 a.m. entertainment curfew, as this would allow for a more gradual exiting of patrons from the bar, which would still close at 2 a.m. Additionally, the conditions of approval within the draft motion under Condition 9 would require a memo to be prepared for the Commission 1 year following authorization in order to provide an update on interactions between the business and neighborhood, whether there are reported noise complaints and other nuisance issues, and if and or how they have been resolved. As a reminder, in addition to the Planning Commission's own review process and conditions of approval, the Entertainment Commission also conducts their own review and permitting process to ensure the venue is adequately soundproofed. Lastly, Planning Code Section 303P would prohibit electronic amplification between midnight and 6 a.m. However, the same code section states that the Planning Commission may authorize electronic amplification past midnight if facts presented are such to establish that the use will be operated in a way to minimize disruption to residences in and around the district with respect to noise and crowd control. The additional soundproofing measures, posted notices at the exits of the bar, and allowing for a more dispersed exiting of patrons between 1 and 2 a.m. all suggest that the venue would be operated in a way that will be minimally disruptive to the surrounding neighborhood. Therefore, the department believes facts are present to authorize electronic amplification until 1 a.m. on Friday and Saturday nights. That concludes my presentation. I'm available for questions.
Okay, thank you. Opening it up to public comment. Oh, I'm sorry, project sponsor.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is David Quinby, and this is Leslie James Mobley. We've been business partners for 20 years, past 12 at the Riptide. And we discovered the Riptide in around 2000. We used to go see the Mermen there and some blues and some jazz in its previous incarnation. And when it closed in 2000, we approached the landlord and negotiated a lease with him, a new lease, and we got the lease and had it rebuilt up to code because a lot of the wiring and plumbing was from the 40s. It was built in 1941. In 2003, we opened, and we immediately resumed entertainment as had all incarnations before us, and we wanted to keep that tradition alive. Believe it or not, this is the only entertainment venue west of Twin Peaks, which I'm a native, and it kind of blows my mind when I go to the top of Twin Peaks and I look out that huge swath of land. We're the only one there, and hopefully there'll be more in the future. We've had mainly local, concentrated on local bands and DJs, but also national and international acts from Burma, China, Bosnia, Brazil, Croatia, Cuba. And it's not like a huge place like the Slims or the Independent. It's about 700 to 800 square feet, very small neighborhood bar. The entertainment's very low impact because it's bluegrass, jazz, open mic, karaoke, bingo, for which we know if we are granted this permit, we need another letter from the chief of police for bingo. I think it's some archaic law, but that's in the process already. And I'd like to say that what we have here is an untested space, because we had, unfortunately, had the fire started next door to us. I'd like to show you some photos. Okay, so that's the bar before the fire, but it's upside down. But you can see this was shot from the front door, so you can see it's only about 25 feet to the fireplace, and the fireplace is where the band sets up, and they basically put their little lamps on the hearth there, and we close those red curtains. So we lost all that, and after the fire, this is what we were left with, basically the same angle of view. And we were all crushed. The staff lost their employment, and it's been a horrible, tough year. But we feel it's a little bit of a silver lining and a blessing that the old-growth redwood studs and the old-growth stringers are still there, and they were still there. And that's only because of the fast action of the fire department. This is them cleaning up afterwards. They showed up within 3 or 4 minutes. As you can see, our facade remained. And it was a 3-alarm fire, so it was about to take over the whole block, but the 3 stations showed up, and they took care of it, and they saved our little honky-tonk. This gave us a chance to implement an incredible sound reinforcement. There was never insulation, so we were able to put insulation between the stringers, but first we started with Kills paint, which is very thick latex paint, and we put so many coats that it's our first barrier. Because before, the bar only had a 1/4 inch of knotty pine paneling as its only insulation. And then we were able to put the insulation in there. And we used the best, I believe this is the best on the market, the R30 insulation. And we were able to put that not only in all the walls, north, south, east, and west, but also in the ceiling. So all of the ceiling was covered, as well as a new roof. So slowly we're encapsulating this place into a very sound-resistant box. After that, we added 5/8 sheetrock. You can see it starts to come together here. And we put 1 layer of 5/8 on every single surface, and then we put green glue. You may be familiar with green glue. It's a jelly-like substance that you put on. We added a second layer of 5/8, and the green glue jelly never dries, so the sound, the vibrations can't really, it's harder for it to pass through if it was 5/8 against 5/8. So then we had this green glue, the 5/8. Then we especially had milled the original knotty pine paneling, which was shiplap, 1930 shiplap paneling from the original bait shop. And so we had that specially milled, and I think we have another shot of that. So this is our next layer. And very quickly we'll show you the sound reinforcement we had in the bar. Although the structure had no insulation whatsoever, we did install, this is a bluegrass band playing. You can see the red curtains behind them. So these are very thick red curtains, which we are now stepping up and taking to rosebud curtains, sound curtains. These are the ones you see when the opera ends and the huge curtains come crashing down. So we're going overboard. But Les is a sound engineer, and he's very into this. These are more of the curtains. You can see that's what's behind the band, and also to the left of the band. Above that is a bow tie baffle, and behind that are echo eliminator sound panels. We got that one. And we also put the echo eliminator sound panels. They were behind the curtains themselves. And also above the band, we have these same panels, or we had them. Moving on, you see the front facade. We were able now to put in, instead of single pane windows, we have double paned Marvin windows, top of the line, including the transoms above the door. And the doors are solid core, as they were hollow core before. There's a solid core door for you. And that's example of the transom being double pane. And the ironic thing about this is Ashley Summers and Supervisor Chu and Supervisor Tang had spent so much energy for over so many years to create the streetscape improvement from 46 to the Great Highway, and the fire happened right after we did this. So I think this was in June, as you can tell by the sunny weather out there in the sunset. That's the ribbon cutting, and it happened right after that. But what we have there now are parklets and bulb outs and 18 new, huge, fully grown palm trees. And so the block is very quiet right now, and we're looking forward to coming back, and many other businesses are coming in to help it come back up. So, yeah, and we just feel that it's very critical to not only get the entertainment permits granted, but also to have the land use entitlement be applied till 2 a.m. Because then the land will have that on it, and I think the Entertainment Commission can then tailor the hours to the neighborhood and have flexibility. And 2 a.m. is very misleading. Nobody ever plays till 2 a.m. The bartender can be the only person in there at 2 a.m. So I think those are just the blocks of times that you all use. So we feel like the land use entitlement till 2 a.m. makes sense, because the Entertainment Commission will not only watch over us and police us, but they'll take away our permit if we're bad neighbors. And that concludes our presentation.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
And we'll open up to public comment. Maybe there's a few of you, if you all want to maybe line up on this side of the room here in whatever order you want to speak, that'd be great.
Hello, Commissioners. Dr. Antonini, nice to see you again. My name is Mark Barbeau, and I'm here to support the permit application by the Riptide. The Riptide is, in my opinion, is a critical piece of the fabric of this city. I'm a native San Franciscan who's watched as many music venues and much of the creative culture ebbs out of our city and due to rising prices and gentrification. The Riptide is not only a neighborhood institution, but it brings people out to that neighborhood on a regular basis. I think you can accurately gauge the Riptide's importance by the way the community rallied after the fire. Numerous musical benefits, a Kickstarter campaign. People from all walks of life offered financial support because they couldn't imagine a San Francisco without the Riptide. I'm one of those people. So I ask that you grant the Riptide's application, because San Francisco will thank you for it. Thank you.
Good evening, Commissioners. My name is Melissa Rubin. I live across the street and slightly east of the Riptide. I've been working with both David and Les, the owners, trying to mitigate problems with sound leakage and just other nuisance issues since approximately 2008, when they started amping up their live entertainment and amplified events. I've had, just prior to the fire, we had a discussion regarding, them getting a decibel meter, because they were not controlling the sound. That, I would deal with him one day, it would be corrected for about a week or so, and then the noise levels come back up. We have other neighborhood issues, not dealing with the noise, but things that are brought in due to live entertainment, which has to do with the policing of the patrons, which again will hopefully fall upon the Entertainment Commission to put the proper conditions of operation to apply. I actually am looking forward to them making their entertainment legal, because there will finally be somebody that they are accountable to. I have spent multiple years trying to work out with them how I can have a quality of life, how I can enjoy peace and quiet in my own apartment. I've got double-paned windows. I have insulation. I shouldn't have had to listen to Hillbilly Hootenanny while having a conversation with my mother, which was the last conversation I had, because I got a call from an ER nurse saying that she had approximately 24 hours left to live. And I could not escape the sounds of Hillbilly Hootenanny because they've never properly soundproofed. I've discussed with them the curtains, the fact that the curtains didn't work. I don't know if what they've done is going to resolve any of the problems, because they have not done any sincere outreach to those of us that live within 100 to 300 feet of the establishment. I think 2 a.m. is excessive. I respect Andrew Perry's recommendation of 11 o'clock during the week, and, I think it was 12 or 1 o'clock on the weekends. I know that the Taraval Station is actually requesting that, to the Planning Commission, that it be 10 a.m. or 10 p.m. during the week because of the amount of excessive noise complaints and the stress and strain on their department. And I guess my time is up. I know that there's had been a inclusion. I can let you folks want to see those.
Thank you, ma'am.
Okay, thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hello, my name is Guy Galbraith. Good evening, Commissioners. I would like to say that the ongoing noise is a nuisance, and issues that affect the quality of life for those, especially that live on the 3600 block of Taraval. Request that the Commission not rezone to allow amplified sound until 2 a.m. 2 a.m. to protect my right and others' rights to quiet use and enjoyment of their home. The bar does not take accountability and the needs to accommodate the controls placed on them. Deception of its representatives is well documented. Spending most of life living in this area, I have seen it grow. However, it is both commercial and private residence in the San Francisco area. It has been required by other agencies such as San Francisco PD, the ABC, recommendations for the same and or all the recommendations asked for. Compliance of all boards as set forth in the codes and sanctions applicable. This is only concedes or concerns the residents within the area specified, not those living outside the area, such as 1 to 300 feet. Also, ignorance of the law is no excuse. They have already shown that since they have opened up, they have ignored the law and felt that they were grandfathered in when this was not the fact. So therefore, I request kindly that you do not allow them to have the entertainment that they are asking for. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon, Commission. Good afternoon, President Fong and Commissioners. I'm Cammie Blackstone, and I'm here kind of with three sort of different perspectives. One is, for 5 years, I worked as the District 4 legislative aide to First Supervisor Carmen Chu, and then for a little bit for Supervisor Katie Tang. And during that time, I worked a lot with the neighborhoods. I answered every single constituent call, and never once over the 5 years I was there did we get a complaint about the Riptide. To the contrary, we found the owners of the Riptide to be pretty engaged as far as merchants go in the Sunset District, leading beach cleanups and doing a street fair for the neighborhood and holding fundraisers for the Larson playground renovation, that kind of stuff. When I left the District 4 office, I went to the Entertainment Commission, where I served as deputy director for 2 years. And over those 2 years, we again never got any complaints about the Riptide. I do know that they were aware about 5 years into their foray into this business that they needed to get an entertainment permit. However, because they had to go through the CU process, I think they were kind of trying to get up to that point. I come to you also with the perspective of being a Sunset District resident and a neighbor of the bar. And I will say that since the fire, it seems like the Sunset District has lost a lot of its heart and soul, at least that little corner of it. David mentioned that there are no entertainment venues west of Twin Peaks, and it's true. And, you know, a neighborhood is vital when there's entertainment going on. I know a lot of people did come to their aid. There was so much uproar when the fire happened, and I think a lot of people are really excited for them to not only open again, but come into compliance and be able to have entertainment. The Entertainment Commission itself does a good job of regulating, permitting, and making sure that entertainment venues do what they're supposed to do. They have inspectors. They have somebody who's a sound engineer that comes out and does sound tests and sets those limits. So far, this bar has not been tested because I think they're still in the process of rebuilding. But before they get an entertainment permit, before they can open to the public with entertainment, they will have to go through a thorough entertainment sound engineered test. So I think that you can have some sort of comfort in knowing that the operations part of the entertainment will be under the jurisdiction of the Entertainment Commission, and they do a pretty good job. So I think that granting them till 2 a.m., knowing that, at least to my knowledge, they never went really past midnight, I think makes sense. For them to have to come back after a certain point and go through another conditional use process to have those hours extended would be really difficult, and I think having the Entertainment Commission regulate and maybe give them a trial period to 1 a.m. or 10 p.m., whatever, and then have them come back there would be an easier process. So I'm just asking that you grant it. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hello. My name is Jean Fontana. I'm a Sunset resident for 6 years and a proud San Francisco resident for the last 17. I'd like to talk to you about my 3 relationships with the Riptide and how live entertainment affects them all. I am the assistant manager of the Riptide, and I love it. I love to help out and put on events that are hosted in a fun, safe, and it's a free environment that helps the community. But the best aspect of the job that I love the most is being able to give local bands and musicians from our community a fun and a safe place to express themselves, for them to get their big break. For so many local musicians, they want and need to play the Riptide. This is the venue that is on their must-do list of San Francisco. I am also a producer of a 7-year San Francisco-based burlesque show, and the Riptide has been our home for this show for the last 4 years. I have local performers saying that this is their favorite place to perform in San Francisco because it is safe, it is a community, and the regulars treat them with class and like they're a welcome family member. This combination is sometimes hard to find in today's San Francisco nightlife. It's also such a desired place that touring guests always want the Riptide on their tours. Finally, I am a Sunset resident. The Sunset is my favorite place to live in San Francisco, and the live entertainment at the Riptide is one of the main reasons because of this. This past year, after the fire, it has been incredibly dark for many people, myself beyond included. It's impossible to find a safe community where you can go and listen to live music or spend a nice Saturday afternoon playing bingo with your friends. I say safe because without the Riptide being open, offering a free entertainment, the community of the Sunset has changed. I do not go out. I do not spend my money, and I know many others do because they have nowhere to go. I pray for the day that I could walk into the Riptide and dance with my family and friends again and celebrate life. And this is how live entertainment has affected me, and thanks to the Riptide, and thank you.
Next speaker, please.
Good afternoon. My name is Mary Knuckles. I'm a native-born San Franciscan, and I've lived in the Sunset District all of my life. Presently, I live near the Riptide, which is my home away from home. I'm a regular at that bar, and I don't want to go all cheers on you, but it is somewhere that everybody knows your name and that they are glad you came. It really is a family and a community, and as Cammie was saying, they participate led by the owners. They participate in community-related events, fundraisers, toy drives, and they really are, great responsible owners, and I feel they have a great deal of integrity. And I know that it has been very empty in the neighborhood since the fire. We really have nowhere to go. As far as the 2 a.m., I think it's necessary, and people are talking about the music being loud. I have never heard a hillbilly hootenanny, and I've been going there for years. The median age there is not 20. Kids don't go there. Kids don't go there to make noise. It's not loud electric music. It's bluegrass. It's soft music. Yeah, there's a drum. There's a bass guitar every now and again. But as you saw, the new soundproofing, I think, should address the issues for people close by. I have never, the community needs and wants an institution like this, and the Riptide is an institution. It's a jewel, and it's a very important part of the community. And I think the entertainment license that would limit that they would have to stop at 10, for instance, I don't agree with that. I think a 2 a.m. Cutoff point makes a lot of sense. Like I said, young kids don't come there. It's not, butt-kicking music that's going to be loud and crazy. It's it's local bands. It's something that sort of fits the mood of the Riptide, which is a very nice mood. And I don't think there's a lot of activity outside the bar that's that egregious. I mean, we're too old to be staggering around drunk outside of a bar. So. But, if you can, please extend it to 2 a.m. because I really think it's what the bar needs. Thank you.
Next speaker, please.
Good evening, Commissioners. My name is Michael Ryan. I live in the Sunset area, very close to the Riptide, and I've lived there for the last 9 years with my wife. I moved there from the rural west of Ireland, where in a small village in the middle of winter, the whole community is built around a local bar, such as Riptide. And in my 9 years of living in this city, the only place, and I have been to a few bars, let me tell you, especially around there, that I have felt as part of the community, as part of something greater than just a bar, somewhere to go in and have a couple of drinks, was the Riptide. Pretty much all of my friends that I have today, a lot of my wife's friends, are people who we've met at Riptide. And a lot of that is based around the entertainment that we enjoy there. I've never, in the 9 years of living in that area, have ever experienced what this hootenanny thing that was mentioned earlier. That I've never seen anything get out of hand. Country music, hootenanny. I have a friend who lives across the street. Sometimes I hang there. I don't hear anything from the bar. I feel if the Riptide has a license that is restricted to 10 p.m., a lot of the community, it just doesn't spur that on. I mean, the latest I've really ever seen it going on is 12, and that's not very often. I think the music is at a reasonable level. It seems to me, as someone with a double major in physics, the way they're going to control the sound, I don't see any reason why any of the neighbours would be disturbed. And I think the loss of the entertainment license to the Riptide would be a huge loss to that community. Really, there's nothing out there, nothing to replace that. And you would leave a lot of people with nothing to do on an evening where they could be entertained without bothering anybody else. So I really hope you take this into consideration. Thank you.
Hello. I am Danny Sando. First I was a patron, I'm an employee, and I have also been a performer at the Riptide. So I'll keep this brief for you guys. As far as the musical community goes, the live entertainment only was going on Saturdays and Sundays until midnight on Saturdays, until 10 o'clock on Sundays. All of the performers I have talked to that have played there absolutely love playing at the Riptide. They come all the way down from Sacramento on a short notice. They come from Oklahoma. They come from all over the place, and it's a free place to play. Everybody loves it. Great atmosphere. It would be detrimental to the environment of the Riptide, of the Sunset District out there, if we could not provide that for the community. And I just wanted to let you guys know that. Keep it brief. Thank you very much.
Good evening, Commissioners. My name is Rebecca Labersbach, and I am a VP and Senior Operations Manager for a financial institution here in the city. I've lived in San Francisco for 26 years. Came here the day after graduation, 17 years old, all by myself. Live in the Sunset for the last 16 years. I ride public transportation, I eat and shop locally, and I volunteer for disaster prep and emergency response. I'm here in support of Les, Dave, and the Riptide. In the early years out in the Sunset, 16-odd years ago, it was a ghost town. There was nothing to do, not really anywhere safe to drink. On our walks down to the beach, we did stumble into the old establishment. It was a scary place with a lot of drug use, and they flew a Confederate flag. So when that place closed, of course, we were really excited. And we'd meet and we'd talk about what's coming next. Les and Dave, they came to build a bar at the edge of the Western world, but what they really built was a community. So how do you turn a bar into a community? Well, it starts with having something for everybody. Bingo, that you can take your grandma to. Burlesque, that your mother embarrassingly loves to go to with you. Karaoke, for when your rock star friends come to town. An open mic, for when your niece finally decides to let her light shine. My dad enjoys the annual Daytona, NASCAR with my buddies. And there's even trivia night for my know-it-all brother. And of course, there's live music, great music, local music, Royal Deuces, Red Meat, Insiders, Impalers, Mermen, Sam Chase, just to name a few. That's what the bar does for me. But the bar does things for the outer community as well. They've single-handedly gotten rid of some nuisance and illegal activities in the surrounding businesses. And they worked with Katie Tang and her office to rebuild and revitalize that block. But we didn't even stop there. It's bigger than that. We pay it forward. When Katrina happened, we brought together a lot of people and a lot of supplies and food, and we got that out there very quickly. AIDS walk, MS walks, all those things we participate in. The fire has been devastating, but it has proven we have a strong community. Phone calls from all over the nation and all over the world. These are good people doing good things for our community and our city. And there will be others standing in front of you soon because the Riptide is hot right now, or the Sunset is hot right now. I ask that you give them a role model and a good example of how you can be a small business and build a community. Thank you.
Is there any additional public comment? Okay, not seeing any public comment is closed, and we'll open up to commissioners. I do have one first question, maybe for staff, and maybe you can try to help clarify for me. Typically, if we approve a bar, like any bar that's in good standing, a 2 a.m. closure is by the law and what we typically do. In this case, I'm a little confused in that we're recommending, or staff's recommending, approval to 2 a.m., but then one of the conditions is 11 on the entertainment permit. But that's really the job of our sister agency, the Entertainment Commission, isn't it?
So the bar itself is not under scrutiny. The bar was continuing continuing use with hours of operation until 2 a.m. It's located within the NC1 district, which has hours of operation permitted by right until 11, and then conditionally until 2 a.m. And so this is it would just be for the entertainment use.
Yeah, so I just want to be clear because I feel like in the past we've maybe approved a bar, allowed it to stay open to a natural 2 a.m., assuming there hasn't been a trail of complaints. But then as far as the entertainment permit part of it, that's really been up to the Entertainment Commission. Amplified sound, which goes through the entertainment.
Yeah, so under the Entertainment Commission, because it does require the full entertainment permit, that's correct, they do have the ability to condition it and be more restrictive than conditions that the Planning Commission imposes, and they have a separate process and hearing for that. So, I mean, we have our own land use regulations, and we can condition it, or the Entertainment Commission can also be more restrictive if they find it necessary.
Okay. So I understand we have that ability, but I just want to ask if we are stepping on the toes of the Entertainment Commission by jumping ahead of what they typically normally do.
We do it all the time. I mean, yeah. So I mean, certainly where the Commission finds that the underlying land use is necessary, that it's necessary to address impacts from the underlying land use. So we certainly have that ability, and we have exercised it in other cases. And the Entertainment Commission has the purview to be more restrictive than what this commission may be.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Commissioner Richards.
It's a little bit of a deja vu, unfortunately, because it's been a negative event. Hopefully we can turn out to be a positive event. I actually was going to try to get out there after the last hearing, and I'd never go to the edge of the world, but I had a reason to. But I hope to do it once we get this all squared away. Is your sister business down the street okay? I think that's what you came before us last.
Yeah, this is the last time we saw you. That had to be put on hold because of the fire, and so that's waiting. As soon as we're open and we are profitable again, we can build on that. And when we came in front of you that time, we had the restaurant go till 2 a.m. And just allow it. And doesn't mean we'll always go till 2 a.m. And we approved it last time. I just want to say to also that Guy and Melissa, they've been neighbors for 12 years, and we've always spoken about everything, the two people that spoke in opposition, and we're always open to them. And the one thing she said was that we were a drag on the Taraval station, and we absolutely worked with every captain from that station, from Keith Sanford in 2003 to the present. And I was the vice president of the Taraval Merchants Association for 5 years, so we've been very community involved. Just wanted to correct the record on that.
Thank you. So, there's no doubt. Thank you very much.
Okay.
There's no doubt that I can see that the bar is a cultural asset, and it's actually a draw to a place that doesn't have a lot of draw to it, especially at night. This reminds me of Upper Market 2008. We went through these kinds of things, absent a place burning down, but we had so many issues with so many bars and so many noise complaints that it just became kind of like, the neighborhood association, that's all we were dealing with, besides buildings in Market Octavia. It was sound in buildings. The issue that I see here is more, you soundproof the building now, and I think that's admirable. However, it's the leakage out the front and the patron activity that's an issue. And one of the things that we asked for conditions on a bar up on the Upper Market that still exists now, but it's gone through several owners, was to actually prevent the leakage, we asked for a double door. You have a small hallway, you have a door that opens, you go into the hallway, that door closes, and then you open the one up to the street. And that really solved a lot of problems. Would you be open to something like that?
Yeah, actually, if you remember the photograph of the doorway being cut into the property line,
right?
There is like a front door, and there was a curtain that went in front of it. And a lot of the times it was just left open. We didn't use it as a little lobby. But now with the rosebud curtains, we're rehanging that over both doors and the front windows. So it creates like about a 5x5 entrance where the sound does not go out. And most of the letters you see, the complaints are about just bar noise, which is, unfortunately, we do have to ask people to smoke outside. Not so much about the music. And I would also just like to say that we had 21 letters of support 7 days a week till 2 a.m. From just that block alone, which is a very low-density block.
So, I mean, the curtains do serve a purpose, but they're not foolproof.
Yeah.
Somebody could hold the curtain open, and it's somebody else is going out the door, and they hold the door open, and the curtain's open, and all of a sudden the noise does escape. I'm actually talking about what they have at the club up in Upper Market called Beaux, B-E-A-U-X, where you have literally a small hallway with 2 doors, not facing each other, one facing a wall, one facing the street. So one opens, you walk down the hallway, the other one opens, and then no noise ever escapes. You'd have to have 10 people in the hallway holding both doors open.
Right. We'd be open to doing this. Just what the curtain is, I guess the only thing would be a fire issue. Our doors open out, and for the 2 both open out, you might be hitting people in the face when 2 doors are open. And if it opens in, you're always afraid of like if there's a fire, people trying to escape, and the fire, the door you have to pull forward.
Both of the doors open out.
Yeah, if you do both open out, yeah.
Okay. The other things, the other solutions that we had, and I'm going to love to hear other commissioners' thoughts on this, because I was a person who was a neighbor of a bar who didn't get any sleep, and it was really rough. And I, couldn't go to work with a clear head because I was always kind of groggy. We asked the business that was close to my house to do a scrambler. So when you get to a certain point, and the Entertainment Commission administers all that, so we're not stepping on their toes, but we require a scrambler. When noise gets to a certain level, the music scrambles. It becomes incomprehensible. That's another suggestion I have that I think would be
You mean from the outside?
From the inside.
From the inside.
You hit a certain.
Absolutely. Like we are huge proponents of people being able to have a conversation in the bar with the music playing. And we do have a dB meter. We've always had one. And our bar back, Danny, anytime it starts going over that. But the scrambler is something that becomes
automatic.
It just becomes static. I love that. I didn't know they had that. I would love to implement that.
Can you talk in the mic, please?
I was going to say, as far as the 2-door solution, we have 2 entrances, essentially. And one is the main room when you walk in that you saw where the band is, and there's a curtain there. And then that we have this other room that has a wall between it, and we're thinking about having people exit that way because the sound wouldn't be coming out that one room. The sound is only contained, not contained, but it's only generated in the main room. Where the other room is, we have tables, low tables and stuff like that, and chairs,
So on your map on the very last page of your submittal, is that the area on the left or the area on the right?
It's probably the
lower
left.
Noise.
Are you looking from the Taravel Street side forward?
I'm looking at it forward, this one right here.
Oh, that
be on the right, where the bathrooms are.
Okay.
So there's a bathroom set. It's kind of like the quiet, laid-back room.
So people could go in the left.
Yeah, in and out that way.
And then
on
the right.
The front door where the band would be playing, or whatever's going on, that door would stay closed. So that room would essentially be sealed all the time.
Instead of having 2 doors opening with people going out and smoke, you could see that one door. The last picture, there was no doorknob or anything because they were going to have that exit only. So people aren't going in and out of both doors. And then your idea about the secondary door on that space or the rosebud curtain, we would just have the side where the performance is going on being soundproofed by that stuff. We'd be open to any of those suggestions.
Okay. And I'd love to ask the neighbors what they think as well. A curtain on each side could do the trick, provided that you don't have people holding the curtain open and holding the door open, which is defeating the whole purpose.
Right.
I'm not trying to, have you guys go into a huge amount of debt because you're trying to get out of and get back in business. But I'd ask that you'd put two rosebud curtains up for each door.
Absolutely, actually, across the whole front, the entire front facade.
Sure.
So it'll be the doors, the windows, the rosebud curtain. So it'll just be a wall of velvet, basically.
And have it at least as far back so that somebody can't do both.
Right.
The
Yeah.
curtain open and have
Absolutely.
the door open. Okay.
And when the curtain has been left open, like somebody goes out, doesn't close it, our bar back, they're trained to just run over and close it.
Okay. And your existing hours were 10 and 12, 10 on weekdays and 12 on weekends? That's what I think the report said.
No, I think
the music portion.
It was, I think Tuesdays went till about 1:15, Thursdays about 1 o'clock, Saturdays 12:30 to 1. the recommendations of the planning department were 11 p.m. and 1 p.m., 1 a.m., and the Officer Faliano, the permit officer from Terraville, just recently changed his suggestion from 10 p.m. to 11 p.m. So it'd be 11 p.m. Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, 1 a.m. Thursday, Friday, Saturday. And he really knows the area.
I'd like to ask one of the neighbors, given this conversation, can you give us your opinion? Could you need please come up and speak?
Faliano this morning, and his recommendation to the Entertainment Commission is the document that I provided you. He said that once we have that hearing with the Entertainment Commission, he might be willing to, depending on what the rest of the neighbors have to say about the situation, but his recommendation still remains with the Entertainment Commission as of when I talked to him this morning as 10 o'clock during the weekdays.
And did you hand that in?
Yeah, that was the letter that I had handed in.
This one here. Okay. So I would be supportive of a stage. We've done this before since I've been here. A staging, meaning you start a little earlier, and as they become good neighbors, and it's proven that they can expand, and the terminology in the planning code is like you demonstrate that you deserve it. I'd be open to starting. If facts presented are such to establish that the use will be operated in such ways to minimize disruption to residences and around the district with respect to noise and crowd control, I'd be interested in opening it up in the future to a longer period of time. Also, my other fellow commissioners, but I'd ask that you do the curtain, the scrambler to start with.
So you're proposing a trial?
Yeah.
Okay.
Done.
Okay. Thank you. There might be more questions for you.
Did I ask the other neighbor? Please come and speak in the mic. And I'm done.
I'd like to say that I have lived there for over 25 years, the same address. And every single night, gambling with the bingo has been a problem. Live entertainment has been a problem. Karaoke and open mic night has been a problem.
So given the scrambler and given the curtains, what is your thoughts on that? Does it mitigate what you've experienced?
The experience that I have had is the same thing that they're putting in automobiles today, and that is sound reversal. Basically, if you make a sound, it is inaudible. They reverse the frequencies, and it's not audible to anyone outside. The car manufacturer, by the way, is Mercedes.
So what you're saying is a limiter. The noise hits a certain, and then it's silent.
Correct.
Okay. I didn't know that technology exists, but if that's the case, that's even better.
Oh, I've been a working musician myself for quite a few years. So
I'd use some type of a limited silencer, I guess it's called.
Thank you very much.
That makes sense.
I would just say that out of the, I think, 7 or 8 letters of opposition, most of it was about a bar noise of people talking outside, and I think the Entertainment Commission, we really police as good as well as we can. And I live above a bar for 20 years on the Mission, and I know what it's like. But it's not usually the entertainment that's the problem. It's usually just kind of, and we also are at the beach. Right on the beach is a very popular drinking area, so the people we turn away are the ones we get blamed for a lot. But just want to let you know.
Right. I mean, 2 points before we pass the baton. One, people really don't realize how loud they can get, even if you're my age or, you're listening to bluegrass music, you have a few drinks and your voice goes up. Women do it, men do it, right? And the other thing that we found out in the upper market was you can't tag a patron to say they came from the beach or from the Riptide and say they're the problem, because it could be anybody, right? I saw in the police log there were mentally disturbed person calls and all kinds of other things. I'm not sure a mentally disturbed person came from the bar or not, so you can't really tag somebody.
Thank you. One of the questions I'm going to ask commissioners, because there was another bar on Valencia Street that had a problem with dumping dumpsters of bottles at 2:15 in the morning, And I'm curious if you guys have thought about that, if there's a separate room, or maybe you do it in the morning, or...
A lot of bars are having that problem.
Yeah.
And we found
Go to
two
cans.
different recyclers that will come out and during the day.
Okay.
It's really hard to find recyclers that will come at night. I mean, during the day, but they're kind of catching on too that the bars need to have that happen for the neighbors. So we've found a couple of those.
So you wouldn't put your bottles out until the morning?
No, until the next day.
The next day, okay.
Yeah.
All right. If you can keep that in mind, that's part of that.
Oh, yeah, no, we really want to. Yeah.
That's like the nail in the coffin at 2:15, the
Right.
bottles going.
No.
Okay. Commissioner Antonini.
Yeah, I think that was in regards to the chapel, if
That's
I'm
right.
not
Thank you.
mistaken, a few years back. But with due respect to the project sponsor and Cammie Blackstone, I think there is another spot where there's live entertainment west of Twin Peaks. There is a piano and vocalist at Via D'Este on Friday and Saturday nights, but I don't think it quite qualifies. I haven't heard too many complaints about the noise from the people outside. But you talk about having a mature crowd, that has an even more mature crowd. Mostly Cole Porter stuff they do. So anyway, I think this is a very good idea, and I'm receptive to either a motion that would allow the entertainment till 2 o'clock with all the different things we suggested, or, as was suggested by Commissioner Richards, a motion that would allow the 11 and 1 for the first 6 months, and then we'd have a look back, and I assume that it may come back to us or it may come as an informational report, but if things are okay, then it would go to the later time. So I'm going to see what other commissioners will craft, but I think it's certainly a gathering place, a place that a lot of people really like. And I know the Outer Sunset has become a lot more active, but it's still not the most active part of town. So anything you can find out there where there's, something going on is a good idea, including a meal. All right.
Commissioner Hillis.
So maybe a couple of questions for Mr. Perry to start, because we grapple with these because obviously this is an important venue. It's good to have live entertainment, but there's neighbors directly across the street. It's not a commercial. It's a commercial corridor on one side and residential on the other, which leads to issues. But it's somewhat untested with some of the new things and potential suggestions that I think are good. How does this work? I mean, we set kind of an upper limit, right, with what can be allowed, but then the Entertainment Commission will hear this next.
That is correct. That's my understanding.
In what happens at the Entertainment Commission? They go through the same process they obviously can't expand beyond what we suggest, but they can limit.
Right, so they have a public hearing, and they have standard conditions that they apply to entertainment permits anyway, but they can further limit the hours if they find it necessary.
And can we take action to further limit? Say we set, 1 a.m. as the time, and we have a look back in a year, and neighbors are dissatisfied, and we see an uptick in complaints, and they're not doing kind of what we or the Entertainment Commission asked. What happens at that point?
You have the ability, as you do with any conditional use, to have that come back and to impose modifications, essentially to revoke or recondition that. And we've done that for Trigger.
That's what used to be. It's now Bow, what I'm talking about.
Yeah. So we did that for Trigger and Upper Market, where we imposed more restrictive conditions because there were complaints coming from the neighborhood about the operation of the use. And so the commission imposed more stricter requirements.
Okay. And then for a question for the project sponsor, I mean, you're asking for 2 a.m., but a couple people and you have indicated, most nights you don't go till 2 a.m.
Yeah, I think that's the block of time set up when we put the posting. If you want to go past 11 p.m., you say 2 a.m., and that's what we had on our posting. But that's so misleading because, as I said, everybody has to be cleared out by 2 a.m., and if people start trickling out around 12:30, 1 o'clock, if the DJ is playing a couple of more songs till 1:15, that's all we're talking about. So yeah, to us it seems the 2 a.m. would be the block of time, and then it could be tailored to other hours. Because the one thing you can't do, you're correct, I believe, when you set the hours, they can never be expanded upon. So that's why we thought we would start with the greatest, just the largest chunk of time, and then I'm sure they'll obviously give us other hours, and we'll have to enforce that. They'll pull our permit if we're bad neighbors. But that gives them a little bit of leeway,
Right.
But we would never, we've been there 12 years, we've never had an ABC thing, and everybody's always out by bar time, which is 1:45. So
Right.
the 2 a.m. is a little bit misleading.
Right. So what isn't misleading? I mean, so what is, what's your plan for amplified music kind of Monday through, or Sunday through Wednesday and Thursday, Friday, Saturday?
Sunday would probably be about maybe midnight. Monday, say open mic, maybe 12:30. And then karaoke, and Wednesday is very quiet. It's a movie night. Karaoke and Thursdays, we thought those Tuesday through the rest of the week. If you don't say 2 a.m., if that feels too strange, like 1:30, because what the complaints are mainly about bar noise, and we are.
Right.
It's not so. None of the complaints are really about the music at all. I found that some of those opposition letters, the very few of them that there were almost endorsements of us that we don't mind the music, but we'll be obviously we're going to have people watching us. We're going to finally have an authority, a body of authority figures over us that Melissa can contact and Guy can contact their married couple across the street, or anybody else. So that's the beauty of it. The communication will be open.
Right.
At that
Okay.
point.
Thank you.
Okay.
So I think generally I think the Entertainment Commission has more expertise. I mean, clearly there's some issues with neighbors across the street. In kind of our issue is where we set that upper limit if things go well and it works, in somewhat relying on the Entertainment Commission to reduce that if necessary and take appropriate actions. I mean, I don't think we have some of the expertise that the Entertainment Commission has, and I think we often get kind of stuck in this. We both have some jurisdiction over that, but they seem to have more of the expertise. So, I'm willing to go kind of farther than what staff recommended on hours, with some encouragement that the Entertainment Commission take some actions. I mean, I don't know if we impose those or the Entertainment Commission imposes them on doorways. I think there is perhaps the ability on the west side of your western entry to put an additional door in there. I've seen that work.
That's the one we were thinking about, just having exit only, and it is cut in. We could do an exterior door there, but most of the noise comes out of the east side, which is where the performances are. So when that door opens, having the extra doorway or the rosebud curtains would help a lot, because the entertainment's not on the west side.
The entertainment's on the west side, isn't it?
No, it's on the east side, in front of the fireplace.
Okay. Maybe I was my north and east confused. But as you walk in, the entertainment's to the left, or it's to the right?
That's straight in front of you. It's on the left-hand side. If you're walking into the left-hand side room,
Yep.
it is split into two rooms. It used to be a bait shop on one side.
Yeah. Okay. Well, we'll see what others have to say.
What was the name of the bait shop? What was the name of the bait shop?
You really want me to tell you? Okay, the bar was called the Oar House, OAR, and the bait shop was called the Master Bait Shop. That was 1941, 41 through 55.
Oh, I get it.
There was a couple of brothers, and they were colorful characters, and it's kind of it's a colorful neighborhood,
I am very glad
you
you
asked.
Thank you for that bit of history. Commissioner Richards.
Before I make a motion, I'll allow Commissioner Johnson to speak, and then I'll ask the chair to recognize me after Commissioner Johnson. I want her to speak so she gets a turn before we make a motion, or if she
Yeah,
wants
sure.
to make one.
Well, actually, I want to hear your motion first, and then might have a question about it.
Okay.
What I'm really getting at is, I would like to make a motion that doesn't require us having to go back in the future unless there's a problem. Right. So I think we should be more permissive, and if there's a problem, we can go back and look
Sure.
at our
And permissive
approval.
to you looks like what hours?
Closer to longer hours, I would say 2
Okay.
a.m. with, yeah.
Okay. Great. Okay, so just want to clear this with the zoning administrator. Being involved in these other issues in 2008, 2009, the Entertainment Commission was established in 2003. We're allowed to impose conditions. They are allowed to actually monitor the conditions for noise and things. They go out with the noise, measuring equipment and all that other stuff that complements us. And we're making a land use decision that's verifiable, i.e. curtains or physical you can verify via enforcement, that kind of thing.
I'll say two things. First, we're regulating the land use, whereas the Entertainment Commission regulates the user. They can revoke their permit to operate at that location.
Okay.
And they are, I think, agreeing with Commissioner Hillis, and they're better suited to this. They deal with this as their bread and butter. They have staff with the sound meters. We have an excellent working relationship with, and they've been very helpful with us. But they're also maybe better adept at dealing with those specific measures that would address the sound issues, the sound attenuation. So, I mean, if the kind of the goal of the commission is to give the Entertainment Commission more latitude to properly address this, then I would suggest just probably setting forth your restrictions on the hours, but leaving the issue about kind of the door hanging is really up to the Entertainment Commission to find the best solution for sound attenuation.
Okay, great. So then I'll make a...
Can I just make a follow-up?
Go for it.
I mean, would it be appropriate for us to encourage the Entertainment Commission to look at certain measures?
Certainly.
Perhaps.
I mean, we receive a referral from the Entertainment Commission. In our response, we can provide any comments that you would like us to pass along to them.
Sure.
So encourage them to look at things like door coverings.
Okay, great. I'd like to make a motion to allow the hours of amplified music to midnight on weekdays, that being Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday, Saturday till 2.
Second.
And ask the Entertainment Commission to investigate sound attenuation and have the idea of the curtain, the noise limiter, silencer, the what? Possible double door, to really attenuate the sound that's leaking.
Do I hear it?
I want to make sure the project sponsor is clear on that.
Would you say it was Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday?
So I actually said Sunday because Monday's a work day.
Okay, Sunday, Monday,
Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday.
Okay.
Friday, Saturday.
Okay, we're kind of a destination bar out there, and we do the best we can. We were hoping for a little bit longer, just so we could pull it back in, because these are going to be a land use issue that's stuck there forever. So we were thinking just 1 a.m. across the board or something like that.
So I guess the question I have for Mr. Sanchez is, under the Small Business Priority Processing Program, if we were to come back and ask for 1 o'clock on another night of the week, we run it through very quickly?
I don't believe that entertainment is one of the uses.
Okay, got it.
Yeah, that's what makes me say, it's set in stone forever, so it's easier to pull things back than impossible to expand upon.
The issue with the process to pull things back is long and arduous, and if you're a person affected by it, you kind of go crazy. I get it. So let me ask you this. If you had Sunday or Thursday to get an additional to 2 a.m., what would you pick?
Thursday.
Okay, then I'd go Sunday through Wednesday till midnight, and then Thursday, Friday, Saturday till 2.
I'm okay as a seconder.
Just for the entertainment.
I just want to ask if the look back, I think the look back is important,
yes,
if that's
absolutely.
still possible.
Ask for an amendment.
So just if you add that, that's...
6 months and 1 year.
In the form of a memo, in the form of an informational presentation, the director report?
I don't think we need to go through a full... Why don't we determine, if we get the memo, that if there's something egregious in it, we can actually schedule a hearing.
So in the form of a memo, unless there's
something that we need to have a hearing on. Yeah.
And also further clarifying, because we do have the underlying bar use, you're not limiting those hours, you're just limiting the entertainment portion of it.
Correct.
And can those hours be amended for, let's say, New Year's Eve falls on a Monday?
So we had conditions in the bars in the upper market. There were certain holidays that they were allowed to be open until 2, New Year's Eve.
Halloween.
Gay Pride, Halloween.
Yeah.
I think
Commissioner
that-
Richards,
I mean, you would
I'd be
need
inclined
to
to
specify
really,
those.
Yeah, I'd be inclined to really make this ruling 7 days a week and set it as long as possible. And again, as Commissioner Hillis has said, really leave it up to the Entertainment Commission to set either those special holidays or be able to sound check them.
So it's the Entertainment Commission purview. Can they add additional days to the live entertainment?
Not beyond what you.
Not
I mean,
beyond
they,
what
they
we do.
could
It's a land
say
use issue.
if you say it's till 2 a.m. Every day, then they could be more restrictive and say it's certain days of the week have certain limitations, but on holidays you can do X, Y, and Z. I mean, they just can't be less restrictive than what you authorize.
Okay. I mean, the holiday one is an easy one.
Okay.
New Year's, Halloween. You could.
That's those are the two ones we usually just.
Yeah.
That's it.
But that's enforceable. I mean, your house can go till 2 on those 2 other days of the year.
Okay. Yeah, my only concerns was that this was so it's a land use issue that the entitlement is it's so permanent. It's a little daunting. So that's what
you
my
can
only
always
reason I put
come
in my
back
questions.
and ask for more.
Can we?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
I thought this was
isn't
set in
permanent.
stone for
no,
life.
No, we can have the same hearing in a year if you'd like.
Okay.
If you can demonstrate that everything's been going hunky keen and the neighbors are okay. And,
Great. That's what we want. Then we'll also have the Entertainment Commission can report on what we've been
Absolutely.
doing
That
for a
should be
year.
part of our look back.
So if we did, I guess the last thing we came up with was Thursday through Saturday till 2.
And the other day is midnight.
Till midnight?
Right.
And the two holidays.
And the 2 holidays.
Of
And the
Halloween and
holidays.
New Year's.
Halloween and New Year's.
New Year's
Yeah.
Eve.
Commissioner Antonini.
Yeah, no, I just need a clarification. I understand what the motion is now. Thanks.
Commissioner Johnson.
Sorry, I don't know. I really don't agree with this approach. I think Commissioner Hill has sort of outlined that the Entertainment Commission has more sort of knowledge and background, and they do this stuff more often than we do in terms of understanding how to attenuate noise and how to sort of control for the potential nuisances.
We're asking them to.
Right, but what I was proposing, what I would like to see is that our conditional use is more permissive, and then the Entertainment Commission goes in their professional opinion about what they think the nuisance will be based on their history of looking at other entertainment venues. They could be more restrictive. For example, they may say, we believe that the types of noise attenuation that you will be able to do means that your noise shouldn't go past midnight. I think the Entertainment Commission should be doing that, not us.
I agree. And as far as holidays, I mean, here at the
Same
Commission,
thing.
we have a difficult time even agreeing on what is a recognizable holiday to take off or not, and it's whether it's Cinco de Mayo or Chinese New Year or outside lands for a weekend, which is going to be a great weekend for you guys. So, or a soccer tournament, beach chalet, you name it. So, I think I'm with Commissioner Johnson about being less restrictive and letting the Entertainment Commission do their job as far as amplified sound. Commissioner Antonini.
Just saying if, on the basis of what Commissioner Hillis and Johnson have said, if the maker of the motion would be agreeable to making it 12:30 on the night Sunday through Wednesday, and then 2 o'clock on Thursday, Friday, Saturday, give them a little bit more leeway there so they can kind of clear things out.
I would.
Okay, so motion then would say 12:30 on Sunday through Wednesday, 2 o'clock, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, with 2 holidays allowed to be at 2 o'clock.
That's great.
So Commissioner Richards, just to clarify, you're modifying, you're amending your motion to 12:30?
Yeah.
Very good. Commissioners, there's a motion that has been seconded to approve this matter with conditions as amended.
Can you name out the amendments again?
I was just about to do that.
Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
To limit the hours of entertainment to 12:30 a.m. Sunday through Wednesday and 2 a.m. on Thursday, Fridays, and Saturdays, requesting the Entertainment Commission to consider sound attenuation measures in the form of a scrambler, curtains, double doors, with a 6-month look back in the form of a memo, and adding, the 2 a.m. entertainment cutoff to New Year's and Halloween as well.
Sorry. So I thought that we, in terms of being more permissive, we could let the Entertainment Commission, if they wanted to, set holidays instead of just saying those two. I don't know. I'm confused now.
I didn't hear differently, but
I mean, it worked for Cafe Flora. It worked for. I mean, we asked them what holidays they wanted. They told us, and we haven't had a problem in literally nearly 10 years. So
Okay.
it's not an issue.
Holiday issue's not a big issue. I mean, it's usually New Year's or Halloween, and the city's going bonkers anyway. So it's,
Okay. I mean, if there's anything else now you can think of that's truly your experience is that you have a crowd.
Yeah, the only thing that
Yeah,
feels
the issue we had with floating holidays was you had to notify the neighbors.
Exactly.
And then it becomes a kind of a
convoluted
reporting
mess.
thing. It was
Yeah.
everybody knew what it was. And that's the reason.
Yeah, and I know it's been a long day, and we're just, I'm glad to hear that we can come back. We were open for 1 a.m. and then 2 a.m. just because we are in the middle of nowhere, so we're a destination, and just keeping the DJ going for that extra half hour is a big deal. So
thank you.
That's why we just.
Okay, call the question, please.
Well, now I'm a little confused. So where'd we end up with the holidays?
Halloween and New Year's Eve.
Very good. That's what I heard. Okay. Commissioners, on that motion, then, Commissioner Antonini?
Aye.
Commissioner Hillis?
Aye.
Commissioner Johnson?
Aye.
Commissioner Moore? Excuse me. Commissioner Wu?
Aye.
Commissioner Richards?
Aye.
And Commissioner President Fong?
No.
So moved, Commissioners. That motion passes 5-1 with Commissioner Fong voting against. Commissioners, that'll place us under your discretionary review calendar. Items 14, 15A, and 15B have been continued. Items 16A and B for case numbers 2015-004617 DRP. And the zoning administrator will consider the variance at 22 Moore Place discretionary review.
Good evening, Commissioners. Claudine Asbaugh, Planning Department staff. The project before you is a public-initiated request for discretionary review of a building permit application for the project located at 22 Moore Place.
July 14th.
The project is located on the east side of Moore Place within the RH3 zoning district and the 40X height and bulk district. The site is occupied by a single-story private garage that covers the entire 1,200-square-foot lot. Surrounding properties include a 6-story, 32-unit building immediately north of the site at 2330 Larkin Street, a 2-story single-family dwelling to the south, 20 Moore Place, and a single-story garage to the east. Uses in the immediate vicinity are primarily residential, with structures ranging in height from 1 to 3 stories, with taller structures scattered intermittently throughout. The project would convert the garage into a single-family dwelling by constructing 2 stories above the existing structure and converting 280 square feet at the garage level into habitable space. The structure would have a height of 35 feet 6 inches, 39 feet to the parapet, and would be set back from the rear property line by 15 feet at the second story and 21 feet at the third story. The project includes a variance request from Planning Code Section 134 for rear yard. Per Section 134, the property subject is required to maintain a rear yard of approximately 24 feet 10 inches. The proposal would encroach into the rear yard by approximately 9 feet 10 inches at the second story and 3 feet 10 inches at the third story. A variance hearing was held on January 27, 2016, and the zoning administrator, after hearing public comment, took the decision on the items under advisement until closure of the 30-day 311 neighbor notification period. As the discretionary review was filed during the neighborhood notification period, the zoning administrator has deferred his decision on the variance items pending the outcome of this DR hearing. Subsequent to the DR request, the project has been revised to incorporate recommendations from the department's residential design team. Those revisions include a 5-foot setback from the southern property line for the entirety of the roof deck and a 5-foot setback for portions of the second and third floors. The project had originally provided a 3-foot setback in the same location. To date, the department has received 3 letters of support for the project and 7 letters of opposition. The project was DR'd by the residents of 20 Moore, who expressed multiple concerns related to the massing and height of the structure, as well as the negative impacts the building will create for their rear yard. The department has recommended that the commission take DR and approve the project with modifications. That concludes my presentation, and I'm available for questions should you have any.
DR requester, please.
Hello, I'm Juliana Gum. My sister and I own the property south of the 22 Moore LLC development. There was never any outreach to us before the variance hearing. We met with the Myers twice but could not reach a resolution. Your planner asked him to correct the site plan because I disputed our rear yard details. The latest plan here is still incorrect. Based on your code, it should be to the red line here at 36 feet, and the average got corrected. But because the adjacent building wall is never shown correctly, your residential design team continues to be misled and did not understand our location of impact. We still have major impacts of light and air blockage at our second-story windows and at our yard and mature trees. The latest revisions are not enough. As I said in my email to planning in your packet, there was a repeated pattern of unprofessional and misrepresented information so they could get us to withdraw our DR. These renderings here, called GUM 1 and GUM 2, is what they gave us of their last proposal, which we rejected. If you see here, our yard circled in green is different in each picture. The GUM 1 is called the before situation as what they submitted to planning. And they show a fourth window on the third floor, which does not match what was on the plans for the variance hearing, which only shows 3 windows here. On the GUM 2 plan is called revisions due to neighbors' concerns. They show this 3 by 10 square foot cutout that they told us they claimed they gave us, which we never requested. And I found out the cutout is already in the floor plans for the variance hearing here, way from the beginning of the project when I filed my DR. These deceptive plans and studies confirmed I cannot trust them. They will claim these are just errors, not deliberate or incompetence, but what if these repeated errors are always to their benefit? We have extraordinary circumstances due to significant cumulative impact of successive projects on our property. There's a resolution here, 14952, which was passed by the Commission in 2000, related to CEQA that mentions category exemptions are inapplicable in these cases. This aerial here shows the sprawl of the 2230 Larkin Street with the 2 original garage annexes. 18 Moore Place here in blue has an approved permit to add a level. 22 Moore Place is the current one in application. And here is the annex of 2330 Larkin, where I found out the Meehan family who owns the 2330 Larkin met with one of your planners in late March to talk about development potential. So what I wanted to point out was here on 3 sides there will be a cumulative impact of 40-foot-high buildings surrounding us on all 3 sides, which will be absolutely devastating. What's more troubling is this email string that I found with the supporting packet from the Meehan family to Ben Meyer. They talk about how they can each help the other with support to develop their garages. And in particular, just blew it up so you could see it. It says that we are allowed to proceed with our project. The precedent we set will be hard to ignore if you choose to develop your garage. So I think this is collusion to manipulate development, and the language really sounds like they will flip the property versus live here as a good neighbor. Now I wanted to go into Section 305C of your code regarding when a variance can be granted. There are 5 criteria that must be met, and I would say at least 3 are not met. For criteria 3, it will be at the cost of negatively affecting our rights and ability to preserve and enjoy our property. The established character of homes in a narrow alley where sunlight is vital is 2 stories with 20 by 60 parcels facing into Moore Place. They're all 2 stories. Yet this development compares itself to the larger project, which is way different zoning, way different density, way different footprint. The project is not compatible with its peer neighbors, and it doesn't preserve character. Criteria 4 talks about material injury, and here you can see where there's impact to us, the Lim and Cheng families. A retired, we all get blocked with no sun or light, the trees will die. And a retired appraiser told us that this will be major negative impact on our property value unless they don't build the 3rd floor or finance us to build the 3rd floor. For criteria 5, they never honestly assessed the impact. They didn't do it with integrity. The project eliminates mid-block open space here, which has been 1 story for about 100 years. And I think that was to respect these other neighbors that were built all before the Larkin Street building. In summary, you cannot grant a variance because the criteria is not met. The secret
Ma'am,
impacts.
unfortunately, your time is up, but you will have a 2-minute rebuttal.
All right. Thank you.
Okay, speakers in support of the DR requester?
Hi, my name is Erica Gerardo. I live at 2324 Larkin Street. This is my landlord, Lily. I'm going to read a letter on her behalf. My name is Lily Chi Chang, and I live at 2326 Larkin for over 40 years. I have so many wonderful memories living in my home. My family has celebrated many holidays and milestones in my home. I never thought I'd have to write a letter to defend my home's everyday sunlight that I receive in the morning and afternoon. I am here today to let you know how unhappy I am to hear that the building behind my home wants to add a third story and roof deck that will ultimately block my sunlight and possibly create extra noise. I know this might sound minimal to others, but having sunshine through my window every morning is special to me. I never thought I'd have to give it up or have it be a luxury in my home. I cannot put into words how disappointed I will be if you let this plan go through. Having sunlight in my home is something that is priceless, and I have become accustomed to living with this for the last 40 years. I do not want my home to live under a shadow in darkness. Please take my concerns and thoughts into your planning and understanding what you're asking your neighbors to give up to build your third story and roof deck. Thank you. I also would like to say I've been a resident there for 10 years, and if this project does go through, it will ultimately, I will have no sunlight in my home. I work out of my home 3 days a week, and I live where my sunlight, where this would be affecting, is the back of my home, where I ultimately don't turn on my lights or anything in the morning because I don't have to because I get so much sunlight. But if this building goes up, that ultimately is going away for me. So it negatively impacts me. I just want that to be considered. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Are there any other speakers in support of the DR requester?
There were a total of 7 letters written, so there's 5 more letters, but the people could not come today. Can we get someone else to read them?
No, ma'am.
No? Okay.
No, ma'am.
Any other speakers in support of the DR requester? Okay. Project sponsor.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. John Kevlin here with Ruben Junius and Rose on behalf of the project sponsors, Ben and Andrew Meyer. The project before you would create a new, modest-sized, single-family home and eliminate a non-accessory parking garage. The existing one-story building occupies the entirety of the lot and serves as a private garage and essentially serves as long-term automobile storage. The project proposes a 2-story addition and a conversion to a single-family home consisting of parking and the required parking and a family room on the ground floor, 2 bedrooms and an office on the second floor, and a combined kitchen and living area on the third floor. There will be rear decks at the second and third floors as well as a roof deck. Now, we've had to design this project on a small, substandard 20-foot by 60-foot lot. You'll see if you take a look at the floor plans, it's a pretty efficient design. In particular, the bedrooms on the second floor, they're not big at all, and in fact, can barely fit much more than a double bed in there. But we have been able to fit the single-family home on this lot in a way that's sensitive to the neighboring buildings. To start, the building adjacent to the north is a 6-story apartment building, which is in support of the project as of right now. The DR requesters own the building to the south. Now, the project's proposed second and third floor, the 2 new stories, will extend beyond this building by 12 and 6 feet, respectively. And per the residential design guidelines, exactly how they ask, we have incorporated a 5-foot side setback for those 2 new stories, essentially the same depth starting at the depth of that building. This is 5 feet on a lot that is only 20 feet wide, so it's already a substandard width lot. Again, a lot to squeeze in for a small home here. Just to be clear, there's no property line windows on the DR requester's home, so there's no closing of windows or anything like that going on. We've also set back the proposed roof deck by 5 feet from that south property line in order to improve privacy to the neighbors in the rear yard, and also have made all of the parapets completely transparent, so reducing the effective height of the building as much as possible. Since the project is to the north of the DR Requesters building, it has very little shadow impact. In fact, we've done a shading study here, if I could get the overhead. So yeah, these two images right here, the only shading at all occurs during the summer months, June through August, and only for a short amount of time in the morning and the evening. If you see this top one, the blue, here's our project, 22 more, DR Requesters home, and here's the building that's been approved to the south of the DR Requesters home. The blue areas are where there's new shading, so you'll see in the morning it shades the roof, a little bit of the back wall, and nothing else. And then in the evening, we've still got some shading on the roof, and there is some shading at the very rear of the lot where there are some trees right now. So again, it's north of this building, so the shading is minimal. There is a variance required from the rear yard requirement. The code would require a 45% rear yard on a 60-foot deep lot, so that would limit any building depth to just 33 feet. We provide a 15-foot rear yard and provide a healthy 5-foot setback from the south property line for the portion of the building extending beyond the rear yard line. And again, even with that rear yard variance, you've got a really efficiently designed building with modest rooms throughout. The project is consistent with the general character of the neighborhood. We've got another exhibit here for the projector. The salmon and pink-colored lots have buildings of either 3 stories or larger on them. And so you see the hatch building right here is us. The blue building right below is the DR Requester. All of the buildings on Larkin Street, all of them have 3 stories, much of them 2 stories over garage, just like we're proposing here. So you'll see this is not out of scale for or out of character for this neighborhood. Ben and Andrew have done a significant amount of outreach on this. There's been dozens and dozens of calls, emails, and meetings since January with a number of neighbors. Looking back at this diagram here, we've got the support of these properties with the star on them, so several of the properties in the very near vicinity in support of the project. The DR Requester was the only known opponent we knew about before, in the days leading up to this hearing. Ben and Andrew did spend time working with them trying to find a resolution, just like they did with the second DR Requester that had withdrawn their DR since then. It's unfortunate that they haven't been successful, but we do feel confident that we've designed a home that is quite modest in size and has significant setbacks to its massing to minimize any impacts on the DR Requester, and we respectfully request your support. Thank you.
Okay, speakers in support of the project sponsor? Okay, not seeing any DR Requester, you have a 2-minute rebuttal.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen of the Planning Commission. I am Denise Gum of 20 Moore Place. At the beginning of May 2016, there were further outreach to some neighbors, Connor Meehan and Jim Nelson. The Myers log does not show the outreach to neighbors who are impacted by the project. 7 letters have been submitted to the Planning Commission. It is unclear what the Myers' intention to develop 22 Moore LLC is. From mid-January 2016 to our last meeting on March 23, 2016, the reasons change each time. This leads me to think that Ben Meyer of Meyer Capital Group LLC is spearheading this development project. The Myers mentioned many times they want to be good neighbors. At our last meeting, I mentioned my concerns about their project. Their property value have increased, causing our property value to substantially decrease. Ben Meyer's response to me was, I cannot do anything about that. You can make money when you sell the property. This said, knowing we have no intention ever to sell our ancestral home. Last, I would like to point out, in 2013, I lent my sympathetic ear to Yeli Shi, the previous owner of 18 Moore Place. She and her husband wanted to add on to their property so that they can have a nursery. With approved permit and plans, she flipped the property in 2 years. In her email to Ben Meyer, she mentioned to him that was a good time to build. Is she a developer too? People who buy houses to live in do not talk like that. We respectfully request your support. Keep the project at 2 stories with no rear yard variance. I respectfully request the Planning Commission to please exercise its discretionary powers to protect the public interests at this time. Otherwise, the Meyer Capital Group will have success at their personal and business gains at the expense of the poor neighbors. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, project sponsor, you have a 2-minute rebuttal.
Thank you, Commissioner Fong. I don't think there's really much more for me to add here. It's pretty straightforward, but I think Ben and Andrew would like to come up and just speak to you in light of the comments.
Hello, Commission. My name is Andrew Meyer. I'm the project owner. I'd just like to speak here. A lot of the character questions are obviously in dispute on our side. To take a step back from all this, my goal with this project is to create a modest single-family home for my future family. I'm getting married in a couple months, and we think this would be the perfect project to really turn into a home. We have no intention of selling it or flipping it or anything like that. My full intention is to live there. I'd also like to note that we have taken the zoning administrator's recommendation and really made every possible effort to interact and work with our neighbors. In addition to the 311 notification, a variance notification, and the pre-application meeting, we exchanged over 100 emails with neighbors, had 18 phone calls, 8 in-person meetings and on-site visits, even 7 text messages. So we've really tried to work our hardest to understand our neighbors' viewpoints and to address them as best as we can. As a result of that work, we have project support, as been mentioned, from 3 neighbors: 2330 Larkin, which shares a property line with us, 60 Allen Street, and 18 Moore Place. I'm happy to answer any other questions should you have them. Thank you.
Okay, public hearing is closed. Commissioner Antonini.
I think this is a good project that activates what is currently just a garage and turns it into a home. And as was commented by staff, had we had the DR reform legislation, this particular DR would not have been brought to the commission. And to address the points that were brought up by the DR requester, whose home is to the south and east of this particular thing, so the impacts of sun are minimal because most of their sun comes from those 2 directions, and direct light. They talked about the trees. The trees are mature. They're still going to get east, west, and south light, so the trees should not be affected at all by this. According to the staff report, project sponsor has had 8 sun videos, 2 sun studies, and 3 sets of revised plans, so that's a lot of notice. There's a 15-foot rear yard, so it's a modification, so that's up for the zoning administrator, but I think it's about as good as you're going to do in a very small area. That's and the building to their northwest is a large apartment building, so which is much taller. And I think everything else seems to be done pretty well. There's a 13. I guess staff has asked a couple of things. Maybe I could ask staff. I think project sponsors said that they were going to set back the deck and they were going to set back their second and third floors by 5 feet. Is that, in fact, what we had asked on this
yes,
report?
Yes, that was the recommendation of RDT.
So we still would take the DR because the report we see before us does not have those items in there. So if we took DR, we'd take DR with
we
those
take
two
DR
changes.
with the modifications, the proposed modifications.
Yeah, okay, sounds good. Thank you.
Commissioner Moore?
I would take a slightly different tack, and the tack comes from the fact that in the small-scale development patterns of the side streets of Nob Hill and Russian Hill, we all deal with basically substandard lots of 20 by 60, 25 by 60. That, given that the development pattern as it exists is mostly 2 stories, it creates really very unusual circumstances relative to compatibility of buildings with each other when, one, they take on a more contemporary architecture, which is fine if it's well done, but as they bulge out with 2 cars and roof deck and everything else, including no acknowledgement of the existing rear yard. I'm having a little hard time with that. And let me tell you why. Assume that this building would, one, the addition of a roof deck accessible from the second floor from the third floor to the roof, I think is completely atypical for the neighborhood, given the fact that on all levels we already have large terraces and balconies. I think it is basically nothing I could possibly support in a neighborhood in a small street which is quiet. We're seeing a barbecue and extensive furnishings, as this being almost like an outdoor additional room of significant size. So that, for me, is not even possible to discuss or approve. Then if I go down further to the second floor, I believe that the rear terrace of the master bedroom is extensively large. And if one would start pulling back, if I understood Ms. Asbach saying that, I'm wondering if 5 feet is enough, if that should not be even go a little bit further, particularly as the terrace extends over the entire width of the property, and while on one side it acknowledges a notch, a light well, it still shoots over that light well all the way to the width of the property. I find that a very awkward thing, in addition to the fact that there is a wall missing with the way it's drawn. And on the ground floor, I am prepared to entertain to drop a car and see if that building could shrink a little bit. I want to leave that, hang that out for the commissioners to consider. I'm not opposed to enlarging homes in these smaller alleys, but they do have to fit. And I believe in the current configurations, particularly with this aggressive roof deck on the third floor, this is not working for me.
Commissioner Antonini.
Yeah, I'm willing to accept some of the suggestions proposed by Commissioner Moore. I think they've got a couple terraces already, so the roof deck above that probably is not necessary. I need a little clarification, though, on the we talked about the setbacks on the south side of 5 feet on the second and third floors, and I'm not sure, was that what you were talking about, or a further setback on the terrace? Is that what you're talking about, Commissioner Moore?
I have not really said anything of what needs to be done. I'm trying to have the other commissioners look at it and go through understanding where the project is bulged out and too aggressive. That is where I am. I'm not making any design adjustments, but I believe the building is a little bit too aggressive relative to its circumstance. I understand what you're trying to do. You still have great ability to create nice spaces. The design overall is fine, but it needs a little tweaking and a little bit more sensitivity on where it meets the neighbors. And again, the roof deck is completely a no for me.
Are you saying that there's a light well that doesn't match or isn't far enough down?
There is a light bulb which matches, but I do not quite understand why a balcony would pop out and return back to the property line. When you look at drawing A1 on the second floor, that is what that is. Are you following?
No.
Drawing A 1.0 in the center of the drawing, the second floor plan. As you look to the deck of the bedroom, you see that the building respects the light well with the adjoining property, but then you come onto the deck, and the deck pops out again to the right, and I'm saying for a bedroom deck that is really is somewhat not really quite in character. And then I also don't understand why this deck has to go all the way to the rear of the property. I think it should hold back and create a slightly lighter, more accentuated massing which pulls back on the rear. And it doesn't have anything to do that there is a larger building adjoining to it, but the effects with east and west sun coming from both sides and affecting the smaller scale adjoining neighbors, that is where the issues are.
Commissioner Hillis.
So, one, I don't think this is a a huge house. I mean, they're you know, some of the bedrooms are fairly small. I think it's fairly modest in well done. I agree with Commissioner Moore's comments on the second floor deck, and I don't quite understand why it does jut out. I mean, it should respect that property line and stay 5 feet off the side, and maybe can you clarify that?
Yeah,
Because
thanks,
there's a deck above the media room that's.
Yeah, so just to be clear, you know, you walk out that rear door onto the second floor deck.
Yes.
That little white area, that's not proposed as a deck right now. It's just the roof of the existing building.
No, I understand that.
Okay, gotcha. And so if there, are you suggesting pulling the deck off the south property line?
Well, if there was a reason to pull the building back that 5 feet, yeah, just that 5 feet from the south property line.
that rear. So the ground floor is still built to the property line, but the
Correct.
deck wouldn't extend to the property line.
Correct.
Yep.
It would give that same setback that you're offering with the light well in the building.
Yep. That is the project sponsor is open to that.
Right.
Yeah.
So that would be, to me, the change to be made on this. It'd be good to hear from the zoning administrator on his thoughts on the general project. I mean, I think this is more of a variance issue than it is anything else. But I'd be supportive of that deck coming back that same 5 feet throughout
Would
the
you
property
also
line.
agree that the upper spiral deck, roof deck on top of everybody else is really not what we do typically in these changing neighborhoods? It just doesn't work. You sit on top of everybody else in a quiet neighborhood, which is quieter than anything else.
Right.
And then you have your barbecue, your fumes, and your everything else. That just does not work.
I mean, I generally agree with you on roof decks. In this case, it doesn't seem to me to be causing much of a problem. It's up against the larger six-story building on the one side and set back significantly 5 feet from anywhere else. And there's, you know, so I don't see that as I mean, I know we've kind of resorted to removing those roof decks, but I don't see it as a big problem in that it steps back from the front and is kind of tucked up against that larger building. So to me, that's not, I don't think we get much from that. I'm more inclined on the second floor deck. But
since unfortunately it's furnished like a living room, that is where my objections comes. If this would just be a place to step out, but since it has all of the accoutrements, particularly it's ironically fully furnished, I believe it tries to be like a outdoor living room with a barbecue, and that just doesn't work for me.
If I can share my thoughts with the Commission, and if Commissioner Antoni would mind, thank you. I just wanted to share my thoughts on the rear yard variance matter. I mean, this is clearly a substandard lot at 20 by 60 feet, and I do find that a variance would be supportable at this location. We originally had a hearing at the beginning of the year. At that hearing, it was apparent that the parties hadn't met and discussed, and happy to hear that has happened since, but has not resolved everything. In hearing the Commission's concerns about the roof deck and the rear deck, I actually have more concerns about the deck at the rear at the second level. I mean, that is a deck that is accessed only from a master bedroom. It's not from common area. It's really a nice luxury to have, but I don't think it's a necessity for having usable open space. I actually see that the roof deck is more useful for open space, because in this building, it's a little bit unusual to have the kitchen and main living level on the top story, and so they have a small deck off of that with the spiral going up to the roof deck. And I find that's really going to be the functional rear yard for the property rather than on kind of this deck at the rear. And I think in terms of impacts on the neighbors, the deck from the second level off the master is going to probably have more of an impact on both of the adjacent buildings. Even though I know the apartment building on one side is in support, I think that's going to have probably more impact on those adjacent properties at the rear. So I would, if the Commission was kind of inclined to make some changes to the decks, I would almost suggest striking that
second
floor deck and keeping the roof deck.
Okay. My thoughts. I think this puts, as we heard a public comment 7 hours ago, Georgia Shudish got up and she talked about people living outside, excuse me, trying to integrate the outside with the inside. I mean, I get that. My house is like that. You want to create a deck that kind of flows from the inside to the outside. You want to try to use the yard as much as you can, which we do, and that's kind of the way things are moving. And I think the residential design guidelines, if they need to be tweaked or changed, probably should respect that's where the world is going. There are extremes, though, putting up 10-foot walls. I have a 6-foot wall, I don't have a 10-foot wall. I don't want to be feeling like I'm sitting in a box. The roof deck seems okay to me because it is up against the building. It's got a setback. The bedroom deck's more problematic because I honestly want to try to understand how that's even being used. Do you kind of flow out in your pajamas and sit down and read a book in front of everybody? I'd agree with Zoning Administrator Sanchez to get rid of the second floor deck as much as we could and leave the roof deck. Commissioner Moore.
I would be prepared to see that eliminating the deck on the bedroom level in exchange for the roof deck is acceptable. I do believe that there is a connection between where the cooking and kitchen is. Then I'm wondering if the kitchen is there, why do we need a barbecue? Because I myself know how disruptive it can be, particularly for people who in the taller building have their windows open. It is an extremely difficult thing to deal with in the city of San Francisco, particularly in this area, and I live not very far away. The winds are drifting, and if you don't eat hamburgers, it gets kind of quite oppressive for those who don't. I just want to hang this out here, and it's a long-winded discussion. One, high winds, barbecues, and the fire department's attitude towards roof deck, whatever. I know they have to be of a certain kind, but the smell intrusion with everything around you is quite difficult. That said, I'll let it go. I can't support the building with the entire second floor balcony being cut off and leaving the roof deck. Make a motion to take the R and approve the project with the modifications as just described and put into the record.
Second. And that's with the proposed modifications as already outlined.
Yep. They did not eliminate the...
in addition to eliminating the roof deck.
That's correct.
The second floor deck.
Correct.
Okay.
Entirely.
In its entirety, that's correct.
Very good.
Commissioner Anthony.
Yeah, just to clarify, so we're taking DR, we are increasing the south side setback 5 feet on the second and third floor, which was staff's recommendation. And then we are eliminating the deck on the second floor.
In the rear.
In the rear. And otherwise as presented.
Commissioner Johnson.
Thank you. I can be supportive of that motion, although I would note that when we've had past hearings talking about decks, normally it's about, intrusion into other people's space and some of the things that Commissioner Moore brought up earlier. I'm not sure that eliminating the second floor deck gets us any of those things. I think it's an interesting design concept, and I kind of agree with Commissioner Richards that I don't know what the usefulness of that is, but that's not up for us to decide. So I really want the commissioners to make sure that we're not eliminating the second floor deck just to feel that we're getting something, because I feel like the roof deck would have been more in line with some of the objections that I heard earlier, and that seems to be staying.
Commissioner Richards.
I guess the question I would have would be, would a kind of a Juliet balcony deck be okay? I mean, you want to have the doors, you want to be able to at least step out, not live out there.
Yeah.
Get some air. Commissioner Moore, what are your thoughts on that?
I mean, obviously, Commissioner Johnson started to rattle my brains for consistency, which is a big part of what I normally insist on. The only comment which made me reconsider the roof deck was what Zoning Administrator Sanchez says. The relation of the kitchen, which is unusual to have on the second floor, on the third floor to start with, makes it so possible to use, other than in other buildings, the roof deck as an area where you can spend part of the time eating. That has an interesting idea. It's not an ideal solution, but I am not prepared, given the constrained rear condition of the building with a 60-foot wide lot and a variance on the rear yard, to give them another Julian balcony. I do not see that. I think it's just, for me, asking for too much.
Okay.
So it's one or the other.
Commissioner Hillis.
Just a comment in defense of barbecuing. I've met most of my neighbors in the backyard through them barbecuing and us barbecuing, so I like a good hamburger. But And I get the point that the second floor deck is a bit odd, especially the way it's configured currently. But I also think it's odd to have nothing, and kind of have the bedroom there, kind of looking out on the top of the first floor. I'd actually suggest kind of a deck the size and scale of what's above on the third floor, coming out of the bedroom on the third floor. Because I kind of, coming out on the second floor, because I agree with Commissioner Johnson. Doing things just to do them is one thing, but I don't think that would cause any harm to have a deck, kind of the scale of the third floor deck off the bedroom on the second floor.
What's the measurements?
I think it's about 5 by,
The width,
it's about, do you guys have that on your plans?
yeah, it's about 7 by 15. Commissioner Moore?
No, I was done.
Commissioners, my only kind of comment there would be that the existing roof on this building is a flat roof. There's no parapets, and so the addition of any deck there that goes up to the property line is going to trigger the firewall. So we want to consider if there is to be a deck at that lowest level, at that second level, that it be set back such that a firewall is not required. It would be set back on
the adjacent to the apartment building?
Both.
From the
On both sides.
Well, no, I would say it's set back 5 feet from the property line on the DR requester's side. So it's that same footprint against the apartment building, set back 5 feet.
But at this level, it is at the same depth as the adjacent apartment building, and so having a deck will extend beyond the adjacent apartment building and
Privacy
build
issue.
a firewall right along the property line. So that would be my only concern, would be to have a deck that, of minimal projection, it could project maybe 3 feet, but be set back from the side property line so as to not require firewalls. Set back 5 feet on the south side, and whatever is required on the north side to no longer require a firewall parapet.
Okay.
Maybe the project sponsor can address that if they've reviewed that and know what the dimension would be. I think it could be 3 feet because it's a single-family dwelling.
3 feet. Yeah. I mean, so we've got the 5 feet on the south side. And so the question is, you want to, it is the building wall of the apartment building there.
But this does, because it looks like this is pretty, at this level, it's pretty close, about a foot from the building wall of the adjacent apartment building, right?
Mm-hmm.
So it's not as if it's completely up against an adjacent blind wall.
Hi, I'm Daniel Robinson, the architect. You're absolutely correct that the point at which the way the deck is currently designed on the second floor, there is a firewall parapet all the way around the perimeter, whereas right now that roof does not have that parapet. So if the deck was to go beyond the face of the master bedroom, you would indeed need a firewall on the page left side. You wouldn't need one on the page right side because we already have the DR setback of 5 feet.
So we need setback, and what projection would the commission, 3 feet? Okay, so it would project 3 feet at the second floor, setback 5 feet from the south side property line and 3 feet from the north side property line.
How deep?
3 feet.
3 feet.
You're suggesting pinching it all in?
Yeah, so we set back 5 feet from the south side, so no firewalls required. It would match the existing building setback. 3 feet from the north side property line, so it wouldn't trigger firewall abutting the apartment building to the north, and then it would project for a depth of 3 feet and give some usable. It's not going to be much area, but it'll be some.
Stand.
Yeah. Probably get a lounge chair in there.
Okay.
And a stretch.
Commissioner Moore, were you able to follow that suggestion?
If somebody would draw it for me, if you would draw for me what you mean, I hear all these dimensions, but I'm tired, I can't follow it anymore.
I would just mention if we're looking to replicate the depth of the deck on the third level, that deck is 6 feet deep. So that's what we would obviously prefer here, considering the additional 3 foot setback on the north side. I'd just bring that up to if we are looking for the same depth as the deck on the level above.
Okay.
Oh, and can we get the overhead?
Thank you. Yep. So that's pinched in at 3 feet on
That's
each
a third floor.
side.
That's a third floor. Oh.
Well, so I think what the commission had suggested initially was projecting 3 feet from the wall of the master bedroom, not set back 3 feet from the rear property line.
Right.
Correct. But then the project sponsor is requesting that be 6 feet versus the 3 feet. So
you're talking about like a Juliet balcony, like just a step out, be an ability to open the door and have a little bit, yeah. But it would be 3 feet instead of 6 feet.
It'd be
That's fine.
12 by 3. I think
The
12
way
feet by
it's
3
drawn, except shallower in width. It's like a little bump out.
feet. Yeah.
Could you bring that up again, please? Oh.
Hatch.
Yeah,
I'll hatch in the
hatch,
area
that
that
would be
I
great.
believe you're talking about.
Yeah. I see what you mean. Yes, that's exactly correct. Yes.
But the difference is I have this noted at 6 feet, and we're saying 3 feet.
Yeah.
Okay.
I can support that. That is fine.
Okay.
That still is in the intent of the bigger moves.
I'm fine as seconder if I am the seconder.
Actually, Commissioner Richards, you were the seconder.
Thank you very much for considering Commissioner Moore. One question I have is, you're standing out in the 3 feet and you have something jutting over your head, an additional 3 feet.
No, there's nothing jutting over your head there.
I thought the project sponsor said the deck was 6 feet.
The deck above, at the level above,
Back.
is 6 feet deep, but it does not project. It actually goes
No, I
set back.
then support exactly
back.
what we're doing.
It's back on this, yeah.
Yeah, got it. Got it. Okay, good.
Okay.
Okay, there is a motion that has been seconded to take DR with staff modifications and reducing the second floor roof deck, pinching it 5 feet on the south, 3 feet on the north, and limiting it to a 3-foot depth. On that motion, Commissioner Antonini.
Aye.
Commissioner Hillis.
Aye.
Commissioner Johnson.
Aye.
Commissioner Moore.
Aye.
Commissioner Wu.
Aye.
Commissioner Richards.
Aye.
And Commission President Fong.
Aye.
So moved, Commissioners. That motion passes unanimously 7-0.
And on the variance, close the public hearing, inclined to grant the requested variance with the conditions as noted in the Planning Commission's decision. And that is all.
Thank you, Zoning Administrator. Commissioners, that'll place us under your final DR item number 17. For case number 2014-001259, DRP-02 at 60 Russell Street. This is a discretionary review, and if I understand correctly, there are 2 DR filers that'll each get 5 minutes, and the DR requester will receive a 10-minute presentation.
Good evening, President Fong and members of the Planning Commission. I'm Nick Foster with Department staff. This item before you represents 2 separate public initiated requests for discretionary review of a building permit application at 60 Russell Street, which is located within an RH2 residential 2-family house zoning district and a 40X height and bulk district. The project is a 2-story vertical addition to an existing 1-story over non-habitable space structure currently used as a single-family residence. The project proposes an extensive remodel of the existing 771 square foot building, adding approximately 1,573 square feet for a total of 2,344 square feet of living space. The project scope includes the following: lowering the existing floor plate by approximately 10 inches, adding a balcony to the rear elevation, infilling the existing tradesman path on the west side of the building, and filling 2 small light wells, while reconfiguring a third to align with the adjacent property at 64 Russell Street, adding a garage within the existing building footprint with a 2-car mechanized stacked parking, adding a new curb cut, raising the surface of the rear yard to match the side neighbor, again 64 Russell Street, replacing the existing wood deck in the rear yard, and adding solar panels to the roof. The project site is located within the southern portion of the Russian Hill neighborhood, within an established residential area primarily comprised of low to medium density housing. So these are single-family residences to multifamily residences. Additionally, the buildings on the block face range from 1 to 3 stories in height. Overall, the block face contains a high concentration of architecturally unified buildings with shared architectural characteristics, form, historic context, and period. There were 2 DR requesters filed on this building permit application, as I previously mentioned. DR requester number 1 are John and Matt Baruso of 1243 and 1243A Union Street. So this is located north and east of the subject property along Union Street. And DR requester number 2 is Tracy Luke of 64 Russell Street, again, located immediately west, abutting the property, subject property, that is. DR requester number one's concerns are as follows. The project does not respect the topography of the site. The scale of the project is too large, stating that the project is out of scale and incompatible with the surrounding buildings, and that lastly, the project is not consistent with the neighborhood character. DR requester's number two concerns are as follows. The design, including the overall mass height of the project, is inconsistent with the planning department's residential design guidelines. The project introduces negative impacts to the neighborhood, including loss of light, air, privacy, and a sense of proportionality to the immediate site context. And that lastly, the expansion of the existing structure to the side yard is simply too large and impacts the light and air to the adjacent property, again, 64 Russell Street. On January 21st, 2016, the Residential Design Team, or RDT, reviewed the project in light of the DR requester's applications for discretionary review. The RDT did not find there to be exceptional or extraordinary circumstances associated with this project and found that the project met the criteria established within the Residential Design Guidelines, or RDGs. The RDT reiterated that the scale and massing of the proposed project was compatible with the scale and massing of buildings found along the subject street, with architectural expressions borrowed directly from the broader neighborhood context. RDT found that the proposed vertical addition is adequately situated within the footprint of the existing building, providing sufficient mid-block open space. Moreover, the RDT found that the vertical addition is not extreme. There are numerous examples of two-story above basement and three-story structures on the immediate block face. To date, the department has received 12 letters of support and 5 letters in opposition to this project. 11 of those letters were included in your staff packet, while 6 of those were received after the publication of the staff packet. You have those letters before you now. The nature of the letters in support of the project speak to the general support for the homeowners to build a code-complying project, whereas the nature of the letters in opposition to the project speak to the incompatibility of the proposed project, citing concerns over the proposed bulk and mass given the narrowness along Russell Street. 2 weeks ago, the department received an email from a member of the public requesting the planning department re-examine the historic resource evaluation. So this is the HRE, prepared by Tim Kelly Consulting for 60 Russell Street. The letter stated that there was evidence to suggest that an individual of potential historic significance, Dr. Edmund Dixon Jung, was a former resident of 60 Russell Street. Subsequently, Tim Kelly Consulting performed additional analysis of the subject property in conjunction with Dr. Jung and discovered that Dr. Jung resided at 42 Russell Street and not 60 Russell Street, our subject property. In viewing the information provided by Tim Kelly Consulting, the department has reaffirmed the validity of the Historic Resource Evaluation Response, or the HRER, and as well as the CEQA determination as prepared by the department. A memo was sent to the Planning Commission through the Director of Commission Affairs office earlier this week regarding this particular matter. Additionally, the department received an email from a member of the public earlier this week requesting the Planning Department re-examine the proposed demolition calculations for the proposed project as they pertain to Planning Code Section 317. In reviewing the supplemental information provided by the project sponsor, the department has reaffirmed the validity of the demolition calculations as analyzed by the project sponsor and subsequently reviewed by the department. Those supplemental drawings have just been distributed to you now. In closing, the department has recommended the Commission not to take DR and approve this project as proposed. This concludes my formal presentation, of course, available for questions and answers.
Thank you. Okay, DR requester number 1, please.
These are the speaker cards. Members of the Planning Commission, my name is Matt Baruso. My brother John, can we have the projector on? My brother John and I are third-generation San Franciscans and have owned and occupied our home at 1243 Union for 18 years. My brother's a graphic designer, and I am an artist and a teacher at Stanford University and the San Francisco Art Institute in Russian Hill.
Sorry to interrupt you. SFGov TV, can you go to the doc cam?
For 18 years, we've worked to build connections with our neighbors and our community in Russian Hill. Our concerns: the scale and design. The original proposal for 60 Russell inserted an out-of-scale contemporary structure into a historic cluster of buildings, all built within 12 years of the 1906 earthquake. At the pre-application meeting, we and the majority of neighbors present lodged serious concerns. The sponsors made no accommodations and submitted their plans unchanged. The historic district. Russell Street was identified by the Planning Department as a potential historic district in the past, and planning identified it as such again at the start of this project. All but one of the lots are substandard at 20 by 60 or smaller, and subsequently many homes are smaller and lower. The sponsors ignored the historic and compact nature of the area and chose to replace as much of the original building as possible with a large contemporary structure. Only at the urging of Planning's residential design team did they make surface changes to the facade, and even then, only just enough to attain approval. We're not talking about the aesthetics of one building alone. The choices here will resonate throughout the block. This is a potential historic district, and whatever is built at 60 Russell will stand at its center. Topography. The 18 buildings front Russell, and though some are three-story buildings, 8 are much smaller at under 20 feet. 60 Russell was grouped with 3 such buildings, all under 20 feet. These follow the topography of the block, and at 33 foot 10 inches, this new structure will not respect the topography as required by the residential design guidelines. We urge the Commission to consider the scale of the building and act to correct its impact. Back of the building. Our planner confirmed that RDT gave no special consideration to the back of the project. The height of the new structure and its proximity to us on Union will impact privacy and reduce light to our home, the fans' home, and the Daly's home. All of our rear walls are on the property lines, and the closeness and our primary living areas are in the south-facing property line rooms. The closeness of the added stories, the excessive windows, the alignment of their new stories to ours, all will cause an invasion of our privacy. This loss of natural light will diminish our use of these living spaces, and if approved, the north elevation will be primarily glass, with excessive windows on 3 floors, a glass-railed deck, and a glass-railed balcony. These overbuilt outdoor areas will infringe on the modest and necessary use of neighbors' indoor areas. Planning, the sponsor's architects, and the residents all agree that this is a limited mid-block open space. The height and nearness of the project's windows, deck, and balcony will bring its residents to within 12 feet of our homes on Union Street. These adverse impacts are extraordinary and need to be corrected. We propose the following to reduce adverse impacts to our neighbors. 1, limit the addition to a single story. The existing building is inaccurately described in the DR analysis as 1 story over a crawl space. The existing section plan clearly shows a basement known to have a finished room and laundry facilities. Extending the planned excavation on this level would add to habitable space, affording 3 living levels while keeping the exterior in scale. Planning inaccurately compares the project to other 2-story over basement structures on the immediate block face. This project is not comparable, as it will be the first 3-story over basement structure on Russell. 2, remove the car stacking mechanism. This entire building is out of scale and proportion to accommodate this mechanism and the parking it provides for 2 cars. Removing it would lower the building and bring the project into scale. 3, remove the rear balcony. This egregious element extends the sponsor's living space to within 12 feet of neighbors on Union Street. It is insensitive and will violate our privacy. 4, if the proposed structure remains at 3 stories over basement, then 1, lower its height, 2, set back the second story by 5 feet, 3, set back the third story by an additional 10 feet, and 4, set back the third story deck by 5 feet. These setbacks and the height reduction will balance the sponsor's proposed use with neighbors' long-standing existing use. Finally, we had documented that the demo calculations and some of the plans were wrong, which the department has now acknowledged. But we wish to protest the submission of new materials tonight without any reasonable period of review. We will continue with presentations, but we request that you continue your decision until we can confirm that this is actually not a demolition. The unique circumstances of the block require special consideration of this project. For its significance to our community and to Russian Hill as a whole, we urge the Commission to revisit this project. Thank you.
Okay, DR requester number 2.
Turn the projector on and please leave it on. Please, thank you. Good evening, Commissioners. My name is Tracy Luke. I live at 64 Russell Street, where I've been for 6 years, and I've been a resident of San Francisco for 16 years. First and foremost, I'm not opposed to the project sponsor's ability to refurbish this home, nor to a vertical addition to this home. What I am opposed to, however, is the overly aggressive and ambitious plans that they've proposed on this substandard lot in a historic neighborhood. Russell Street is a small single-lane alley street where all of the homes were built post-earthquake. We should ensure that this mid-block downslope project does not permanently and irreparably alter the nature and character of this historic street. This project is not compatible with the alley, and in fact, the residential design team twice asked for a front setback and for a reduction of the 3rd floor. The neighbors have also made similar requests, but sponsors have refused to meaningfully alter the project to date. At nearly 34 feet, this will be the largest and tallest building on the block in the context of a historic district that is characterized by substandard lots. This is a building that is going to be a story and a half taller than its adjacent neighbors, and again, the tallest building on the block, resulting in an impact that is greater in this streetscape than what you might have in another streetscape in the city. The RDT also requested that the sponsors reduce the garage level in order to lower the overall scale and height of the building. As you can see from the photos, the property is out of proportion with other properties due to the excessive height of the stacker mechanism. If this mechanism were eliminated, you should be able to reduce the height of the building by 3, maybe 4 or 5 feet. It is unclear why we would want to promote more parking and cars, particularly in this transit-rich area of the city. But if you nonetheless want to promote more cars, the sponsors could still maintain a 2-car garage via tandem parking, or alternatively through a parking elevator using that sub-basement lot for parking. The stacker is also concerning to me personally, as it will be abutting the living area of my property. The pump of the mechanism generated over 80 decibels, which is equivalent to a busy residential street, and the cycle time is considerably longer than that of an average garage door. I'm concerned that the vibrations and weight of the mechanism and the cars that sit on the mechanism, given that they're proposing now a 0-degree property line, will over time result in damage to my 100-plus-year-old home. The sponsors have been unwilling to relocate the garage to the other side where it could abut another garage, and they could still maintain 2-car parking with a tandem or subterranean parking elevator that could alleviate and mitigate the height concerns. Next, the project proposes a smaller light well than the existing one, and per an email dated June 7th from the project sponsor's architect, I learned that the light well floor of the proposed project would start 6 feet 4 inches above my own light well floor. The light well as it exists today provides significant light to my main living floor as well as my lower level, and in fact, the design of my house was specific in nature to facilitate light via a light valve to the lower floor. Moving their light well from the current offset position to an aligned position will cause a dramatic reduction in light. This reduction in light is further amplified by their proposal to fill the light well in from the ground well up to well above the beginning of my windows, resulting in the fact that my windows will then look at basically a blank wall. The proposed light well also does not conform to residential design guidelines, which show an offset, not matching light wells. By respecting the light well dimensions, they will lose very little square footage, but it would mean a great deal of my home, which is still going to have a reduction in light just due to the vertical addition. Finally, I want to end by pointing out that this has been a very difficult project to review because as of this morning, the plans that we had were still incomplete and inaccurate. The roof plan was wrong. There is no window overlays showing the size and location of my light well windows. The demo calcs were wrong. There are no drawings that back up the demo calcs, at least not until 5:20 today. The heights of the adjacent buildings are wrong. No foundation is shown, which also is needed in order to determine the demolition calculations. And no ground floor structure is shown, and the height of that space has since changed from 6 feet 10 inches to now 7 feet 2 inches, a legal permissible level. The rear elevation of 52 Russell shows a flat roof when in fact it's 2 gables. We've detailed these problems to the planner and the zoning administrator earlier in the week, but had not received a reply as of this morning. When basic information that's supposed to be provided from day one has not been received as of the morning of the DR hearing, it just seems that we're not in a position to make a well-informed and well-reasoned decision on this. And I very much appreciate your time and consideration of the points that we've brought out. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay, asking for speakers in support of the DR requesters. Cards? Are these all in opposition? DR requester. Okay, Matt Baruso. Yep. Lillian Cho. Nick. Yep. Let me just call some other names. Rachel Daly. Natara Lum. Sorry. Allison Mann, Courtney Johnson, Chris Bigelow, Lawrence Fan, Catherine Courtney, and Joe Butler. Good.
Could I please have the overhead on and have it stay on for the remainder of all the other speakers? Thank you. Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Lillian Chow. My grandfather purchased our family home at 1251, 1253, and 1255 Union Street over 68 years ago. Our residences are behind 60 Russell. My grandfather always said that he purchased the building for his grandchildren's grandchildren. Tracy, John, and Matt filed their DRs and have shared their perspectives with you. Like them, many of us neighbors are equally concerned about this proposed project. We've been discussing ways to improve the project so the benefits of the sponsor wants don't diminish our quality of life either on Russell Street or on Union Street. First and foremost, the building should be compatible with other buildings in this qualifying historic district in scale, massing, fenestration, materials, and details, both in front and rear. Even a non-contributing building in a historic district needs to be compatible with the district's character. Second, the building should minimize the loss of air, light, and privacy on immediately adjacent neighbors on Russell and Union Streets. This neighborhood is a potential historic district as well documented in the Planning Department's categorical exemption. We realize this district has not been adopted, so a certificate of appropriateness is not needed, but we want to ensure that the addition here is compatible in scale and proportion to those around it, and privacy and light and air are addressed through reductions in the rear massing, elimination of the rear balcony, and expansion of the light well. Our neighborhood, like the larger Russian Hill neighborhood around it, is, as Tim Kelly says in the Historic Resources Evaluation, distinguished by its rich artistic, literary, and intellectual traditions. Jack Kerouac wrote Visions of Cody while living at 29 Russell Street. Noted Veterans Administration physician Edmund Dixon Jung owned 60 Russell Street for over 30 years. Today, Russell Street is much like it was a century ago. The right-of-way is 30 feet, but the paved street is only 18 feet wide. The Hyde Street cable car is a reminder of an earlier time when cable cars provided transportation more frequently than cars. Even today, only 8 buildings out of 18 on the block have off-street parking, and the average height of the homes is less than 23 feet. To the Chinese people, light and air are of utmost importance and are synonymous with life. We want to improve the proposed project so my grandchildren's grandchildren can enjoy living here too. Thank you very much.
Commissioners, good evening. My name is Nick Hoff. For 10 years, I lived with Matt and John Bruce at 1243A Union Street, and I now live at 975 Jackson Street. I'm speaking against this planned building on account of the planned building's height, which in my view would ruin the historic qualities of Russell Alley. Here are the heights of the block face. As you can see, the immediately adjacent buildings are under 20 feet tall. The tallest home is just 29.5 feet tall, and the average height is 22 feet. The proposed building is almost 34 feet tall. On most streets, perhaps this difference in height would not be meaningful, but on this block, as other speakers have pointed out, which is an identified potential historic district, a block that abuts non-compliant homes on Union Street that are built right up to the shared property lines, rear property lines, that will be just 12 feet away from the proposed glass balcony. This height deviation makes a real difference. Here's a proposed front elevation alongside 2 typical buildings on this block face. You can see that the proportion of the proposed building sticks out like a sore thumb. The garage level is way too tall. It is too tall because of the choice of the car stacker that the sponsor has chosen. And when the height is lowered to 3 or 4 feet beyond 3 or 4 feet, both the height deviation and the proportion will be remedied. Here is one of the memos documenting RDT's direction, and as you can see, they thought, like we do, that the proportion and height are off. The sponsor or even staff may tell you that the building changed since the memo was written, but as you can see, the height of the original planned building was 34 feet to the top of the roof, and the height of the building before you today is 33 feet, 10 inches to the top of the added parapet, and the front facade proportions have not changed. The sponsors have any number of options to lower the height and correct the proportion, among them excavating further into the ground or omitting the car stacker. It's unclear to me why these options have not been considered. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Rachel Daly, and I live at 1259 Union Street with my young family. Like the Barussos and the Fans, our apartment also faces 60 Russell. At the first meeting, when we saw the size of the building they were planning, we were vocally opposed. We met with their architect to express our concerns about the complete loss of our privacy. But when we returned from a 4-month work trip from Amsterdam, we found the plans unchanged. When my family and I moved here 3 years ago, we knew it was a dense area, but we could see there was a way that the neighbours coexist here. The north side of this new structure will change all that. It is essentially a contemporary building with 3 stories of glass, a glass-railed deck and a glass-railed balcony, taller than any building on Russell. The floor-to-ceiling windows look right into our bedroom and main living area, with the glass balcony extending to just 12 feet from our bedroom window. When asked about the excessive windows, the sponsor's architect suggested they keep the shades drawn, which makes no sense. My main concern is the large windows, the balcony and the height of the building, which combined leave my young children and I with no privacy to live and play as a family. It is a serious concern, considering that anyone at any time could be watching us with a crystal clear view. I have no power over who will be living there and whether they will still be Airbnb-ing it, selling it on, or whatever they have planned. But having people able to look directly into my bedroom just 12 feet away is a step too far. I do not understand why they choose to create an invasion of privacy for themselves and all of us. I urge the Commission to take a look at these plans. Firstly, please lower the outside height. That would practically create a shared, bizarre living space between our 2 homes. Remove the balcony completely. And finally, reduce the size of their windows dramatically, which won't be receiving any light from that side anyway. These measures will go some way towards integrating the new building into a tightly packed urban block. Thank you so much.
Good evening, Commissioners. My name is Natara Lum, and I live at 1243A Union Street with John Baruso, and I've lived in the neighborhood for 23 years. I want to reiterate the topic of privacy impacts to us. The unusual thing about the context here is that our adjacent multi-unit buildings on Union Street are built to our rear property lines. Our most used rooms, living rooms, kitchens, and bedrooms, all face onto that rear yard. The property line windows of our homes are all legal, non-complying, and south-facing. The residents of the proposed building would be standing on their balcony just 12 feet away from our living rooms, kitchens, and bedrooms. In psychology, 12 feet is considered the social zone, the range in which you can be expected to interact with people. None of us in any of these 7 apartments on Union Street will ever be able to go to the kitchen for a glass of milk without worrying that the residents of 60 Russell aren't right there with us. Even with our windows closed, we will be able to hear conversations of people on the balcony at 60 Russell. The main rear building wall and large second floor deck are only 16.5 feet from the primary living spaces of our Union Street homes. That is the length of a Toyota Camry, or equivalent car. On projects in the marina in which property line windows are characteristics of certain blocks, much like they are here, you have recognized those windows as requiring deference when proposed additions negatively impacted those living spaces in noise, light, and privacy. We ask you do the same here. The existing building poses fewer privacy impacts because it is low to the ground and the ground floor is partially subterranean. The development of this building should be going down instead of up. Additional light could reach that existing bottom floor by keeping the east side setback instead of filling it in as proposed. Little excavation would be needed. There should be no rear-facing balconies or decks because no matter what their size and screening, there is no way to screen from noise on these raised, hard outdoor surfaces. Thank you. That's my comment.
Hello, Commissioners. My name is Courtney Johnson. Mr. Rob Curtis asked that I read his statement since he is unavailable. Dear San Francisco Planning Commissioners, I live at 57 and 59 Russell Street, across the street from the proposed project. I have been and remain concerned about the proposed project at 60 Russell Street, as it would be out of proportion with our existing historic neighborhood. I am also particularly concerned about having a 2-car stacker garage directly across the street from where I have to park my car. The street is already very narrow and difficult to park, with too many cars navigating up and down the alley street. The introduction of a two-car stacker would create additional traffic and congestion as one waits to pull into the stacking garage, and it is out of context with our quiet neighborhood. I would ask that the Planning Commission please look into this and ideally eliminate the stacker garage. Thank you.
Good evening, Commissioners. My name is Chris Bigelow. I'm here to speak on behalf of the discretionary review requesters and the entire neighborhood of Russian Hill, where I have lived for over 30 years. Previous speakers have presented their concerns regarding negative impacts to neighboring buildings resulting from the height and massing of the proposed project. These impacts include loss of light and visual access to a mid-block open space that is already severely cramped by present-day standards. In addition, there will be significant loss of privacy resulting from the third-floor deck and the projecting second-floor balcony at the rear facade of 60 Russell, as shown in this image. And it is in such very close proximity to the living spaces in the adjoining buildings. Concerns as to visual and acoustic privacy will only be exacerbated by excessively large windows and door openings, resulting in a ratio of openings to solid wall surface that exceeds that found at the surrounding buildings on Russell and Union. Prior to issuance of the 311 notification, the residential design team directed the project sponsors to provide a more consistent window opening system, double hung, at the front facade. The front facade design now includes double hung windows within vertically oriented openings featuring traditional window trim and detailing. By contrast, as shown in this image, the proposed types of windows and doors at the rear facade are expansive, punched openings in the solid wall with undivided lights and minimalist detail. The second floor openings are essentially floor to ceiling, extending in an unbroken expanse across the entire width of the property, unlike any other windows in the vicinity. Perhaps the residential design team's concerns as to window openings did not include the rear facade, where proximity to neighboring buildings is even closer than at the front facade. Today, we have an opportunity to rectify this situation. We ask that the project sponsors be directed to improve the design of the rear facade by providing a system of door and window types that reduces the total area of glazed openings by at least 30%, modifies the continuous expanse of floor-to-ceiling windows at the second floor to be separate, clear-story windows with a sill height of 6 feet above finished floor, thereby becoming less invasive of privacy and more compatible with the adjacent buildings. Thank you for your consideration.
Good evening, Commissioners. My name is Lawrence Phan. After birth, I was raised in the 1251 to 1255 Union Street building. This has been our family home for 4 generations, purchased by my grandfather in the 1940s. The Chinese Exclusion Act had just been lifted, and our family was among the first of Chinese descent to purchase property in the Russian Hill neighborhood. My dad took great pride that his father, a mainland China immigrant, endured the Great Depression to experience the American dream of home ownership. This home and this community mean a lot to us. Our building consists of 3 flats, 2 of which will face directly into any addition to 60 Russell. Given the orientation of the buildings on Union Street, we spend all of our time in the south end of the flats. The kitchens, bedrooms, and living rooms are there because the rest of the building gets little light. The windows facing onto the proposed building are of utmost importance. These windows are our source of light. The height of the proposed structure and its closeness to these living spaces will greatly reduce the light into our home. We understand that something can be built, but my family asks you, our city commissioners, to take a closer look at this project. The height can be reduced by 1 story, and any added stories should be set back, allowing enough space for adequate light to reach us on Union Street. The proposed balcony comes within 12 feet of our windows and should be removed. Perhaps in another area, a project of this size would cause no notice. But this block's lack of open space requires special measures. As City Planning Director John Ram believes, there's a texture to our city. I urge the Commission to apply its modern understanding and Director Ram's planning principle to our acute problem. You, as commissioners, can improve this project and achieve a balance between the wishes connected with 60 Russell and the needs of my family. Thank you.
Please turn on the overhead.
SFGov TV, if you can go back to the overhead, please, and keep it for the duration of this opposition presentation.
Commissioners, good afternoon. My name is John Croas. I live at 1257 Union Street. I've lived in the neighborhood for 3 years. From the beginning, a number of us have felt this is a demolition. And I'd like to take this opportunity to once again reiterate what Mr. Baruso said, was that we only received updated demolition calculations at 5:20 p.m. today. So my remarks were prepared in advance of that receipt. At the last minute, we finally decided to have someone, an expert we came in contact with, look at the 311 drawings. I can't say I fully understand all of the details, but here's what she said. First, that the demolition calculation tables that we received, again, prior to 5:20 p.m. today, these are supposed to be supported by a number of drawings which pinpoint the facade areas and the floor plates that are being removed, and that without these drawings, no one could accurately review and confirm the numbers in the table. Now, this is an example of the type of demolition drawings that she said have been required of the dozens and dozens of projects our expert has worked on. They include identification of where the foundation is located, because you can't measure at the foundation level without knowing where the foundation is, and the areas on each floor plate and exterior wall being removed. We then asked the planner to see these drawings in the event the planning department had them, even though they weren't in the plans we were sent. He said the only demolition drawing was the one floor plan next to the tables, and there were no other drawings. And so we were left wondering, how could the demolition calculations have been confirmed without all the calculation drawings to back them up? And why was this sponsor allowed to bypass this requirement when every other sponsor is required to produce those drawings? The second thing our expert said was that it was obvious when comparing the existing and proposed section drawings that the horizontal element calculation numbers are wrong. The sponsor's demolition tables show that 7% of the first floor plate will be removed, but you can see from comparing the existing and proposed sections, the entire floor plate is being lowered 10 inches, and so in fact 100% is being removed. Also, the rules clearly state that when an exterior wall or plate becomes an interior wall or plate, it is counted as demolished. So whereas the demo calculations say 9% of the roof is being removed, the rules clearly indicate that 100% is being removed. She also mentioned in passing that the light well windows belonging to 64 Russell are supposed to be shown as overlays on both the existing and proposed elevations so you can understand the impacts. The roof plan does not match overhead photos at all, and the level of detail on these plans, given this is a potential historic district, is wholly inadequate. Thank you.
Hi, good evening, Planning Commissioners. My name is Allison Hahn. I've been a resident of San Francisco for 18 years. I'm reading a statement on behalf of Mary Barker. Commissioners, I'm the house sitter for 64 Russell Street, where I live when the owner is away on work trips. I am not speaking on behalf of the owner, but on my own behalf. I took this photo the one day that the story poles were put up. The photo is taken from the interior and is a view of the light well with the story pole that extends from the back of the property in question. It is not a story pole for the light well. As you can see, the light to 64 Russell will be dramatically impacted due to the vertical addition and particularly due to the fact that the sponsors intend on 1, filling in the current side setback to the south. 2, making the light well smaller than the existing light well. And 3, filling in the light well halfway up the window line. As I spend a fair amount of time here, I am concerned that this will occur as a light well is the primary means for light, particularly in the morning hours. I would hope that the Commission would require that the sponsors maintain the current existing light well to preserve light within 64 Russell. Thank you.
Commissioners, good afternoon. Kathleen Courtney, Russian Hill Community Association. 60 Russell will be the largest construction project on Russell Street in the last century. And it probably will last a century. So we need to get it right. The sponsors are entitled to maximize their investment as long as they don't minimize the quality of life of their neighbor. I hope the materials submitted in your packet, emails from neighbors, and the comments of the people who have appeared before you today properly inform you about the proposed project and its impact on light, privacy, and air. The small substandard lot size, the proximity of Union Street residences, the proposed balcony, narrowness of Russell, and the low height of the historic buildings along Russell have led neighbors to identify 7 ways to improve the project. First, lower the height, if not by a full floor, at least by 3 or 4 feet. This will improve the front facade proportion problem and can be accommodated by lowering the first floor plate, which is not going to be maintained anyway. This is not an issue of views. If anyone has been in a Union Street residence, you know there are no views. This is an issue of privacy, and it's an issue of light. Second, eliminate the stacker garage or replace it with a different lift. A few years ago, this commission approved the conversion of 1945 Hyde, a 58-car garage, into 7 condominium units, based on the fact, among other things, that this is a transit-rich area. Why do we need cars, I believe, or why do we need parking is one of the things that the Commission said at that time. Third, remove the rear balcony. There is no pattern in this area for balconies and roof decks in the area. It's an invasion of privacy. Reduce the glazing, fourth, in the rear. It is out of place, impacts privacy, and is not sufficient to say that the occupants will keep their curtains closed. We had come up with the idea of the bottom seals 6. Fifth, maintain the existing light wells. 6, set back. 7, set back the roof deck railings. But lastly, the DR filers received the calcs at 5:20. Their expert is not available, and the plans need to be checked for accuracy. Withhold or continue your decision until we're able to audit these calcs and show that this is not a demolition. Thank you.
Are there any additional speakers in support of the DR requester?
Good evening, Planning Commissioners. My name is Joe Butler. I'm an architect, 25 years on Russian Hill, now on Telegraph Hill here in the city, 29 years in private practice. I've never seen in my day a project get this far with drawings this poor. I have a similar case that's in the 311 stages, and it equally has a poor demolition calculation and substandard drawings. The same planner is about to pass that on for 311 notice. At the same time, we're here with only barely received revised plans. But I'd take a whole new tack. I'd say that if the city is going to acknowledge through its planning department that this is an historic district because of the 1945 Hyde Street project, then this should go to the HPC for its evaluation of whether or not the building's a contributor. Mr. Kelly fails to attribute any events that were significant in the history of our city to this house. The owners bought it in February of 1906. 2 months later, they were burned out and went through the process of rebuilding. If that isn't connected to a significant event in the city's history, we should all go home. There are 7 aspects to integrity. In an historic district, you don't need to be individually architecturally significant to be a contributor to the district. You could, for example, share a design or a location. Let's go to location. This building's never been moved, so it has that integrity. The design, it was a modest working man's house. It was rebuilt after the fire when probably little funds might have been available, but it was done in 1906. It's one of the earliest buildings in this district. It has 6 other neighbors, also single-family residences of similar scale. It fits on this block, and yes, there are 2 stories, but no one's going to take a 2-story to a 1-story. So why would we eliminate the little house when it contributes to the design and setting of the district? Those are three of the 7 aspects of integrity that this building maintains. With regard to materials, I think, and workmanship, both are evident in the cornice, the modillons, and the dentils. And finally, feeling and association. When you walk on this block, look on page 10 and 11 of the DR requester's submittal. You'll see the whole block. You'll see the 3 buildings together. There's nothing about the setting and feeling or the association of this building with the rest of the block that's at all at odds. I say it is a contributor to this district in spite of its alterations. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Butler. Any additional speakers in support of the DR requester? Seeing none, project sponsor, you have 5 minutes.
Actually, you'll receive 10 minutes if you need it.
Oh, I'm sorry.
We just wanted to say hello to the commissioners. Thank you for hearing us today. And also, my name is Kristen Sprinson, and my husband and I are the owners of 60 Russell Street, which we recently had to move out of because we had twins 6.5 weeks ago. We bought the property a few years ago when we didn't have kids, and now it's not quite big enough for all of us to fit in with the 745 square feet. So I thank you all for listening to this today, and hopefully that you can support our project. I'm going to get this up cleaned up.
And my name is Philip Sprinson. This is going to be our home. We bought this house 2 months after we were married in 2012, and now that our family's growing, we want to expand it so we can continue to live there and make this our home where we stay. And before I turn over to my architect, I'd just like to point out to you that Kathleen Courtney, who spoke today, is a member of the Russian Hill Community Association, and I am very surprised or even somewhat dismayed that she spoke here today. I've reached out to her 3 times since March of this year, independently and above and beyond the 311 notice, to ask if she had questions, and she never told me that she did. And she even wrote me a letter saying she had none, and then sort of he'd be blindsided today and see her show up and have a list of issues she never presented to me, I find disconcerting and not in the spirit of the process that we went through with pre-application meetings and 311, and I hope you take that into consideration.
Thank you, Mr. and Mrs. Sprinson. Project sponsors architect.
Good evening. My name is Ian Ream. I'm here tonight on behalf of the architectural design team and the project sponsors for the remodel and addition project at 60 Russell Street. And wanted to take a moment to speak to the process that we've gone through designing this project, and also respond to some of the allegations made in the DR requests. First issue that has been raised in the DR applications and spoken to tonight is the height of the project and relationship to the character of Russell Street. As you'll see in the drawing set, our proposal is well below the 40-foot height limit for the RH2 district. We are over 6 feet below the maximum height and well below at the rear roof deck space. It's been stated that our building will be far taller than other buildings in the area, when in fact a closer look at Russell Street shows that 3-story buildings or buildings of 30-foot height are actually prevalent on Russell Street. It's also been contended that Russell Street is not a street but an alley, which is patently not true, based on the Planning Code's definition of a street as a 30-foot right-of-way or greater, and Russell Street has a 30-foot right-of-way. Although we are going from single-story house to a 3-story house, the height increase is less than a doubling of height. The existing parapet wall at the front of 60 Russell Street is quite tall, 17 feet 2 inches, and we've endeavored to keep the overall height of the proposed addition low and appropriate to the neighborhood and to Russell Street. You'll see from looking at images of Russell Street that a zero front setback, flat front composition is one of the character-defining features of Russell Street, and that there are many 3-story buildings. This is the south side of Russell Street. You'll see in this rendering the proposed addition fits in well with the surrounding context on Russell Street. Having worked with the RDT extensively, we are proud to say that the final proposal is going to be an elegant, harmonious addition to Russell Street, which fits in within the character of this street. There are numerous buildings on Russell Street with a similar size and appearance. This house is directly on the other side of 64 Russell Street. This is to the west of 64 Russell Street. Our proposal is directly to the east of 64 Russell Street. It's a similar size and scale and architectural expression. Other homes located on Russell Street, again with similar scale, proportionality, and exterior detailing on the in the public realm street fronting facade. Further examples which demonstrate the appropriateness of our design proposal to Russell Street. Our proposal is very similar, as you'll see. Certainly, here's an example of an inappropriate proposal, and that is very far from what we are proposing. One of the DR requesters, Ms. Luke, who resides at 64 Russell Street, has stated that she actually plans on adding a story to her own home, which would, here's an image of her home as it exists. It's a 2-story residence. Adding a story to her house would bring it to a similar scale of our proposal. So we would ask, why would a 3-story house be acceptable for 64 Russell Street but not for 60 Russell Street? As far as the effect on light access and shadows to neighboring properties, 60 Russell Street is located on the north side of Russell Street, and therefore it will not cast shadows onto Russell Street. Here is a small sample of shadow studies which the project sponsor voluntarily provided to neighbors at 64 Russell Street and 1243 Union Street. The graphic clearly shows that both properties, 64 Russell Street and 1243 Union Street, cast shadows onto themselves to a much greater degree than the proposed addition at 60 Russell Street would. For 64 Russell Street, the proposed addition at 60 Russell Street will never shade windows on the front or rear elevation of 64 Russell Street, and the extent of shadows is limited to the side light well. At 1243 Union Street, no windows at a habitable floor are ever shaded by 60 Russell Street. Speaking to the effect on privacy and the mid-block open space. So you'll see in this comparative elevation, comparing the proposed rear elevation of 60 Russell Street to the rear elevation of 1243 Union Street, the Union Street properties are uniformly significantly taller than homes on Russell Street, including our proposed addition. The image which was showed earlier in the evening to depict the view from 1243 Union Street was actually taken from the basement level of 1243 Union Street. So we find it slightly disingenuous to be speaking to that vantage point as something that would impact living space. Additionally, the Union Street properties provide zero contribution to the mid-block open space, whereas our proposal provides greater than the code minimum requirement. Additionally, 64 Russell Street also extends well into the mid-block open space, again, to a much greater significance than our proposal. This illustrates the relationship of the Union Street properties, which literally tower over the Russell Street properties. I did have the opportunity to visit some of the homes on Union Street, and I was able to firsthand observe and appreciate the panoramic city views that these properties enjoy from their rear windows. And we feel that, to a large extent, the objections which have been put forth are in the interest of protecting panoramic views. Additionally, the roof deck, which is proposed, is adjacent to the nursery for the newborns, as you just met. And by no means is it any kind of party deck, and we do not believe that it's going to contribute to the acoustic lack of acoustic privacy.
Thank you, sir. Your time is up. You'll have a 2-minute rebuttal.
Thank you.
Okay, opening up to public comment for speakers in support of the project sponsor, Kate Kivett, Ingrid Paulson, Paige Sprain, Margaret Hagen, Patricia Sprinson, Charles Sprinson, Allison Hahn, and John Krause.
Good evening, Commissioners. I'm Charles Sprinson. I'm Philip's father and those two little babies' grandfather. My son and daughter-in-law bought this house. Philip was born on Larkin Street, came home to Larkin Street from his birth in San Francisco, Children's Hospital in San Francisco. Please allow my children to build a house that they are going to live in. You don't want people like them leaving our city. You want them to live here and enjoy it. This house is very sensitively designed. It's a very small house. Please allow them to build it and live in it. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Any other commenters in support of the project sponsor?
Hi, my name is Ingrid Paulson. I own 1241 Green Street, and I'm in support of the project. I was honestly a little bit surprised when Philip and Kristen told me that they were meeting with opposition regarding this, because I know they spent a lot of time and energy thinking about keeping this within code, within the character of the neighborhood, and we looked at the plans prior to submission with them, and it met the height requirements. They're not asking for any variances or any exceptions outside the existing code. So to me, it seemed like a fair request and fair plans. As far as some of the issues that have come up, There's no easement for light and air. I mean, these are the things that come up when you're buying a house in a neighborhood where adjacent to a structure that doesn't have hasn't met the height limit. And lastly, they're a lovely family. They want to stay in the city and find a home that they can live in with their children. And I have 2 small children. I know how difficult it is to stay in the city. And we're sort of at an impasse in San Francisco, I think, kind of culturally, having a lot of families leaving the city and struggling to find a way to stay. And it would really be a shame to see them move away when they're great contributors to the city. So,
thank you very much. Any other speakers, please?
Thank you and good evening. I'm Patricia Shagru Sprinson. Philip Sprinson is my son, and he was born here in San Francisco. And when we brought him home to 2447, I'm out of breath taking care of those babies, 2447 Larkin Street to the residence which we were in, it was a joy to think my son would be able to enjoy some of his life in San Francisco. And at this very date, that residence is also being renovated. Homes that need updating, livability, and space for young families. I have been involved in the cultural and the educational life of San Francisco for almost 45 years. I moved here 50 years ago as a young woman to start my family. And I know how important it is to have young families and mothers and fathers that enrich the cultural and educational fabric of this community. And I think Philip and Kristen Sprinson will do just that. I hope you will approve their plans. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Sprinson. Any other speakers?
Hello, I'm Paige Sprinson. I'm Philip and Kristen's sister. I was born in the city and live at Sacramento and Arguello. I've been here for the past 13 years. I just want to say something very briefly. I've seen the plans. I think they're beautiful and fit in wonderfully in the neighborhood. I hope that Philip and Kristen can raise their family at 60 Russell Street, and I wholeheartedly support it. So thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Sprinson. Additional speakers?
Hello, I'm Kate Kivett, and I reside at 1223 Green Street, and I'm a property owner on Green Street, and I support this project. I've seen the plans. I think they're beautiful, and they're within the regulations. I know I've heard several people be very concerned about the lighting, but they are within the regulations. And being a social worker and supervising homes, I do know that rules are rules, and what's fair is following the rules. So I just want to thank you for your time. And I also want to say that I am so delighted to have a young family move into the neighborhood. Russian Hill community supports diversity, and we welcome young families. We have activities there for young families as well as for older families. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Kivett. Any additional speakers, ma'am?
I am Margaret Hagan. I am Kristen Hagan Sprinson's mother, and I totally support this project. And the reasons I do is my daughter and son-in-law bought this property when my son-in-law just was leaving the Marines after 11 years. And we were hoping, and they were hoping, that they could have a family here and raise their family here. And we knew it was a small house, but there are many houses on the street that are larger, and there was no reason to believe they would not be able to do this. And I hope that you can support their wishes, that they can raise their family on this lovely street and have a wonderful life in San Francisco. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Hagan. Any additional speakers in support of the project sponsor? Seeing none, DR requester, you have a 2-minute rebuttal. DR requesters, you have a 2-minute rebuttal each.
Good evening, Commissioners. My name is John Baruso.
On May 6, 2015, when asked about the demolition versus addition question, our planner, Nicholas Foster, agreed this concept is often abused, but he felt the sponsor followed the percentages, so this project was in the clear. At that time, he had not reviewed full demo calcs. In fact, he didn't review them until just this afternoon. Given that, we are not inclined to take his opinion, but rather we prefer to review them with our expert, who will provide an informed assessment. Our DR position was that any alteration should remain with the existing building, within the existing building envelope. After all our work on this project, our thinking has evolved, but we've heard no compromise from the sponsors. Regarding views, 2 of the 3 levels of our home have little to no views. This is not about views, but about retaining our modest existing use in relation to a new outsized use. It's fine to talk about density, but when we're looking at each other across the short distance of 12 feet, it crosses a line. It's an invasion of privacy. At the pre-app meeting, when nearly everyone present expressed serious concerns, we naively thought the sponsors took those to heart and would make changes. If it were me, I'd want the support of my neighbors. They did not. They submitted the plans as is. We had Ian Ream to our house, thinking a site visit from the project's designer would be the best way to reach any creative solutions. After spending an hour with us, he simply said he thought the sponsors would not be receptive to our needs. Repeated follow-ups led to nothing. My brother and I have made a big commitment to our home, our neighborhood, and San Francisco. We were concerned enough about the outcome of this project to come before you today. We are thinking of how our lives here are balanced with a very large, very close project. We ask the Commission's help in finding a resolution.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Additional DR requester, we have 2 minutes.
Thank you very much. Again, look, I'm not opposed to this family's opportunity to refurbish and rehab and even add vertically to their property. There are just some specific things that feel overly aggressive and overly ambitious in this small little neighborhood. We're still not following, for the Lightwell, the residential design guidelines. That's all I'm asking to be done. Just follow those design guidelines, please. We're also not following the residential team's request to reduce the height and improve the proportionality. I think that would be very important to take a look at. It does seem odd to me to have a 2-car garage, again, in this dense urban environment. However, if that's what we decide that we need, then we can still accommodate that, and we can accommodate it and still meet our neighborhood requests by moving the garage to the other side, either using tandem parking or a parking elevator to leverage the basement for a use that is helpful. As for any potential addition that I may or may not be doing at some point in the future, yes, I would like to do something. I don't know that I will. And in fact, this project has made me very seriously consider what I would do. And instead of maybe building up, I might go backwards because that would not impact my neighbors. And I've actually talked about that at some length, a little bit of a length, I should say, with them. But I have no plans and no immediate intentions. And most importantly, I don't think it matters. I think it's irrelevant for today. Today we're talking about this project and the planning design guidelines that this city has. And I'm asking that you please just look at this project in isolation. The flat front character is a defining feature. It feels a bit faux and faux historic for a potentially historic neighborhood thing. I'm surprised that this went through, and I wanted to raise that. And finally, Mr. Butler, acknowledged by the planning department, is able to evaluate historic resources, put forth a fair question about the CEQA review and a differing opinion among the experts. Therefore, a categorized exemption should not be a proper environmental document for this proposal.
Thank you.
Thank you.
The public portion of this hearing.
Project sponsor.
I'm sorry, project sponsor have a 2-minute rebuttal. We've been here 8 hours. I'm sorry.
I respectfully request 4 minutes because there are two DR requesters.
You get a 2-minute rebuttal.
2 minutes. Okay. Thank you. So first of all, thank you again for reviewing our project. I wanted to point out that from the very beginning, our project has been 100% code compliant, we made sure of that in the beginning. We didn't want to, propose something that was more than we felt we needed in order to negotiate. We came in with good faith right from the get-go, trying to be responsible. It was spoken to the noise made by the car stacker. 80 decibels is created by the hydraulic unit, which we've offered to locate on the other side of the house relative to 64 Russell Street. The actual car stacker itself makes approximately, we measured one, 70 decibels, which is quieter than a residential dishwasher. The height of the Union Street properties literally towers over our proposed vertical addition. Our highest floor lines up with the lowest habitable floor of the Union Street properties. Our intermediate floor lines up with their basement level. We have felt that many of the demands by the DR requesters are simply unreasonable. They've demanded that we expand underground. They've demanded that we provide significantly more mid-block space, whereas they provide zero mid-block space. I'd also like to provide a moment for Philip to speak.
Thank you. I'd just like to speak to what I feel is a great deal of hypocrisy on the part of the DR requesters. Mr. Baruso, his house is 2,200 square feet and extends the lot line with no setback, and then he complains that I am too close to his house and I should make my house smaller. I mean, I'm not the one reducing the setback. Please don't punish us because other people have houses that weren't built to current code. Thank you.
Thank you. This portion of the hearing is closed. Commissioner Moore.
As often, the Commission find themselves standing between two worlds, and each of the two parties have positions which we need to consider. However, there is no argument one way or the other which can convince us above and beyond of what we normally need to look at in order to create that balance by which we determine of what one party or the other one says in order to define what the middle ground is. What I did is I took a very close look at the site. The site has been in front of this Commission a number of years ago when we had a long, protracted battle about the conversion of the Hyde Street garage into residential. It took a long, long time, partially because the units which were proposed at that time had a serious impact on the livability of Russell Street, including Union Street. And that was a time when each of us really understood that we are not operating on a flat plane. The most important part is that we are on a multi-warped series of planes. And one of the most important aspects of what happens here is to understand the interdependence of all units together. And there is no argument by which somebody could tell me that the houses on Union Street are taller and therefore where I am on Russell Street, that is not an argument. I've looked at 5 homes in the locations adjoining the Russell Street project, and I feel that at this moment we are like 2 trains not meeting in the night, or 2 ships sailing along in opposite directions. The one thing that I observed is that, unfortunately, I believe that the depiction of the existing condition somewhat fails to really capture the subtleties by which the existing home sits on the lot and by which the adjoining homes, by their very nature, are too close to let the current proposal be as close as it is. And that's not a question that the older homes don't provide a rear yard. At the time when they were built, this was a completely different age and time, and they were exactly what they were, as was described by some of the families who have owned these homes for over 40 or 50 years. So that is a given, and there is no code which will modify that. However, when a new building comes to join this existing setting, the new buildings have to find a way to deal with that. And what was very surprising to me is that we cannot really deal with this project when it's so cheek to jowl that the neighbors who are adjoining these properties, there are probably 10 or so flats, basically turn into tenement units. I went into 4 Union Street homes. They're all stacked units, and they're very different living conditions. There are families with very young children, a little bit older than those 2 little guys over there, just a little older. One of them is in diapers and needs to be carried around, and I do not know them. I just saw them. They will be literally 12 feet away from you if there's a balcony, and 20 feet away from you if there's none. I believe that you, when you live in this place, or them, or me looking out of there, I'm saying I would not want to live that way. That is just not possible. And I think based on all of those things, I think we need to find a better middle ground for this project, which I don't think we can work out tonight. I believe we should continue this project. I believe there should be a better understanding, a mutual understanding, and a mutually supportable understanding about the demolition or the rebuilding. There needs to be a better understanding about what this proximity really needs in terms of give and take. At this moment, we could say, the balcony needs to be off, the garage, there can't be any garage tacker to bring the building back in better proportion with the rest of Russell Street. I believe at this moment, the project doesn't understand height relative to topography and multiple warping planes around it, including the view lines for privacy and adjacency. I don't think the project understands widths very well. I think the light well issue, as it is elevated, should come to the ground and should match. And I believe that the depth of the property, given the proximity between the 2 buildings, has not been properly understood. That doesn't mean that there couldn't be a workable project developed, but with Commissioner Fong and Commissioner Johnson being gone, I feel it would take us far too long to come to a compromise, because I think there needs to be more work done with each other to work this out. And it's a particular understanding about the 3 things I mentioned: height, width, depth of the lot, including demolition calculations, and a better neighborliness. When you live that close together, I'd hope you're better neighbors and can work it out before. That will be my suggestion. I make a motion to continue. I would say about 4 weeks, and let's have a look at the calendar. Is there a second?
Second.
Commissioners, 4 weeks would put us out to about July 21st. I will only repeat the obvious, that your commission calendars are already extremely impacted. On the 21st, you're holding a joint hearing with the SFMTA board.
Okay.
And you have 1515 South Van Ness after that.
You have another day the following week. It's a little bit hard to get this worked out in that short a time.
Well, Commissioner, as I said, you can pick your poison. All of the dates are impacted through October, through September.
Commissioner Moore, may I ask?
Yeah, please.
That we set a date further in the future, and if an opening comes up, that we are allowed to have time to notice it when we can actually hear it. Sir.
Sir, you're out of order.
You're out of order, sir.
That's fine.
Shame on you. It doesn't matter that it fully meets code.
Sir, we have complete discretion over every building permit per the city charter. It doesn't matter if it meets code or not. It's how it relates to the other buildings, and that's our responsibility. That's why we're here today. We're acting like a court.
And we are not here to say that there couldn't be a building.
Right.
There definitely can be a building. It's just a question of how the subtleties of how this building operates in context. That is all I'm talking about. And it's subtlety, and it requires a better understanding about the impact of subtly changing grades, existing buildings that are occupied by a significantly larger number of people, by those who will be moving into this house, irrespective of 2 small children. There are other small children who will be impacted in their livability. And there are older people, multi-family, multi-generational people in the adjoining homes, and they have just as an important standing in front of this commission as anybody else. We have not told you that this is a denial. We've basically said, continue to be sensitive and work more closely together. That's all we're saying. And that's encouraging you to come up with what is essential here. not just what I want, that is because they have something, I want that too. That is not what designing in San Francisco is all about.
I would ask that we move it to October 6th.
Is that amenable to the maker of the motion?
That is fine.
Can we still comment?
Yeah.
Yes, I'm sorry, Commissioner Antonini.
Yeah, thank you. Well, I've been working with the project sponsors for over a year. They came to me, I went and looked at it, I saw their earlier plans, and I can attest to the fact that they made a lot of compromises and did a lot of things to accommodate the neighbors, and I'm a little surprised at some of the DRs. I mean, one of the DR requesters is in a building which is to the northeast of the project. There can hardly be any impact at all because, first of all, there's an elevation change, and second of all, any light and air would be coming in from the property behind which that particular DR requester is. And the DR requester at 64 merely said she's concerned about the light well. So, I don't understand why this is such an issue. I have a question for Mr. Foster, please. There's all this talk about how close they are in the measurement, if it's 16.5 and 20 feet, and what the separation would be if there were a deck. But even so, I believe there's an elevation change, so any distance is not as the crow flies. There's also the difference in height between the two. Have you been able to measure that?
Yeah, Nick Foster, department staff. So on A1.0 of your plan set that's in your 311, your staff plan packet, the actual distance between the rear property line abutting 1251 through 1255 Union Street and then the rearmost building wall of the subject property, for again, there is no horizontal expansion, it's simply a vertical addition, is still 16 feet 6 inches. It is the balcony at floor 2 that is proposed to penetrate 4 foot 6 inches, for which 3 feet is into the rear yard, which is actually exempt under the planning code. So to answer your question directly, it's 16 foot 6. That's the rear building wall.
Somewhat horizontal or vertical.
Oh, in terms of the grade change?
Yeah, grade change, yeah.
There's a substantial grade change.
Well, the point I'm making is, yes, there is an impact, but, I live in a single-family home in western San Francisco. We have 3 feet between property line and 3 feet from the neighbor's property line. So I have 6 feet between my room and my neighbor's room, and that seems to be more than adequate. So if someone's within 16.5 feet, I hardly think in a dense city that's anything that's unusual or extraordinary. I could certainly entertain this light well issue that one of the DR requesters brought up, but I think there also is a grade change, and it might request a little bit of a redesign of the floor levels and the level of the property at 60 to be able to make those light wells exactly the same base. And that is something that could be explored, since it looks like we're going to have a continuance. And this is one reason why things cost so much in San Francisco. All this stuff should have been resolved either between the DR requesters or the project sponsors long before it came up, because this is a very appropriate project. Its height is barely more than some of these taller 2 floors above garage buildings on Russell Street. And if it is a couple of feet more, it's certainly not a huge impact. So I think this whole discussion about whether it's a demo or not really doesn't make any difference. Staff has said it's not a demo. Well, the only problem would be if it's thought to be a demo, then it has to be a CU because of some legislation that was passed recently. But the opinion has been made that it's not a demo, and I don't think anything is going to change that. But if it is, we still have the project, whether it's a demo or not, and the changes we need to make. So, not too happy that we can't resolve this thing, because I've followed this very closely. I looked at the plans. I think they're very sensitive. I think there are a few minor things that could be done to make this an acceptable project. And it's nice that a couple is willing to spend the time and money to renovate a little tiny place that's totally inadequate for a family. Yes, I can just answer you. What question did you have first?
We are prepared to offer to lower the light well if that is, an issue that would allow the project to proceed, we are certainly happy to offer that.
Well, I certainly will see what the vote is on this continuance, because I'm not in favor of dragging it out. If that could be accomplished tonight, I really don't see anything else in this project that is unusual or extraordinary. So I will be able to defeat the continuance, and then we'll be able to take this up and get it done.
Thank you.
Commissioner Hillis.
So a couple thoughts. One, I think there's been somewhat of a lack of communication between. I mean, we see these projects in alleys in this neighborhood a lot, and I think because the zoning rules are difficult just to apply to them. There's a context here that's atypical. You've got an alley, kind of what normally is the mid-block open space and buildings on it, and it tends to cause some issues with how the zoning is applied. And we tend to see more DRs in these type of situations than we do typically on blocks where you have development around a block and a mid-block open space. And it's because of that context, I think, that we're here today. But and I think the project needs to change a bit. I don't think there are enormous changes. I think if you look at what Ms. Courtney provided as some suggestions, I agree with some. I don't necessarily agree with all of them, but they're fairly modest. And I get the buildings on Union Street, they go the full block, or they go the full lot in coverage or significantly, and they're flats, and they tend to get lights from the front and the back in light wells. And we have to recognize that. That's the context. It comes up a lot. And you're last in, so you unfortunately have to respond to that context, but you do. And it's not just kind of, build to the zoning, and it works. But I think if you look at some of the things that are being requested, I don't think they're unreasonable. Things like, we tend not to want to design a building based on car parking. And I get it, you're trying to put two spots somewhere and you're also trying to fit a building program, and it doesn't work. And it leads to kind of excess height in the building, which you probably don't need. No, you can respond later. But, I think if you eliminate that, the building starts to come down by 3 feet. You've got one car, and you can, you start to work a little bit better in the context. Again, the balconies, I think, are something that can be looked at and potentially eliminated. I get that rear yards in open space are difficult to accommodate in these small lots, but it's kind of the nature of the lot. We tend not to have enormous amounts of open space in these neighborhoods where we're kind of crammed together. So I think if you take some of the suggestions and look at them and treat the back of the building as you treated the front of the building, I think you did a fairly good job in designing the front of the building. I think that the garage looks a little awkward, and I'd say the same thing about 2 doors down, where there's this kind of very wide garage opening that obviously was put in at some new time. It sticks out, and I think that kind of height in garage level on your first floor does a little bit of the same thing, not to the extent it does adjacent to you, but it does. So I think if you take some of the suggestions that the balconies, which you probably won't use tremendously either if they're there because of the context, and you've got the kind of buildings on Union Street overshadowing you, we can get to a solution, I think, relatively painlessly, but in a project that fits better into this context. So it's things like the balconies, eliminating the stacker parking, reconfiguring that back facade. You do have a back facade that looks a little bit like you've got a view back there, and you don't. You're obviously looking into into the back of the buildings or the kind of the hillside on Union Street, and treating it more like you're trying to get light, smaller openings with, smaller kind of conventional windows with some clear story windows if you want additional light, I think would work better on that back and be more contextual, kind of what you did more so in the front. So, those are my general thoughts. I don't think we're going to get this resolved or get kind of consensus here today for 4 votes to do anything. I would suggest, though, I think we're being a little unreasonable on an October deadline. I don't think this project is enormously complex. I think you need to communicate with your neighbors more and sit down in kind of a neighborly fashion and try to work out some of these issues, because I don't think they're terribly complex. We see them a lot. So I would vote against an October continuance and try to work it out today. I'd like to see that date moved up, and potentially we don't have you come to some agreement and we don't have a DR hearing. So I'd like to see something in late July or early August, but those are my general thoughts on the project.
So my comments here, I compare this discretionary review application that you filled out and returned to us with other ones that we received. And you gave us 1 page. And on the page you included, you're telling us you took a roll of the dice to come here to let us make a decision for you. Under question 2, what alternatives or changes did you propose to the proposed project were you willing to make? Already changed project to conform to RUT recommendations. You're talking to staff, you're not talking to your neighbors. Ms. Courtney aside, I don't know, we don't like he says, she says, but it's clear with a body of people that's this large, that live this close to you, you haven't been talking to them, and you haven't been making any changes. What we really want to see in these kind of situations is, tell us what they asked for, tell us why you can't do it, or why you don't want to do it, or tell us what you did. It shows us that, they have a very cogent case. They made a very, very cogent case today for us to actually sit up here and want to take a DR and make changes, which we're allowed to do. But, you rolled the dice. I'm sorry. We never see a one-pager like this. I don't think I've seen one in 18 months. So, I think I'm worried about the demo calc drawings. I don't know where that went wrong. Clearly, this is a very, very major alteration if it's not a demolition. There were no calculations. Apparently, they came in later. Drawings, to substantiate it. I am worried about that. What makes me worried about that is how many more of these are out there. I know we have a throughput coming through the department like there isn't any, we have never had before, and we're trying to address that with additional resources, but we can't cut corners. We really have to make sure that we've got our I's dotted and T's crossed, because it really makes a difference. I'm not a historian. We have somebody who's very steeped in history. I suggest, Mr. Butler, if you think that there is something amiss here, you take it up with the HPC under your criteria. Maybe you speak at public comment, or you work with staff to try to get that across to them. I don't know on the surface whether the building fits those criteria or not. They sound reasonable, but what would that do? 2-car parking stackers is a non-starter for me. And I really don't understand the whole crawl space livable area. How high is it? What's in there now? I think it's going to be a crawl space in the end. And honestly, it's already 8:30. I don't want to design this building here. We need to continue it. You need to work with your neighbors. We want you to come back, hopefully, with a solution, and don't even come back here. That's what ideally we want to see. Everybody's satisfied. You have to live next to these people. Can you imagine that? Being at odds for the rest of your life? You're wonderful people. You're going to have wonderful children. I'm sure they're going to be additions to the neighborhood. You look and feel like upstanding folks. I really want you guys to all work this out. Commissioner Antonini.
Yeah, I would suggest some things, whether we consider them or not. You've already talked about the light well match, and I think that's an essential. That's what all one DR requester asked for anyway. You're going to have to get rid of the stacker, it appears. You either have 1-car or 2-car tandem or some other arrangement with the garage that would allow you to lower the building a couple of feet more. Not that it's that tall anyway, but yes, did you want to say something?
Please speak in the microphone.
In the mic.
I wanted to point out, because we didn't have a chance to go to all issues in depth, the height of the house is not being driven by the stacker. Ms. Luke repeatedly mentioned have it drop into the bottom, and that's what it does. The basement down there that I hit my head on the beams as I go under because it's so low, that's where the car drops into. We weren't pushing the building up to lift the car like you see in some places. It drops
Actually,
down.
you're going down as
we are
it is.
going down,
I
yes.
think it looked like to me, the stacker allows you to lower one into the ground.
And perhaps we should have said lift or drop. Stacker makes it sound as if it's going up.
It kind of sounded that way to me, too. So thank you. I'm not so sure that's that big an issue for me, because I have a car. Most of the people I know have cars, and families have cars, and I'm in the real world. And, you know, you're not going to drag your kids around on the cable cars or something. You've got to have cars. But anyway, the removing the rear balcony, if it helps, that would be a possibility. I think what I talked to project sponsor about yesterday is making the back look like the front. You did a beautiful job of contextually doing the front of the building, but the back looks entirely different. So you need French windows, you need wainscoting up about 2 or 3 feet, you need panes, things like that. So those windows are not so big. The DR requesters or the neighbors have talked about the size of those, and I agree with them. It's really not necessary to have all that glazing back there, and it would make the addition look a lot more like the houses in the area. And then there was another suggestion that was talked about, setting back roof deck railings from the sides and the rear and making them open. So those are some fairly minor things. But I think with those things done, sounds to me like it's a very good project, and I'd hope to vote on it tonight. And I will not only vote against the continuance because I think we can do it, but number 2, October is ludicrous to make you wait that long. If we want housing in San Francisco, we got to be able to take care of people. And I don't think it's your fault that there hasn't been communication with the neighbors, from what I can tell from the noticing.
Commissioner Moore.
I feel that the rest of the Commission has pretty much a balanced view that it is in the interest of designing a proper building, not just reading off a couple of sentences here, to have the neighbors and the new neighbors to be work with each other. There are good beginning points. There will be some give and take. On some of them, they might not all work. But I'm looking for a completely different tack on starting this building. May I ask who is the architect of this building? Could that architect please come to the podium?
Yes, I'm Monica Reem. I'm the architect.
Could I ask you why somebody else speaks for you?
Ian and I are actually design partners. The building was designed by both of us. I will be the architect of record. So there's no new information that I can provide, but I'm certainly happy to answer any questions.
No, I think if you were design partners, I think it would be nice if, for example, there is a little less selling and insisting on a point, but a little bit more really taking the challenges of designing in a very difficult situation. I know you are not in San Francisco from what I see, but you live in hilly topography in Berkeley, if I saw the address of your office correctly. I think in this city, as you probably noticed if you have been sitting here for the last few hours, it's all about just that larger fit. So I think, if at all possible, Secretary Ione, it would probably be in the interest of both parties and the families, etc., to not push this to October, but perhaps pull it up a little closer if there's any way for us to do so.
Like I said, Commissioners, it's
all done?
Any one you would like to push it on to, I'd be happy to add
Vice
it.
President Richards, you see these calendars, you are in the balancing. Why don't you tell us what you think?
I mean, July 14th, quite
8,
honestly,
I'll be
is
happy to do
probably
that.
your best choice as an earlier date.
Let's see what he has to say. I trust that you're correct, but let me see what he says.
2600 Harrison is on that day. That's...
Well, I mean, there's really, Commissioners, there is not a date where you don't have a large project.
Okay, 14th.
Of
July.
14th of July it will be. I'll accept that as a suggestion.
Do our requester... Please speak in the mic.
May I request that it's just at the end of your agenda? I'm technically on hold for jury duty that week, and I don't know if I'm going to get called or not.
Oh, it'll be at the end.
Okay, that's great.
But-
Thank you.
yeah.
I'll be here then.
Be after 5.
So
And again, if we say the 14th of July, there is still an ability that everybody agrees, and there is an ODR. That is always a possibility. You know that. You don't have to battle it out in front of us. If you find just that sweet spot by which it works, you are free and clear.
Yeah.
So we are not putting anything in your way except in this particular large difference of opinion. We cannot sit here and support the project as it currently is.
And if you need more time, you can ask for a continuance, both the DR requesters and you, and agree. We can hear it later.
Also to that date.
Okay. Zoning Administrator Sanchez.
Thank you. I just wanted to make sure that we had all the commissioners' comments possible so we can come back as soon as possible with a project that addresses those concerns, and wanted to highlight one of the issues in regards to height. The building does feature a raised recessed entry, and that's one of the findings that we had in doing our environmental review. Lowering the floor plates could compromise that. There is a pattern on the block which this is maintaining. So, one of the things of trying to address one issue, you may find yourself running into other issues, because this was, while I understand the concerns with the neighbors, this is something that did have many iterations and much design review by our department. It is, as you know, completely code complying. Unfortunately, we didn't get the complete, calculations for the demo until today, but we have reviewed them and we are satisfied that the project is not a demolition. Seems that many of the issues that have been raised, and I hear some concurrence on with the commission, like perhaps the rear balcony, light well, perhaps. Those are things that are relatively minor, and if could not be addressed tonight, could be addressed relatively quickly.
Commissioner Wu.
Can you repeat that point you just made about the floor plates? Because it seems like, maybe there was some thought that the car parking was what was raising it, but now it seems that that's not true. So, what is there a way to bring it down by a few feet?
I mean, yes, I mean, it could be done, but then again, we're getting into a bit of compromise perhaps with the entryway and whether or not that's a feature that should be maintained as part of the building. The entry right now is on the uphill side of the lot, which does necessitate a bit higher floor plate, but also that's a bit of the pattern on the block. The adjacent building has the recessed entry in the same location. So I think that's why staff was saying this pattern as being appropriate. I think if we look at as the overall issue, the overall height of the building and dropping that down, perhaps the new story could be reduced in floor-to-ceiling height. But these are not ridiculous floor-to-ceiling heights. I mean, they're 9 feet or so in general. So I think it's hard to gain much there. But.
Okay.
Well, just on that point, it'd be good to see the alternatives, because you do have, as you come in, 11 to 12-foot garage level, and it kind of then squeezes down in that back living level. And I get the garage stackers go underneath, but that garage level is taller.
So
I don't know if that's a function of the stackers or the double-story, double-height entry, but it'd be good to understand that and kind of what the alternatives are.
Because on the section A 3.7, you can see that the floor-to-ceiling height there is actually 8 feet 11 and a quarter inches, and that does provide the raised entry of 3 or 4 steps at that point. So it does appear that there's this kind of honking large ground floor, but part of it is the raised entry.
Wait, go back to A37. You said
on A3.7, you can see kind of at the rear of the building, it dimensions out the floor-to-ceiling height of 8 feet and 11 and a quarter inches. It is a section through the area with the parking, which is why you see that large void there of 11 or so feet. But the floor level is actually above grade in order to have the raised entry, the raised recessed entry. It's one of these problems that we have, and I want to be sure that we get the Commission's primary concerns, because that would be a loss of a visual element on the facade if we lose the raised entry, perhaps.
Sir, unless you're asked
a question,
we haven't been giving the DR requesters time to come up. Commissioner Moore.
Zoning Administrator Sanchez, there is one observation when I looked at the building which was really puzzling to me. At this moment, the building does not indicate that on the lowest level there is occupancy. I saw a grill, I saw an awning, so there is something on that floor which makes me think about a slab that might give us a completely different idea of how that slab tracks forward, unless it is only a partial part of the basement. So I do believe that the existing condition needs to be really verified by staff that is visiting the site, looking also that in certain parts of the site on the middle of the west side, I think, there is a notch which does not come all the way to the roof. And it's a very old building. There might have been additions which are not even properly recorded anywhere, but I do think somebody needs to go around and really document the existing condition by which we have a clearer understanding about how the garage and what Commissioner Wu said, the potential more proportional building of a garage relative to the building height does. There's something amiss here.
I hope Mr. Foster could do that. One other point for me, I'd take a look at the excessive glazing in the back. It's almost like a fishbowl.
Yeah, and I think, and those are all, I think, things that can be addressed relatively quickly. It could be done by a condition tonight to,
No.
No. Commissioner Antonini.
Yeah, during the process of my association with this project, I remember when a year ago, they were working with staff carefully to make the entrance to be contextual with the other buildings on the street, and that was one reason for that setback entrance. In fact, I think staff had insisted that the entry be commensurate with the other ones, and it made it a little more difficult because there is a slight elevation change on Russell itself, and having the garage be at a level that looked like it belonged there and it wasn't at a slanted angle. So there are some tricky issues that have already been addressed, but if there is a way that we can slightly reduce the height, not that I think it's that excessive anyway, by still keeping all the features, I think that's something we can consider.
See nobody else on the roll, Secretary, and can you call the question, please?
Commissioners, there is a motion that has been seconded to continue this matter to July 14th. As a procedural matter, because there are only 5 commissioners remaining, it only takes 3 votes to pass the procedural matter. Just for clarity. On that motion, then, to continue to July 14th, Commissioner Antonini.
No.
Commissioner Hillis.
Aye.
Commissioner Moore.
Aye.
Commissioner Wu.
Aye.
And Commissioner Richards.
Aye.
So moved, Commissioners. That motion passes 4-1.
Any public comment?
General public comment.
General public comment, not related to any project tonight.
Well.
Seeing none, the meeting is adjourned.